calls Dr. Maher Nuruddin.
Good morning, Dr. Maher.
Good morning.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face down the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Come on.
Good morning, Dr. Nuruddin.
Good morning.
If you could say and spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Maher Nuruddin. First name Maher, last name Noureddine.
And Dr. Nuruddin, what do you do for work?
I own and run a forensic DNA and serology evidence consulting company. So I consult on criminal and civil cases involving DNA evidence, evaluate that evidence, testify in court when asked. I perform my own research, and I also prepare and provide continuing legal education on the topic of forensic DNA and serology.
And Dr. Nuruddin, tell me about your educational background, please.
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from Radford University in Virginia, a Master's in Molecular Biology from University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and a PhD in Molecular Genetics from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
And can you tell somebody like me who doesn't know much about DNA what those subject matters mean?
They involve basically the foundation of this discipline, which is biology. That's sort of the overarching field. And then within the area of biology, there's genetics. And genetics looks at DNA, what we inherit from our parents, how DNA functions in the body, how it contributes to our traits, and DNA from a forensic identity purposes, which is identifying individuals through their DNA fingerprint.
And before you ran this company, what was your work experience?
My work experience after I finished my education started with postdoctoral training. So my first postdoc was at Duke University Medical Center, working on the complex genomics of Parkinson's disease. So within that work, I looked at variations in the human genome and how they associate with complex neurodegenerative disorders like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. And then I moved on from that to do another postdoc at the National Institute of Health, looking at cancer genetics, so how our DNA contributes to our risk of developing cancer.
And so, Dr. Nuruddin, have you testified in court before as an expert?
Yes.
In what field?
In the field of forensic DNA and serology.
And how many times would you say you've testified as an expert?
Approximately 85 times.
And in what courts?
State and federal, both inside and outside North Carolina.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender him as an expert in forensic genetics.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
His testimony will be received as proffered.
Okay, Dr. Nuruddin, did you come to be involved in this case?
Yes.
How?
You reached out to me about this case, about a particular question that you needed me to evaluate from a scientific perspective and research and assist in conducting testing on Mr. Thompson.
And we're going to get more in detail later about this, but what specific question was I asking you to answer?
So the question was, since Mr. Thompson was administered minocycline, which is an antibiotic, whether there are any correlations between minocycline, the way that individuals receive it, whether that has been associated with any adverse effects. So how minocycline is processed in the body, and how your DNA plays a role in that processing, and then how Mr. Thompson's genetic background in particular may have impacted the metabolism of minocycline in his body.
So before we get into details about that specific question, I want to talk about the universe surrounding it. Can you tell me a little about how genetics play a role in medicine, in processing medicine in your body?
Right. Well, your genetic makeup makes you who you are, not only from a phenotypic manifestations like your eye color, hair color, and physical features, but how your body functions from A to Z. So the cell, every cell in your body takes its instructions from your DNA. Now, some of the processes that go on in your body involve the breakdown of medicine. Medicine is typically a foreign particle that enters your body, and it needs to be broken down properly, and it's broken down by the liver, predominantly by the liver. There are many enzymes in the liver that actually are able to break down that medicine and clear it from the body. And once it enters the body and gets processed, it provides therapeutic function, and then it has to sort of be vacated from the body. So your DNA plays a role in almost every step in the process.
And so you were talking about enzymes and how they break down the medicine. Tell me how those are affected by your genetics.
Your liver contains an enzyme called the cytochrome P450. This is a fairly big protein that is made up of many subcomponents, approximately 57 different subcomponents. Each component is encoded by your DNA. So your DNA dictates how that component is made and whether that component has any variations within it, and we all have those variations. And so each one of those components has a role in breaking down foreign particles, or in this case, medicine. Now, some components are what we call typical or normal functioning, meaning that they are able to break down medicine effectively, and that is dictated by your DNA. Some people have variations in these components, and those variations can impact how the medicine is absorbed, processed through the body, and ultimately broken down. Some of these enzymes in some people are deficient, meaning that they are not able to break down those components efficiently, and the consequence of that is that the medicine will have an abnormal accumulation in your body, and therefore the therapeutic effect of that medicine can change from one person to another.
So if somebody is deficient in their ability to break down certain medication, you said it accumulates in their body. What can that do?
Well, it becomes a higher dose of that medicine than intended, and therefore in order for that medicine to work properly, and as that medicine is researched by scientists and published upon, that medicine has very narrow criteria by which it needs to enter the body, perform its function, and be eliminated. Changes in these amounts can result in higher accumulation, which could lead to adverse effects, it could lead to side effects for that medicine. So that's why when you take medicine, there's a dose, and that dose is critical. A doctor prescribing medicine will tell you, take it at a particular milligrams, tablets at a certain time of day, with or without food. These are not just, arbitrary instructions. These are critical. And so when that medicine is not behaving as supposed to in the body, that can lead to unintended consequences.
Now we're focusing on having deficiencies and it's slowing down the metabolism, but can the opposite be true? Can somebody metabolize medicine faster than the average person?
Yes, and some individuals will have variations in these P450 proteins that allow them to process the medicine much more efficiently and quickly than the normal population, or the average population, I should say. And therefore, they will not get the benefit from a particular dose, and therefore they are prescribed a higher dose. Generally speaking, when somebody metabolizes medicine more quickly, they are given higher dose in order to get the benefit of that therapeutic effect.
Dr. Nuruddin, science was not my best subject, and I like to try and translate things into things I already understand. And I'm just going to ask a question. You let me know if I'm understanding it correctly.
Of course.
I can consume a lot of caffeine and not feel very affected by it. My mother-in-law, on the other hand, when she has even just a little bit of caffeine, she'll be awake all night. Is that kind of what we're talking about here? Is that the same substance has different effects on different people?
Exactly, yes. And that has to do a lot with your genetic makeup, your body physiology. There's a slew of different reasons in how any particle that enters your body, how your body will react to it. And it has a lot to do with your DNA background.
Now, moving to minocycline particularly, can you tell me what we know about minocycline and how the body breaks it down?
Well, what I know, and of course, before I got involved in this case, I didn't know a whole lot about minocycline, so I had to do quite a bit of research and look up how it's processed. What I know, and for the purpose of this case, I know that minocycline is an antibiotic. It is used to treat various infections that other antibiotics cannot reach. And it has to do with the nature of minocycline. Minocycline is, I would call, a very special antibiotic. It is able to reach tissue in the body that is not directly connected to circulation. So it's able to sort of traverse fat tissue, particularly reach places like skin, kidneys. It can also reach the brain. So it can traverse the blood-brain barrier and accumulate in the central nervous system. So this is one of the unique features of minocycline in that it is able to treat certain conditions, particularly infections that are not touched by other antibiotics. It is also a unique antibiotic because it is being looked at from its anti-inflammatory, particularly neuronal anti-inflammatory effect, because it is able to interact with the central nervous system. It has been found that it has an anti-inflammatory effect, and there's many research projects ongoing now to look at potentially protective effect of minocycline on neurodegenerative disorders. Like I said, I worked on Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, and it's being looked at now as a compound that can potentially treat those conditions and or carry certain molecules into affected neurons. So it has quite a bit of interest out there in the medical field.
So, talking about the fact that it can accumulate, tell me why that makes breaking it down important.
If it accumulates in the body and it's shielded from being eliminated, therefore it can have a different effect on certain parts of the body. And the what we call the pharmacokinetics of the medicine, the way it is cleared by the body, can change. And the pharmacodynamics of the medicine, the way it exerts its therapeutic effect, can also be tricky to predict.
Can also be
Tricky to predict.
And so in the research that you did to determine what, if anything, we could do in this case, did you come across anything that indicated that the P450 subunit was involved in the breaking down of minocycline?
Yes, and this is not the only research that has been done. There's a lot that we don't know about that molecule, that compound. But the cytochrome P450 is the responsible complex that breaks down minocycline. And throughout my research, I found there's one subunit. It's called the 3A4 subunit is responsible in part for breaking it down and processing it by the liver. Now, that's what's known so far. We don't know what else is involved in breaking it down, and I'm sure some of these questions may be answered, in the years to come.
And Dr. Nuruddin, once you sort of got to that place and understood that there were genetic markers that we know are associated with the breakdown of minocycline, did you offer any advice to our team to explore the subject further?
Yes, and the advice was to look at Mr. Thompson's genetic background to see the main question, the main hypothesis is whether Mr. Thompson has any variants in his body that would impact or alter the way he responds to medication in general. There's not a whole lot known about minocycline in terms of how different genetic backgrounds will respond to it. So the pharmacogenomics, as we call it, in relation to this particular molecule are still scarce. There's a paucity of information about it. And therefore, one has to evaluate the individual and ask the general question first. Does that individual have any genetic background that would alter his ability to process medication in general? And, if you have a question, you need some kind of a way to answer it. And, within the last 10 years, there has been many, many advances in looking at how genomics impact medicine. This is a topic that is extremely popular nowadays, called personalized medicine. Personalized medicine looks at your genetic background and can tell you whether you have risk in processing certain types of medication.
And did you recommend a specific test?
Yes, upon research, there was one company that offers a test, a pharmacogenetic test, that would look at the genetic profile of an individual and figure out whether there are variants in that person's DNA. And we were able to find that company and use that company to perform that test on Mr. Thompson's DNA.
And who took the sample of Mr. Thompson's DNA?
I did.
And are you familiar with how to take a sample correctly?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
And did that company produce results?
Yes, they did. They produced a 275-page report.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Nuruddin, I am handing you, looks like a 4, I'm going to fix that, what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 9.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Excuse me. Yes, these are the last 4 pages of that report.
And are these the specific information about his genetic profile as it relates to medicine and metabolizing medication?
Yes.
And was this something that you relied upon in coming to your conclusions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 9.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
That's allowed.
And if we could publish on the screen.
Are you connected to your statement?
Mr. Elmore is.
Okay, close to the state.
All right. Now, Dr. Nuruddin, ultimately, this test, what did you find on this test that was of interest to the question that we had asked you?
So what's being displayed on this screen is on the left-hand side under gene. This is the gene that is responsible for processing or a certain process in the body. It's one of the genes that is being looked at by this company. They're not looking at every gene in your body, obviously. They're looking at a specific set of them. So that's the name of the gene on the left-hand side. Under genotype is the variant from Mr. Thompson. That's his DNA and the variant that exists in that gene in his body. Under phenotype is a description of that particular variant and the impact it has on drug metabolism. And therefore, if you read the result on the right-hand side, it tells you whether that particular variant is a normal metabolizer or intermediate metabolizer or a deficient variant. So it's sort of a compilation of what we found in his body.
And are there particular genes on this page that were of specific note to you?
Yes, we're looking particularly, and based on the hypothesis and based on the scope of this project, is to look at the components of the cytochrome P450 protein complex, and those components, like I said, there's about 57 of them, to see whether those components are in his body normal metabolizers, intermediate, or poor metabolizers. And the results are shown here. Mr. Thompson possesses a genotype of many of these cytochrome P450 subunits, which are designated as intermediate metabolizers.
So we're looking at several things on this piece of paper. Are they all part of the P450 complex?
No, there's other genes as well. This is being looked at, and if I can just give a quick background,
Yes.
This is being looked at a set of genes that are involved in drug metabolism, not only the cytochrome P450, but other genes in the body that can contribute to disease risk as well. For example, whether a person can process anticoagulants, whether the individual needs to be modulated by their physician when treated for cardiovascular disease. So we're not only talking about infections, we're talking about all different types of therapeutic areas.
So this test was testing for more material than the P450 complex.
Yeah, absolutely. There's many genes that are being looked at, but the cytochrome P450 is a big focus, not only for us, but for this particular type of test by this company, because of the involvement of that protein in metabolizing drugs in general.
And how do we know which genes on here are part of that complex?
The ones that are designated CYP, the CYP prefix, yes.
Okay.
Those are, they're called CYP because the complex start with CYP 450. And each one of these CYPs is a subcomponent of that CYP 450 complex.
So is it fair to say that those CYP notations are the ones that you were the most interested in?
Yes, predominantly. These are the liver enzymes that metabolize a slew of drugs that enter the body.
And before I kind of got us on the sidetrack, you were talking about how he's an intermediate metabolizer on several of those. What does that mean?
Well, it means that when a doctor prescribes medicine that is known to be associated with that component, with that cytochrome P450 component, it's a flag to tell the doctor, and again, this is consumed by a medical professional, ultimately, this information. So it tells the treating physician, this individual may not be able to metabolize that medicine quickly, so pay attention to the dose. That's the whole purpose for this test and this panel.
And were there any other findings on the P450 complex that were of note to you?
Yes, what was remarkable is that Mr. Thompson possesses a component of the cytochrome P450. It's called the CYP3A5.
Can you scroll?
which is the yeah,
Sorry.
and it's the bottom. Yeah, there you go.
This one right here?
Yes. So when the company tested his DNA for that subunit, they found alleles 3-3. So he inherited allele 3 from his mom and allele 3 from his dad, which renders, and what's known about allele 3 is that it's non-functional. It doesn't work. So he inherited 2 copies of a bad gene, which renders that particular component and the company designated as poor metabolizer, meaning it's non-functional. And in the literature, you look at that combination of alleles, and that protein is basically non-functional.
So that particular one is non-functional. Does that mean he can't metabolize medicine at all?
No, not at all. I mean, again, all of these components,
Sorry.
all these components act in synergy. It's not like one component is, dedicated to processing one particular medicine. There's collaboration between them. There's synergy between them. But what this result says is that he is unable to process medicine compared to a complete wild type individual or a complete normal individual. Now, he can process medicine or some medicine fine, but others not so well. And in order to get to the sort of the question, can he or can't he process minocycline, you have to do much more tests than that. You're going to have to, figure out how that particular medicine is working in his body to be able to predict that.
Now, Dr. Nardine, did you prepare a report in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Nardine, I am handing you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 10. Does that appear to be a copy of the report you prepared?
Yes.
And does it appear to be the same report you prepared and sent to me?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
And Dr. Nardine, did you review information to ensure that Austin Thompson was in fact taking minocycline?
I asked for information to validate that bit of information, and based on my understanding, he was on minocycline when he was admitted to the hospital after the incident.
Did you also review pharmacy records demonstrating that he had been on minocycline for a while?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Nardine, I am handing you what is marked Defendant's Exhibit 11. Are those the pharmacy records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Your Honor, did you rely upon those as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 11.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Allowed.
Now, Dr. Nardine, you started by saying that what we know from the medical literature is that the 3A4 subunit is involved in the metabolizing of minocycline, right?
Yes, it's one of the subunits that have been looked at already. It doesn't mean that others are not. It's just what's been published so far.
But you also described how the different subunits of the P450 complex work, I think you used synergy. Is that right?
Correct.
In general, to metabolize medication.
Correct.
Okay. And he was intermediate on several of the other key subunits in
Correct.
his ability to metabolize. Is that right?
Yes.
And he had a complete loss of function at the 3A5 subunit?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Nardine.
Good morning.
So I just want to have some questions for you. Thank you for being here today. I just want to be clear, you are not the one doing the actual experiments or analysis of these drugs. Is that correct?
The analysis of the drugs? Do you mean the analysis of the genetic background?
Is it fair to say you analyzed the results that this company provided to you?
Correct, the report, yes.
And in terms of research of minocycline, you did research. It's not something that you conduct experiments on.
Correct.
And in a sense, this was a bit of an experiment. You had a hypothesis. You kind of, is that right?
I couldn't have said it better.
Okay.
Yes.
You got some information back.
Yes.
And you were able to look at that and compare that to the research that you did.
Precisely.
Okay. And did anyone review this work that you did?
No.
I want to get to, so minocycline in general, do you know how long that's been around, FDA approved?
I can't quote a particular number, but it has been around for many years.
Since about maybe the 70s, 1971. Does that sound fair?
Sounds
based
about
on
right, yes.
The research that you did on this?
Yes.
And experiments have been conducted about the use of minocycline since then.
Yes.
And it continues to be evaluated. And I think you said it may be expanding in its use, perhaps.
Yes.
And when you were asked to conduct this experiment, you were asked whether the defendant's ability to metabolize minocycline could have been affected by his genetic background, right? Like you've explained. And the consequences of that being increased risk of experiencing side effects.
Potentially, yes.
Is that what causes side effects in all medications? Is the buildup of portions of that foreign body that are not metabolized either in full or correctly?
It is one explanation. Some people are allergic to certain drugs. They don't tolerate it.
Sure.
But in terms of the two terms, the pharmacokinetic and the pharmacodynamic impact of that medicine, your DNA plays a huge role in it. So, some individuals can take medicine and it be very effective in them. Others, they may need to adjust the dose a little bit to be effective. Others may not respond to that medicine.
And is it fair to say that is it possible that some people don't break down the medicine the same way others do and still have no side effects?
Correct.
And when you are doing this experiment, you're not able to say what kind of side effects any accumulation or lack of ability to break down these substances is. Is that correct?
It's a bit of a general question. Are we talking about minocycline or just drugs in general?
Well, if you have an answer as to minocycline, are you able to say which particular side effects?
Well, there are published side effects of minocycline. They are well known, and I believe they were discussed quite a bit yesterday. Some are psychiatric type side effects.
And those are, just to be clear, those are the rarest in that spectrum. Is that fair to say?
Well, they are rare. There are reports, and not there's not a whole lot of information out there. I have to be also clear on that. As medicine, it has undergone clinical studies. It has been looked at very carefully. It's been around, like you said, for quite some time. But there are also ongoing research. And what we have known from existing research is that, yes, it does have side effects, psychiatric and otherwise. Now,
some of those are nausea, headaches, dizziness. It can affect skin tone.
yes, they can. And because of its ability to sort of impact the central nervous system, translocate and accumulate in the central nervous system, it has psychological and psychiatric impact. And in addition to things like, and again, those were discussed yesterday, depersonalization, lack of awareness, even aggression. There are published reports that one group did on a couple of hundred people, and half of the individuals that received the drug, this was a placebo-controlled study, half the people that received the drug exhibited some sort of side effects, including irritability and aggression.
And that was conducted in like 1977, is that correct?
It is a pretty old study, yes.
Right.
But it's quoted subsequently in the literature quite a bit.
Right, and we'll get there. But I guess to go back, there's a spectrum of side effects that minocycline and any drug can have, correct?
Correct.
And so your analysis, fair to say, your analysis can't determine which of those side effects someone might have based on their ability or inability to process these medicines.
My experiment did not go that far. My experiment stopped at looking at Mr. Thompson's genetic background and whether he has propensity and what we call risk of exhibiting side effects because of the perturbations in processing minocycline. How is that medicine going to impact him in particular in exhibiting any side effects, and what those side effects are? That is beyond what I've done.
And in fact, in your report, minocycline, you mentioned that minocycline is viewed as a safer and more tolerated treatment for acne and these skin issues, right?
Yes, it has replaced another drug on the market for treating acne, a drug called Accutane, which was not tolerated by people. It was leading to suicidal thoughts and so on. So minocycline took the place of Accutane in treating acne vulgaris.
And it's prescribed hundreds of thousands of people every year. Fair to say.
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, in your research, did you find where minocycline had been found to be the cause of any act of violence?
No.
And I want to go to the studies that you mentioned.
Could I have a copy?
Yes, John.
I didn't get the ones from yesterday either.
Oh.
Certainly like to have any copies you have. Thanks.
No problem.
And specifically, looking at page 3 of your report, Dr. Nuruddin, you did research and wanted to find out as much as you could about minocycline and these potential side effects. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what you were able to find is that these depersonalization symptoms there are at least 2 that are mentioned in the studies and the research that you did. Is that fair to say?
I believe it's at least 3. There was a report, there's reports of 2 females that you may be referring to. There's also,
I'm just looking at page 3 of 6 where you say at least 2 patients. In that first line of the first paragraph.
yes, there are 2 patients that have been studied thoroughly. And I believe there's another male patient that I found coming across this literature. I may not have expanded on that particular case, but at least 2. You're right. You're absolutely right. At least 2 that have been thoroughly documented.
And those were both females, right?
Yes.
And doesn't the literature, isn't it pretty clear that it tends to affect females more so than males in terms of side effects?
There is mention of that, yes.
And both of these females, the onset of their symptoms was almost immediately, if not within the first few days of taking this medicine.
Correct. But these are, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but these are, 24-year-old and a 37-year-old. These are older females. So that tells us very little about what this medicine could do to a variety of different ages.
Right, and you didn't find any research. I'm assuming you looked if there were any about 15-year-olds. You would have put that in your report.
I would have, yes.
Right.
What I also mentioned in my report is that the World Health Organization documented many, many more cases with aminocycline contributing to psychiatric issues. These are hundreds of cases. Now, do we know much about them? No. I looked. There's very, very little, if any, information about these individuals, what they experienced. They only categorize the side effects as being psychiatric in nature. We have no idea what that means.
And so there's a spectrum there, right?
Right?
So I want to talk to you about what you've got listed in your report as the section on minocycline metabolism. So it is, as you've described, it's metabolized by this P450.
Yes.
And sounds like you're not, the exact mechanism for how this drug is metabolized is not fully defined. What do you mean by that?
It's simply not known. There's a lot that still needs to be uncovered about how that component of the cytochrome system breaks it down, and what else in the body is needed to break it down. Like I said, these cytochrome subcomponents sometimes act in synergy. So
sometimes, and sometimes they don't, correct?
yes, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It depends on the drug. And then and again, the human genetic background of the individual will play a huge role in that.
And so, but one of the things that has been shown, and what we do know, is I guess I'll call it the 3A4. Is that what am I doing that right?
Yes, that's the subunit that has been studied and has been understood so far to be involved but it's not.
in the processing of minocycline.
Yes, but it's not an exclusive finding, meaning that we don't know what else,
Well, we don't know what else, but we know for sure that that one is involved,
at least.
at least involved.
Yes.
And your report goes on to, well, and I want to go back to, with regards to the defendant specifically, that 3A4 subunit, his is normal, isn't it?
Yes, that's based on the results of his test, correct.
And based on your research, there is, and what you say, the first full sentence of top of page 4 in Defendant's Exhibit 10, is that there is no evidence to link the activity of or variations in CYP3A4 or other components of the CYP450 complex directly to cases of depersonalization or other side effects caused by minocycline.
Correct. That so far, there's nothing published about that.
And so you took Mr. Thompson's a DNA swab, I imagine it's a buccal swab, and send that off. The company that was used, Clarity, is that what it's called?
Yes. Clarity X.
That was, I think you described this, they offered the most comprehensive platform for being able to do this.
One of the most. I think there are a couple of companies out there, but this one was suitable to answer the questions we're after.
Well, you refer to it as the most comprehensive diagnostic platform available.
To us, yes.
Okay. And because you wanted to get the most information you could get, right? The most
Sure.
data.
Right.
All right, we are back on the record. Anything before we bring in the jury?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, please bring in the jury.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, Judge. I did have one thing. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry? All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know what I'm going to ask. Is there anybody here who violated the rules of the court? No one has raised their hand. For those of you in the audience, please understand that the court order prohibits taking still photography or recording these proceedings. If, in fact, that occurs, you will be warned or told about it the first time, and the second time you will be asked to leave the courtroom. Next witness, please.
State calls Detective Kelsey Becker.
Come on up. Please be careful on the ramp. You get to the top, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kelsey Becker, Kelsey, Becker.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 and a half years.
And what is your current position there?
A detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
6 years.
Now, directing your attention to June of 2024, through the course of that employment as a detective, were you assigned to assist with the investigation into the disappearance of Crystal Rasch?
Yes.
And as part of that assignment, were you tasked with requesting and obtaining Facebook records?
Yes.
Can you explain that process briefly?
I put in preservation requests for 4 different accounts, and that's just to freeze the data that's on the accounts. And then I applied for a search warrant, got that signed, and uploaded it to the law enforcement portal via the Facebook.
So did you request specifically Facebook records for an account believed to be that of Zachariah Rasch?
Yes.
Did you receive those records?
Yes.
And did you review those records?
Yes.
Detective Becker, I am showing you what's been previously marked as exhibits 197 through 202. Could you just take a moment and page through those? Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as excerpts from the Facebook records from an account believed to be operated by Zachariah Rasch?
Yes.
I would move admission of exhibits 197, 198, 199, 200, and 201 and 202.
Any objection?
No objection, except for our previously noted objection, Your Honor.
That objection is noted for the record. They are received.
Would also ask permission to publish to the jury.
They may be published.
So directing your attention to the screen, is that the same image as what is before you as exhibit 197?
Yes.
And so just generally, what are we looking at here?
Looks like the first page of the Facebook return, which is giving just account identifier information, when the record was generated by Facebook, the date range of what the request was for, and the name of the account holder, registration date, email associated to the account.
So when Facebook, or I guess technically speaking, Meta provides these records, are they provided looking like this?
Yes.
And are the records divided with these blue banners indicating pages?
Yes.
So directing your attention to the middle of the page there, it says date range. Is that the date of the records requested?
Yes.
So, in other words, these records would represent what Facebook has for the year 2024, month of January and day 19 through 2024, July 1st.
Correct.
Now, before we get into other records, are you aware of what UTC stands for?
Yes.
And what is that?
It stands for the Coordinated Universal Time. And so what that is, it's the global standard of time throughout the world. And then each time zone has an offset to give you your local time of where you're at.
So throughout the records, are the records going to show every time in that UTC?
Correct.
And so here we're in the central time zone. During the summer, are we, is it technically the central daylight time zone?
Yes, so Central Time observes daylight savings, so you have to factor in that the months of November to March, the offset would be -6 hours, and then from the months of March until November would be -5 hours for the offset of UTC.
So then just as an example, we have July 1st, and it just gives 11:59 p.m. as the date. If we were to consider the local time as compared to that, because that's in July, we would just subtract 5 hours from that time?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of Meta Platforms Business Record page 1, which is at the first half of Exhibit 197, does it indicate the name provided by the person who created the account, or at least the name that was inputted at that time?
Yes.
And what is the name that's listed there?
Zach Rasch.
And then on page 2 of that same exhibit, does it have where I'm pointing here, does it have a spot for registered email addresses?
Yes.
And could you read the email addresses associated there?
The verified primary is listed as zachandcrystal2008@gmail.com, and another verified one shows zach.rosh@facebook.com.
And then actually moving back to account identifier here on page 1, can you explain what that is?
So that's just the specific. So if you were to input that into Facebook or into the search bar, it would go right directly to that Facebook profile.
And so that account identifier, that web address represents this specific account, correct?
Yes.
And did you do any investigation into this account to verify that it appeared to be operated by the defendant?
I mean, we inputted it when we were doing the initial investigation. I don't believe there's any profile picture associated to it. But it appeared that that was the one that was being used by him.
All right, now directing your attention to the next page, marked as Exhibit 198. Now, first of all, the text that we're seeing on these pages, the records page 165 and records page 243, The way that these pages show up, do these banners just separate those pages?
Yes.
And so then there would be information above, which refers to the previous page of the records, and then information below that refers to the next page, correct?
Correct.
So from what's been excerpted here from page 164 and into 165, it says friend request definition. Can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this is almost just like a glossary of terms as to what each title of what's in the records means.
And so, and this is in the section of the records concerning friend requests.
Yes.
And so if accepted, it will indicate whether or not that request was accepted or not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the time, does that show then the date and time that the request was either accepted or rejected, depending?
Yes.
Directing your attention over to the other side, which is the business records, page 243, but still Exhibit 198. What do we see here?
Looks like a friend request that Zach Rasch had sent a request to Arlene Bowman, and it appears that she accepted the friend request on June 20th, 2024, around, 10:10 a.m.
And would that be our time?
Correct, that would be with the -5 offset.
Going now to page 2 of that same exhibit, so 198, page 2. Can you just explain what we're seeing in this first section?
Same thing again, it's definition or glossary of what each title of you're seeing in the records, so that way you have an understanding as to what you're reading.
And this refers to the like the Facebook messages section, correct?
Yes.
And so where it has, can you tell us what it says after sent?
Sent means date and time of communication sent.
And then down here where it has body, is that then the text of the message that was sent?
Correct.
Directing your attention over to the other side, the business records page 1519, which is still part of page 2 of Exhibit 198. What do we see below there?
So this is a one-to-one chat, so it's just two participants, and it's between Arlene Bowman and Zach Rasch. You'll see that the date shows 7/24 of 2024, and that's just showing that date because that's when Facebook or Meta had provided the information to us. It goes up until that time date.
All right, so where it has current participants, it has July 24th, 2024, and that refers to when Facebook or Meta was grabbing these records from.
Correct.
And then what do we see below it?
We see that Zach Rasch sent a message on 6/20 of 2024, and he said, hey.
And so at about what time would that be?
That'd be, so our UT, the -5 offset would be, it looks like 10:58 a.m.
And that is on June 20th of 2024?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, at this time in the investigation, had Crystal already been missing?
Yes.
And Crystal had already been missing for several days at this point, correct?
Yes.
But had the missing persons report been made yet at this time?
No.
And so can you tell me who initiates this chat?
Looks like Zach Rasch sends the message first to Arlene Bowman.
All right, now going to the next page, which is the same exhibit 198, but page 3. Directing your attention to the left, can you read what Zach Rasch sent here?
Yeah, so on June 20th, 2024, at so -5 in time would be 11:39 a.m. He wrote, "Not bad, been bored as fuck."
And then the next message?
Zach Rasch wrote, "Living the single life."
And that was also on June 20th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Moving to the other column, can you read the exchange here?
Zach Rasch wrote on June 20th, 2024, at looks like it'd be 10 a.m. our time. "Yep, I'm single. She cheated on me while I was at work." Arlene Bowman responded shortly after that on the same date of June 20th, 2024. She said, "That's so fucked. What's wrong with bitches?" Zach Rasch responded, same date, shortly after that. "Don't know, been single and looking." Arlene Bowman responded shortly after that, same date, and wrote, "LOL, yeah." Zach Rasch, same date, shortly after that, wrote, "Yeah." Zach Rasch again sent another message, same date, shortly after that time, and said, "It sucks being single."
And going now to that same exhibit, but page 4. And just want to clarify, this top message can go back for 1 second to the previous page, sorry. Here do we see that the next message being sent is from that other person, Arlene?
Correct.
And now going to the next page. So then this message here would be from Arlene, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to skip down to this message here that was sent also on June 20th, 2024. Can you please read that message for me?
Zach Rasch wrote on June 20th, 2024, and the offset time would be 10:24 a.m. He wrote, "You know I've always liked you."
And continuing from there.
Arlene Bowman responded on the same date. Shortly after that said, "Yes, I do. That's why I don't bother ever." And no.
And then continuing from there.
Zach Rasch responded same date shortly after that and said, "No what?" And then he sent another one, same date right after that, about an hour difference, and said, "Would like to go out."
And that so it indicates the author here, and then the body of the message is on the next page. Is that right?
Yes.
And continuing then from there.
Arlene Bowman responded, same date, said, "What you mean?" Zach Rasch responded, same date, "Like, see a movie, maybe a few drinks." Zach Rasch responded again, same date, appears as about another hour later. He said, "It's up to you." Arlene Bowman responded on the same date, shortly later, and said, "Yeah, I would have to let you know."
And then going to the last page of that exhibit 198.
Zach Rasch,
Sorry, go ahead and read off the first message there.
Zach Rasch responded on 6/20/2024, said, "What's your plans for Saturday?" Arlene responded, same date, "I work this weekend."
All right, now directing your attention over to the other side of that exhibit, but the business record page 1527. Can you read that first message?
Yeah, it looks like the name is cut off, but I believe it's a message from Zach Rasch on June 22nd, 2024. Minus the 5 for the time would be 3:28 p.m. He wrote, "Do you know anyone who would want to go see a movie?"
So the bulk of the messages that we talked about up until this point were from June 20th, and this one is from June 22nd. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, now moving on to what's been marked as Exhibit 199. Starting at the top corner here, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is the beginning of another one-to-one chat thread message, and the participants is Hope Dupuis and Zach Rasch.
Through your involvement in this case or other investigation, do you know who Hope Dupuis is in relation to the defendant?
That's Zach Rasch's daughter from a previous relationship.
Now, moving down to the bottom left and into the right side there. Sorry, can you go back? First of all, what are we looking at as we go into these portions of the exhibit?
This appears to be images of a handgun that Zach Rasch sends to Hope Dupuis on February 20th of 2024.
And what do we see indicated in the picture here?
It's a picture of a Taurus handgun.
And then here, we have messages from Zach Rasch.
Yes.
Can you indicate what those say?
Zach Rasch writes on February 20th, 2024, "My new toy." He again sends another message right after that, says Taurus 9mm, and Hope Dupuis sends another message back and says, on the same date, "Looks nice."
And then going to the next page of that exhibit. So again, that's Exhibit 199, page 2. Does this also capture another portion of messages between the defendant and Hope?
I would believe so. It just doesn't say Hope's name on it.
But it does indicate this is a message from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And what is this picture of?
Looks like the concealed carry license with his name on it.
And does the defendant send a message right before sending that photo?
Yes.
And what is that message, the text of that?
So Zach Rasch writes on March 30th, 2024, "I can officially carry now."
Then moving on to the next page, the third page of that exhibit. Is this a continuation of messages between Zach Rasch and Hope?
Yes.
And what is sent on the left side here?
It appears to be a picture, like a selfie style, of Zach Rasch taking a picture of his handgun in the holster on his hip.
And does Zach send a message here on the other side regarding that?
Yes.
And what is the text there?
Zach Rasch writes on April 9th, 2024, "The holster came in and right away I had to use it."
And those messages are from April 9th of 2024?
Correct.
Going on to the next page, the fourth page of Exhibit 199. Is this a continuation of some messages between the defendant and Hope?
Yes.
And starting at the top here, who sent the initial message that you see there?
Zach Rasch sent that message.
And the date sent indicates the year 2024, June 12th at 0000 hours 31 minutes UTC. Can you convert that into local time for June?
So it actually would be then on June 11th, 2024 at 7:31 p.m.
And could you read the message there?
Zach Rasch writes, "Have you heard from Crystal?"
And continuing from there, the exchange.
Hope Dupuis responds on the same date of June 11th, 2024. "No, I have not." Zach Rasch writes back shortly after that, same date. "Okay." And then he sends another one a little while later on the same date and said, "She always talks to you." Hope Dupuis responds back on the same date, "She hasn't today." Hope Dupuis sends another message on the same date. "Last I heard was other day when she said the basement around here weren't good, and I even told her that most probably won't be because it's an older area." Zach Rasch responds on the same date, shortly after that, and says, "Okay."
And then does the conversation continue onto the next side of that page?
Yes. So it appears that Zach Rasch sends another message. This date's going to be June 13th, 2024. And he said, "She is ignoring again." Hope Dupuis responds back, "Damn, that sucks." Zach Rasch responds again and says, "Yeah."
Then moving on to, I believe, the last page of Exhibit 199. Can you continue with the messages that are sent here on that page?
Zach Rasch sends a message on June 21st, 2024, and he says, "Have you heard from Crystal?" Hope Dupuis responds back on the same date, shortly after, and says, "Not since June 10th. Zach Rasch sends another message shortly after that and says, "Wow." Zach Rasch sends another message shortly after that and says, "I think I pissed her off really bad." Hope Dupuis responds shortly after that on the same date and says, "Oh yeah."
And does that message continue on to the next side of that page?
Yes.
And could you please continue with the content of those messages?
Hope Dupuis responds on, this date shows it would be June 25th, 2024 with the offset of the -5 hours. So it would be 9:59 p.m. And she wrote, "You hear from Crystal yet?" On the same date, Zach Rasch responds, "A few words." Hope Dupuis responds shortly after that, well, a couple hours later after that, and says, "Dang." And then she sends another follow-up message on the same date. "She never opened up the photos I sent her of the kids almost a week ago." Zach Rasch responded right after that on the same date and said, "She messaged on a different account." Hope Dupuis responded to that on the same date and said, "Oh, weird." Zach Rasch responded after that and said, "Yeah."
And now directing your attention to the next exhibit marked Exhibit 200. Can you just summarize what we're looking at here?
So again, this is another message thread of Zach Rasch communicating with a Greg Klumpers. And it's believed that this would be through a Facebook Marketplace messaging for this specific car.
And both this and then the next page, let me just go to the next page, of Exhibit 200. Is this a conversation regarding the purchase of a Chevy Cobalt?
Yes.
And is that between the defendant and this other person on Facebook?
Correct.
Ultimately, does the seller, if you will, indicate that the listing for this Chevy Cobalt is listed as sold?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the content of the message between those two?
Yes.
And just can you tell us the date that these messages were sent? Or I should say the dates that these messages were sent.
So it looks like the first message was sent on June 18th of 2024, and they communicated until June 19th of 2024.
All right, now directing your attention to Exhibit 201. Do you have that image in front of you?
Yes.
And again, just starting over on the left side, what can you tell us that we're looking at based on what you see there?
It's another one-to-one chat message thread with a Janet Brown and Zach Rasch.
And can you see who initiates this conversation?
Zach Rasch sends the first message on the date technically would be June 11th, 2024 with the -5 hours offset.
So would that be June 11th at 11:36 p.m.?
Correct.
And just going over to the other side where the messages continue, could you just run through those messages?
Janet Brown on June 12th, 2024, with the offset hours would be, looks like 1 a.m. wrote, "How are you doing?" Zach Rasch responds on the same date, "Okay, and you?" Janet Brown responds, says, "Where are you from?" Zach Rasch responds on the same date, "Wisconsin, and you?" Janet Brown responds, same date, "What are you looking for?" Zach Rasch responds, same date, says, "Serious relationship, and you?" Janet Brown responds, same date, "I'm looking for fun and see where it leads."
So this first message over here, our time was sent June 11th, 11:36, correct?
Correct.
And these messages over here continue on to what would be here, Zach Rasch's response on the 12th. That would be the 12th at 2:27 a.m. our time?
Yeah, sorry, maybe I did the math wrong. Yep.
And then this conversation continues throughout what would be the 12th, right?
Yes.
All right, and now directing your attention to Exhibit 202. First of all, can you just tell me what type of records from Facebook that we're looking at here?
This looks like the portion where anytime you make any comments on any pages, it collected that data.
And are these comments that would have been made by this Facebook account?
Yes.
Directing your attention here, can you indicate the time of this Facebook comment?
Yeah, so that would be with the -5 hour offset, it would put the date of June 22nd, 2024 at 10:05 p.m.
And could you just read the content of that comment?
It says, Zach Rasch commented on Scott's lawn care and snow removals post. "Stay off the property of 730 Main Street in Kleiman. You are not welcome on the property. I am the property owner. Brenda isn't even supposed to be living in the house anymore. Eviction paperwork is in the process of being served on her. to be removed from the property. You have been trespassing on private property without the owner's consent to mow the grass.
To your knowledge, is this the address where Crystal Rasch had been living?
Yes.
Now, we have reviewed a number of excerpts from the Facebook records. This wasn't all of the records that you received from Facebook, correct?
No.
In referring you back to Exhibit 199, that's where the defendant sent a picture of the Taurus gun to Hope, correct?
Yes.
Through your review of the records, was that a picture that he sent to multiple contacts?
Yeah, I think he sent another photo to maybe, I think it was his son, his other adult son.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Detective.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Right there yet. So I'm going to talk about the posts of the firearm and the CCW card and the holster. And so in this case, is Exhibit 199, the photograph of the Taurus 9mm that was broadcast or sent to his daughter and his son.
Yes.
Correct? All right, so he was broadcasting it on the internet that he owns this gun, right?
Correct.
And in your investigation, you know that this gun was lawfully purchased, correct?
Yes.
From a licensed firearm dealer, correct? Yes. Then on 199-2, he broadcast on the internet for everyone to see that he had a CCW.
Correct.
All right. Now, for a CCW, you have to apply for that, correct?
Yes, and take a class.
And take a class. That's my next question. And obviously here again, he's broadcasting that he has taken the class and he has applied and has been accepted, correct?
Correct.
And then lastly, the picture of on 199-3 is just a photograph of a holster that he purchased for the firearm, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that when people buy firearms, they have it sometimes would tend to buy accessories to the firearms like holsters or sights and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
None.
All right, you can sit down. Next witness, please.
So we would call Andrew Rolfs.
All right, come on up. Come right around the court reporter. Please be careful on the ramp. When you get to the top, stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Andrew Rolfs, last name spelled R-O-L-F as in Frank, S as in Sam.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
Going on 20 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a detective.
How long have you worked as a detective?
13 years.
I'm going to direct your attention to June 25th of 2024. Were you working for the sheriff's office on that date?
Yes.
And did your detective division get assigned to investigate missing persons complaint?
Yes.
And did you work essentially with a partner in this case?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Detective Justin Cotton.
And was it fair to say that you and Justin Cotney as this, who was the missing person in this case?
Crystal Rasch.
And is it fair to say is that missing person investigation of Crystal Rasch evolved that you and Justin Cotney were essentially the two lead investigators?
Yes.
And you were the Detective Cotney sort of took more formal lead, and you were kind of his supervising detective because you have been in, how long have you been in the Detective Bureau again, 13 years?
13 years.
Is that accurate, basically, that you were sort of showing him the ropes, so to speak, and then he took the lead himself?
Yes.
So on June 25th, did you at some point go to Crystal Rasch's apartment?
Yes.
And we've had testimony already about her apartment, but was there a calendar in particular that drew your attention at that apartment?
Yes, there was.
And what was it about that calendar that drew your attention?
Well, on that calendar, Crystal Rasch had kept all important dates, like times she was going to visit her kids, doctor's appointments, things like that, and would subsequently cross the days out as the month went on.
And did she also have some medications there?
Yes, she did.
And did there appear to be some days that the medications weren't taken?
That is correct.
Were there also days though was this a like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday medication separator?
Yes.
So were there days that the medication was missing?
I believe so.
And days that had medication in it?
Yes.
And did that also draw your attention?
Yes.
Did you also check the garage area to determine whether or not her vehicle was inside of the garage?
We did.
And without saying what she said, but did you speak was Crystal Rasch's biological mother present at that apartment when you went there?
Yes.
And did she tell you where she believed Crystal Rasch was located?
She did.
And was there later investigation at that location that she believed she was at?
Yes.
And was it determined that she was not at that location?
She was not.
So at this point then, and leading into do you remember what time of day you went to that apartment on Tuesday, June 25th?
It was in the afternoon sometime, I believe.
So then at some point, were you becoming more concerned that this was more than a missing person investigation?
Yes.
And we heard testimony before, but was there investigation into financial documents?
Yes.
And surveillance footage drawn?
Yes.
And ultimately, was a search warrant performed on a residence?
Yes.
And do you know when law enforcement arrived initially at the Wood Road residence? Approximately what time?
I believe sometime after midnight into the 26th. I wasn't actually out there at that time, but that's the best of my recollection.
And were you present for the execution of that search warrant?
Not the initial one, no.
And what were you doing? What was your role?
Detective Cotney and I were back at the sheriff's office, and we were going to interview Zach Rasch.
And an interview did in fact take place, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Detective Cotney essentially sort of took the lead on the interview.
Yes,
And you were present though as well, correct?
correct.
So, and then after, how long was that interview?
Over 11 hours?
And so after that interview was complete, is it fair to say that you were required to go home and sleep?
Yes.
And then after you got your mandatory rest time, did you come back, did you go back to the scene?
We did the following day, yes, on the 27th of June, 2024, we went back to the scene, or we went to the scene.
And was that the first time then that you had been to the scene?
Correct.
So when you got to the scene, what were some of the first things that you observed that really stuck out in your mind?
Well, Detective Cotney was walking in front of me, and we went around the command vehicle to the right, and Detective Cotney started noticing monster cans and Montego cigarette butts leading along a path to the right of the driveway, past an abandoned vehicle, and ultimately to an area of ground that looked like there was a fire there at some point, like a very hot fire.
And why were those Montego cigarettes and monster cans important to you? Why did those stand out? Or to, I guess, to the both of you, to Detective Cotney and to you as well?
Because we had learned in the course of our investigation and interview that that was Zach Rasch's beverage and cigarette of choice.
Okay, so, and then what observations did you make?
Detective Cotney and I were looking around at some small maple trees around this burned area and had noted that the trees' leaves were wilted and singed. It looked like a fire had been big enough and or hot enough to burn these surrounding small trees. We noted that this burn area didn't contain a lot of leftover debris or ash. There were some remnants of some plastic and some other things there, but there wasn't like piles of ash or coals or anything there. Detective Cotney reached down and was feeling some of the soil, and he smelt it, and I saw a physical reaction when he smelt that soil. And knowing that there had been purchases of sulfuric acid made, significant purchases, we believe that that is where the acid may have been used.
And so as a result of that, what did you and Detective Cotney do?
We got some shovels and some plastic bags, and we collected maybe the top 2 inches of soil in 4 or 5 foot square area.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibits 205 through 254. Write those down myself. And if you could just go through those exhibits briefly and let me know if you recognize those exhibits. You've reviewed all of those photos previously, correct?
Correct.
And you have been to all of those scenes that are reflected in those photos, correct?
Yes.
I would move exhibits 205 through 254 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They will be received.
And I'd move to also publish them to the jury.
You may.
So we're going to start. Is it fair to say, before we start moving through this, that you were present for a search of this burn pit on Wood Road? So this would have been the date that you were there would be Saturday, June 29th, correct? Was the day that you would have gone there the first time. Is that accurate?
The first time, I believe, was the 27th.
The 27th, right.
Yeah.
And then you went, and then did you do something with that stuff on the 29th?
On the 28th, we sorted through the items that we collected, or through the dirt that we collected, along with members of the crime lab.
And where did you do that sorting?
At our impound building here in Juneau.
And then there was another search then that happened at that property in October, correct?
Actually, after we sorted on the 28th, there was another search done on the 30th of June that I was not present for.
And then another search that you were present for, thank you for correcting me, that I think Lieutenant Detective Nails was present for the June 30th search, correct?
I'm not positive I was in there.
But then the October searches you were present for, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to go to picture 205. And if we can get the lights on this one, please. And if you could just show us kind of what we're looking at here on this one and what was significant to you. So what is depicted in this photo?
This is a photo of the burned area of interest. I can see in this photo that there appears to be some burnt plastic type material down here, some scorched areas, and then some remnants of some burned debris there.
And this is how the photo, or how the burn pit looked when you arrived on the 27th, correct?
Yes.
And I think either you or Detective Cotney took this photo, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to 206. What are we looking at here?
This is more of an overview of that area. If you step back a little ways and try to get the surrounding area, and you can see there's 4 tires kind of arranged off to the right side of the burned area.
And still we can see that sort of melted blue plastic, correct?
Yes.
And the right on top of the picture, that's that mound system, correct?
Yes.
And then beyond that would be Highway J, correct?
Yes, there's more woods that leads out to Highway J.
And then the bottom left hand corner behind us, what would be sort of on that side of the photo?
For a little further back, there'd be a white abandoned minivan there. And then there's also a shed off to the left there, a small garden shed.
Okay, 207. What are we looking at here?
That is the bagged up material that we collected after we discovered that it smelled very strongly of some kind of acid or chemical. That's what we dug up from the surface of that burned area and collected here, and that's in a hazmat container at that point because the odor and the fumes were so strong coming off of it, it was making us nauseous.
And then 208.
That is the contents of the bag in the hazmat bin of the dirt that we collected from the burned area.
209.
That is when we began to sort through using sifters to find any organic or inorganic materials in that soil.
So these items, whose handwriting is that on that white sheet there?
That's my handwriting.
And then Why were these items sort of placed in this area?
Some of those pieces looked like they were pieces of bone.
And so are you able to say that something is or is not human bone?
No.
Was the sheriff's office working with an anthropologist that would have been able to make that determination?
Yes, Dr. Jordan Karsten was present, as well as Dodge County Medical Examiner P.J. Schobel, who also is trained in that.
So were they present while you were doing this, or were they were just working with you in this investigation?
I know that Dr. Carson was present during this search and sifting of that soil.
So going to, I think we're on 210, correct?
Yep.
What is this here?
That's another set of items that we found through sifting the dirt.
I think is this a close-up of 210, a close-up of 209?
Yes, it just looks like slightly more zoomed in.
Okay, going to 211.
These are some of the inorganic materials we found, various metals and other items that didn't believe to be bone or any other organic matter.
So were you able to ever find anything that you believed were the remnants of a cell phone?
I did find in one of these siftings a small circular glass, what appeared to be a cell phone camera lens.
And is that depicted in this photo? I think
I see some round objects, but I honestly can't tell if that was the actual lens.
But could we ever positively identify that either A, as a cell phone lens, or B, as a cell phone lens for a particular cell phone?
No.
So possible, but anything besides that lens that we could say with any certainty was a cell phone?
No, that piece was consistent with a lens from a cell phone, but I don't know that it was.
Okay, and so now we're on going to this is 211, correct? 212?
212.
And what are we looking at here?
This is sorting of some soil that was collected when the first search warrant was done on the 26th.
So on the 26th, the crime lab or sheriff's office did collect some surface of that burn pit, correct?
Yes, that was. I found that out later, but yes.
Okay. 213. What are we looking at here? Looks like your little sheet kind of tells us that, correct? That weight.
Yeah, items that we got from sifting the soil from next to the shed and the white van.
And so that's something that then would have been turned over to Dr. Carson for further potential identification, correct?
Yes, anything that was suspected to possibly be any type of bone would have been turned over to him.
And then 214, close-up of those items, is that correct? 215.
More debris or inorganic materials from that same batch of dirt.
During the interview with the defendant, did he tell us that he was burning things in this burn pit?
Yes.
What types of things did he say he was burning?
He said he had burned containers of oil. He had burned empty plastic containers that had contained the sulfuric acid. He was burning cardboard boxes, some luggage, and I believe he said he was also burning. I can't say it.
So is this debris here? Was it? I see like a small key here. Is this metal things or a mixture of metal and other items?
It's a mixture of just items that didn't burn.
Okay. Moving to 216. Oh, so that's, is it fair to say though that there are a number of debris items though from that burn that we located that weren't depicted, but those pictures kind of gave us a summary of the different things that we located during that sifting on October 29th?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not October 29th, June 29th, 2024.
June 28th.
June 20, got a calendar here. So we did, you went to the scene the second time on the 27th, correct?
That
And
was the
then-
first, yes, as a sheriff's office, yes, that's the first time I was there.
First time
Yep.
you were there, I'm sorry. You were there the first time. It was technically the second dig of the burn pit on the 27th.
Correct.
And then the sifting in the garage was the 28th.
Yes,
And then that second, so what would be the third full dig, grid search type dig, would be on June 30th.
Correct.
And then there was this large sort of passage of time between June and then October. And at some point, was there a decision made to go back and do another search at the Wood Road property?
yes.
And what were some of the reasons why there was a determination made to do another search at the Wood Road property?
Sure. Once we started getting back warrant returns from Google and cell phone providers, we were able to start mapping out times and locations that Zach Rasch's cellular device was. And we know that a deputy had showed up on the 23rd of June 2024 at about 6:30 p.m. while the fire was still going and while the defendant was over near that fire. So between the timing of the 23rd, the evening of the 23rd, to the time he was taken into custody, didn't give him a lot of time if he were to move parts of a body somewhere else. We had only found small fragments and believe there was probably more, but one of our initial theories was that maybe some of it was taken somewhere else. But after we kind of homed in on that timeline, we didn't believe that he had enough time to go anywhere with these things. Not a significant period of time, so we thought that maybe there were some things that we missed and there was more there.
So then October 24th, we go back. Did we find more?
We did.
Okay, so going back to, now we're on 217, correct? 216.
216 is the first picture. Yes.
Should follow my own. Exhibit 216. Now we're in the fall, so it looks a little bit different, correct?
Correct.
This is still that same Wood Road address, correct?
Yes.
Is this the way that it looked when you arrived on the 24th?
Yes.
217. What are we looking at here?
This is the burned area that we saw in the previous photos over by the little garden shed, over by the abandoned white minivan.
And I just want to, if you can point out, there's sort of a piece of wood kind of buried, and yeah, if you could, thank you for pointing that out with the laser pointer. It's just behind those trees, and we saw it's going to zooming in, thank you. And I don't know, I'm going to just show you. Let's see if I can get. Exhibit 62. And this is from the search warrant from June 30th. And we see this pink line here that's our perimeter. Does that appear to be that same wood plank that's sort of buried underground that was our perimeter there.
Yes, I believe those were like pieces of a pallet or something similar.
So that sort of marked the perimeter of that June 30th dig site, correct?
Yes.
So we can zoom back out, and that was 217, correct, that we're looking at here. So moving now to 218. And what are we looking at here?
That is the same area, a general area of where that burn pit was, but it's off to, more towards where you saw that board in that last picture.
It looks like we're just kind of looking at a hole in the ground, right?
Correct.
What was kind of we're going to see a lot of pictures of this hole in the ground. What's so important about this hole in the ground?
When we went out to do that search, Detective Cotney and I decided to go back to the origin where we had found previous bones. The other part of the property is being gridded off and searched by other people. As we were kind of clearing the leaves away just to get another look at this and kind of start a spiral search from that area, I noted the hole and something laying right next to the hole, right there, that looked like some type of rib bone.
And is there something inside the hole too?
There is.
And if you can just point that out with the laser pointer there.
Something right in the center.
And this is just right on the surface, correct? We hadn't done any digging, no manipulation at all at this point, correct?
We had not done anything except move the leaves carefully away from that area.
Okay, looking at 219. So there's a DOSO card here now, and then what's next to that card with the scale next to it?
When we discovered this, we called for Dr. Jordan Karsten to come over and take a look at that, and he advised us that was human rib bone.
Okay. Next slide to 20. What are we looking at here?
That is another piece that we had found that Dr. Jordan Karsten had advised me was part of a human clavicle.
So moving, and you don't have to remember all of the pieces, but he's telling us these are human bones, correct?
Correct.
And he is able to identify some right in the field, correct?
Yes.
Going on to 221. What are we looking at here?
That is another piece of bone that was identified in that area. That is part of the internal structure of the skull.
Okay. Again, this is all on the surface. No digging has taken place yet, correct?
That's correct.
222. This is, what are all these flags?
The flags indicate where we were seeing other pieces of bone.
So did it look like a person was out here digging or something else?
We believe that an animal had dug that up because as we dug down, eventually when we did dig down, there was decomposing flesh in that hole, and we believe that probably prompted an animal to dig down to see what's down there.
Going to 223. What are we looking at here?
That's a view of the general burn area and the flags where we discovered additional bones on the 24th of October 2024. You can see the white van and the garden shed there, and orange flags marking those pieces further to the right of the original burn pit.
And 224.
That's just a little closer up view of the arrangement of flags marking the pieces of bone.
225. And what looks like we're just looking at a picture of someone standing by a tree here.
Yeah, that I can't point out anything on there.
So we'll go to 226. Now what do we see here?
And I
226.
see someone pointing at what appears to be a piece of bone.
So let's go back to 225 just real
Okay.
quick so that we can see. So there's a tree, and then close to where that person's standing, then in 226, we can see, now if you could go to 226,
Yeah.
some bone there on the ground. Now going to 227.
That is another piece of bone, I believe a piece of mandible or jaw.
Going to 228. And
That is a human molar.
again, this is right on the surface, correct?
Yes.
229. Now what are we looking at here?
After we discovered right on the surface that we had a bunch of bone fragments, some of them being determined to be human, it was decided to grid this off and take a very careful, closer look at it.
So again, you weren't at that 6:30 search, but sort of similar gridding process, but now expanding the area to the other side. At least at this point, we're expanding to the other side, and it looks like now we've raked some of the leaves away, correct?
Yes, we removed the leaves. I don't believe we raked them.
Sorry. We're trying to be more careful. We removed debris, so we were just down to the dirt. Do you know how we moved the leaves away?
I don't recall how those were moved. I do recall when we discovered the hole and some of those on the surface, I was just using my hands and just pulling them out of the way.
And do you recall approximately how many people were on scene at this time for this search?
I'd have to guesstimate several dozen.
All sheriff's office, or did we have any support from Dr. Karsten's team during this?
The sheriff's office was there, the medical examiner's office was there, other agencies had provided officers to assist us, and also Dr. Jordan Karsten had brought some of his students with him to assist.
So now, are we still on 229? Yes, so going to 230.
That is another fragment of bone, I believe to be a piece of a mandible or jaw.
231.
Another bone fragment.
232. Looks like right where that flag is, is there something?
Yep, 232 is another bone fragment.
If you could just circle it, it's right where it zoomed in now, right on top of where that flag is, correct?
Yep.
233.
That is another piece of a bone. I believe that is part of the top of the cranium or the side of the cranium.
234. And this, you previously testified that there was some still fleshy parts. Does this represent that, or?
Yes, as we began to excavate down and pull more things out of that hole, we began to get an odor, and it got stronger, and eventually we got to a point where we found some decomposing material.
235.
That appears to be more of that decomposing matter.
236.
After we removed all the disturbed soil in that area, we could see how the hole was originally dug.
So this is sort of that outline of that original hole, correct?
Yes.
And when you say we could see, what types of things, if you could use the laser and just describe what showed us how that original hole was dug?
Well, you can see there's some cut roots in this hole. But what we did is we took real small shovels, like you see on the right of the screen, and moved the disturbed, easier to move soil, because there's a difference between soil that's been dug up and put back in a hole versus something that's been packed down over years. So you could kind of follow the edge of that hole until you didn't have any disturbed soil in there anymore, and it was all the compacted soil.
237. And what are we looking at here now?
That looks like some other areas we're excavating.
Is it? Let's go. I'll look to see how far before we go to the next one. Yeah, I think that's just the. Could it be that this is the sort of end of the dig on October 24th? What it looked like when we were done excavating this area?
Yeah, I can't say for sure if that's the way it looked when we were finished, but I mean, that is what we were doing there, was excavating that soil. And it looks like we have a light out there, so it is getting darker.
And then going to, then we're at 238.
Again, that looks like the area excavated, looks like the size of the 3 grids.
And then we are moving on just to one other section, Judge, that's going to take more than 4 minutes. So I don't know if we want to take our afternoon break now or if you want me to keep moving. Okay. So now we did one other search on the property on October 30th, correct?
Correct.
And why did we do another search on October 30th?
We had gotten so much material from the search on the 24th and ran out of daylight that we wanted to go back and make sure we found everything we could.
And who was with us when we went back on the 30th?
I believe Dr. Jordan Karsten and his students, along with people from the sheriff's office, medical examiner's office, and possibly other agencies. I don't exactly remember who was all there.
And so the process for this search, same thing. Were we gridding off areas and delicately and gently searching those areas, going down as deep in the soil as we thought was necessary until we got to sort of that root structure?
Correct.
So we'll go now to 230, Exhibit 239. And what area is this?
That is an area near where the other digs were done, but further down the driveway to the east behind an old truck.
So closer to like where the end of the driveway would be on the other side. If we saw like that mobile home, between the mobile home and the end of the driveway, is that right?
Yes, this is moving down the driveway.
Okay. And this is just another gridded off area, correct?
Correct.
240. What are we looking at here?
That's the garden shed that we've seen in other pictures, or if you would turn yourself to the right, you would be looking at that original burned area.
And originally there was a tarp up against this shed, right? Is that correct?
There was a tarp in that area at some point.
Do you remember where it was on the shed? Is it still photographed here, or did we just move it out of the way? Do you recall? I guess where's our path from this photo, if you can recall?
Can you clarify what you mean by path?
The walking path between the white van where that little red wagon is.
Yes. The path in the white van would be to your left as you're looking at this photo.
Okay, so kind of right here. And so that was that tarp kind of right here in this area up against the shed or somewhere else, or you can't recall at this point?
I recall a tarp being there, but I can't say where it was exactly.
Okay. And then moving on to 241. What are we looking at here?
That appears to be a bone fragment.
242.
That's the gridded off area next to that garden shed.
243.
That is one of the grids in that gridded off area.
And this says 9. Do you recall where this, was this still next to the shed? Or are you,
1 second.
or is it perhaps over by the truck? This
I believe this is near the shed, if I'm not mistaken.
244. And what are we seeing here by that flag? So there's looks like 2 white flag pins. What do we observe there by each of those?
Those are bone fragments?
And just using the pointer so that each person can see. They're circling in the lower white flag and in the upper white flag, those bone fragments. So one is sort of just on the outside of the perimeter marking and one just on the inside of the perimeter marking, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to 240, what exhibit number are we on now?
245.
245. What are we looking at here?
It appears to be another bone fragment.
246.
I can see a flag, but I can't make out what's near that flag.
And do you know what area we're at in this? We saw a wheelbarrow there. Do you know what area we're at? Are we along the path now at this point?
It's tough to orient myself in this
Yeah,
photo, but I do remember a small depression at the path leading up to the driveway if you're going back to the driveway, but I can't say for certain.
247. What are we looking at here?
Appears to be another bone fragment.
248.
Appears to be another bone fragment.
Right there in sort of the bottom portion of the photo of 248, 249.
That appears to be a close-up of that fragment.
250.
Appears to be another bone fragment.
That little shovel, I don't think it's not called a shovel. I don't know what the proper name for that tool is, but is trowel. But is that one of the primary things that were used to dig in this case?
That was one of the tools. We had a variety of tools at our disposal, but that was one of the ones.
So when we say we're digging, we're not just like you were digging a hole for a tree. You're just moving the soil gently a little bit at a time, correct?
Correct.
251. And what are we looking at here now?
That's an area we excavated past the original burn pit into the edge of the mound system.
And then are we looking out at J now?
Yes.
Obviously the greenery, the foliage has died back at this point, correct?
Correct.
252. And what are we looking at here now?
That's the gridded off area behind that old truck that we saw earlier from a different angle.
253. And
That it's looks like the dirt is filled back in.
but with this, it wasn't freshly dug like that, right, when we first arrived on scene. So does this represent the whole area that we would have excavated on October 30th?
Yes, if you include that area behind the truck as well.
254.
That appears to be just another angle of that. And then in the far right side of the picture could be the other excavated area there.
And then this is again when the dirt has been filled back in, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes we call these exit pictures, is that right?
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify, during Lieutenant Nell's testimony, he had talked about sifting that occurred. So we had these large sifters, and people would kind of go back and forth and sift the dirt and sift through the debris. Was that happening at this scene as well?
Yes.
So it's not that we were just digging and finding things, but we were digging things, putting the dirt in buckets, taking them over to the sifters, and then researching through that dirt that had already been dug, correct?
Correct.
2:55. No, we're done at 2.
Yeah, don't have it.
We are completed at 2:54, correct? Do these pictures represent all of the bone fragments that we found on October 24th and October 30th?
I don't know if I can say it.
If I told you that the pictures did not represent all the bone fragments that we found, but just basically a summary of the major bone fragments that we found, an overview of the fragments, would you say that was accurate?
Yes, I had seen at some point a log of all the pieces we took, and it was many more than what we honed in on in these pictures.
Just one moment. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
You participated in the search of 730 Main Street, Crystal Rasch's residence.
Yes.
You viewed her calendar, as you described on direct testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any dates on the calendar that you saw that Crystal or anybody else had labeled meetings with Zach Rasch?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you think if something like that you would have might have noted?
Again, I can't say I don't recall what all the things on the calendar were.
All right. The financial documents of Crystal Rasch, her bank cards, is that something that you took an interest in?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the one that obtained her bank records?
No.
Okay. Do you know how far back the bank records request went?
No.
You mentioned on direct testimony that you saw some medication in Crystal Rasch's room, correct?
Yes.
And the medication was, I guess, in like daily organizers for the week?
Yes.
Okay. And the what you saw was for, the container was for 2 weeks, correct?
I don't recall if the container was for 2 weeks or if there were 2 containers. I don't recall.
Okay. And you noticed that some of the medication, some of the days were taken and then some were not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what kind of medication it was?
I do not.
Like, for example, what I mean is this something like for a physical ailment, like ibuprofen or Tylenol?
I can't say for certain. I believe they were prescriptions.
Okay. Do you know if there were medications for mental health?
I do not know that.
Do you know from what you saw, could you surmise when the last date was that the medication was taken?
That I don't know.
And from your investigation, do you know if any medication was taken by Crystal Rasch when she left her home on June 8th?
That I don't know.
Okay, so just to summarize, you don't know what type of medication she was taking, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if she took any of that medication with her on June 8th?
Correct.
And so you don't know if she ran out of any medication after June 8th?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No redirect.
All right, you can sit down.
Thank you. You want the exhibits?
All right, this is probably a good time for us to grab a break. We'll take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, anything before we break?
So the only thing that I would let the court know is I believe that our last witness today will be, do you know, Kayla did not have Trevor come, right? Is that what we decided on? That's what I think. So it would be Detective Michael Lake. I don't know if he'll take us all the way to 4:20. We are ahead of schedule, and so the crime lab person that would go after him has to drive an hour. So if we weren't able to get him on the stand, we would just have to have him come back a second time. So we opted just to have him come in the morning. So our people for tomorrow are from the crime lab. So we would end with Mike Lake, and so when we're done with him, we would be done with the day, and we can advise the jury that we're ending early and are ahead of schedule.
All right. We are adjourned.
Rasch is sick.
And that data evaluates how many different drugs? Hundreds?
Yeah, 275 different drugs. They span the spectrum of clotting problems, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, you name it.
All sorts of things.
Right.
But minocycline was not evaluated.
Well,
Was not included among those 275 drugs.
right, and that tells you quite a bit about the paucity of information about minocycline. This is not one of those drugs that are looked at carefully, like a drug that treats some form of cancer is not looked at in the same capacity and inquisition as these other drugs.
Well, but it's also been around and it's been studied for 50-some years, correct?
Right, and you would think that a drug like that, if it's not being looked at, there's a lot that we don't know about it. And from the perspective that we are trying to understand drug metabolism in general, which was the impetus behind the experiment we did, we're looking at drug metabolism in general, not just minocycline.
Right. Well, but for purposes of this, minocycline is the focus, correct?
Well, the minocycline is the extrapolation. It's not the focus per se. What we're looking at is his genetic background. We're trying to answer whether he is a normal metabolizer. That's the point. Whether his ability to metabolize minocycline properly is not answered by this particular experiment. There's a whole lot more that we have to do to be able to answer that question. But it addresses whether his genetic makeup has any flags that we need to look at in terms of drug metabolism in general.
Okay. In general.
Correct.
And one of the things that you note in your report is that minocycline is not among those drugs evaluated by it's not among those 275 drugs because so far there are no known genetic variations that have been directly associated with adverse responses to the drug.
Correct. It is not studied that well enough to be able to tell you whether some of these variations are going to directly impact that drug. What we know is that that drug is metabolized by P450, by that subcomponent in particular. That's the extent of our knowledge. And in my view, that is a lot of paucity of information. We can continue to look at this drug for years and years to come in correlation with variations in the human genome. We're just not there yet.
And would it be fair to say, I mean, based on your research, that if there were common adverse responses to this drug, they would be studied?
Great question. So sometimes people focus on, a particular question because they start seeing, cases upon cases manifesting an issue, which drives, the impetus to do more research.
And that doesn't seem to be the case here, does it?
Correct. This is not something that people are paying attention to or researching actively. It doesn't mean that it won't come to light in the future.
Well, and so I guess at the end of the day, I think you summed it up and you said there's a lot that we don't know, that you need a lot more testing, and it sounds like you're not really able to say that this defendant has a particular genetic makeup that would lead him to not be able to process minocycline?
What I'm able to say is that he does have a deficiency. He does have a genetic deficiency. That's clear from his results.
In
That could-
processing some protein.
Right, and processing some forms of medications. Whether aminocycline is directly impacted by his genetic background is going to require quite a bit of more research.
Okay, and that's an answer we don't know, or that's a question we don't know the answer to.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. Chris.
Thank you.
Ms. Burnett?
Yes. Dr. Nardine, I want to jump to the World Health Organization study that you mentioned. On page 3 of your report, did you note that they noted that there were 40 cases characterized as depersonalization or derealization disorders?
Yes.
As a side effect of this medication?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say that personalized medicine and the understanding of the role genetics play in how a medicine affects your body is kind of cutting edge at this point?
It is, and it has been for the past few years. And it's going to only become more and more relevant and relied upon with time. I mean, doctors now are fully aware that your genetic makeup needs to be looked at before they prescribe medicine. Is that available to everybody? Is that being done in every patient? No, but I think we're heading in that direction.
And so your belief is that this science is going to evolve rapidly over time. Is that right?
Oh, with AI, absolutely. I mean, this is basically prime for how we look at disease. We look at medicine. Is being to be able to sort of compile all this, information out there to treat patients. Yes, I think the next 5 to 10 years are going to be incredible.
So the state asked you a lot about what we don't know about how minocycline is metabolized in the human body, right? But what we do know is the P450 unit plays a large role in how medicines are metabolized, right?
Critical role, yes.
Critical role. And that generally the subunits involved in those processes work in some sort of synergistic way.
Yes, I don't mean only synergistic, they can be antagonistic as well. But, there's some form of interplay between them that is extremely complex.
And Austin demonstrated several intermediate subunits on that complex, is that right?
Correct.
And one that he had a complete loss of function on, is that right?
Correct.
And so those are the things that we do know at this stage, is that right?
Correct.
Would you call that a red flag about his potential metabolism of medications?
Yes, in fact, the report goes on and iterates which medication his doctors need to sort of look at. I mean, we're talking about minocycline, but his 200 and some report, 200, how many pages? I'm sorry, 75-page report, iterated each and every one of these medications and whether a treating physician needs to take notice for that particular. And he has many medications that doctors have to be aware that he may not be a good metabolizer of those medicines.
And that is because he's got these deficiencies in his genetic makeup on metabolism of drugs. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yes, and they link each medicine to a particular subunit because there has been enough studies to link that genetic variant to this particular manifestation. Minocycline is not one of them. It's not one of those looked at in this report.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Further evidence for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would call Erica Peterson.
Your Honor, may I approach while that witness is approaching?
Kelsey, did you want her to remain and to be sequestered?
Kelsey Young.
Yeah, Kelsey Becker, the female that testified.
Eric is with a K.
Good morning, Ms. Peterson. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, may be seated.
Hi, Ms. Brown. Could you please say and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, and you just refer to me as Brown. That was my name at the time that I was Austin's teacher. I am now Erica Peterson.
I'm sorry, I corrected
That's
one
okay.
thing, but not another. Erica Peterson, can you spell that, please?
Yes, Peterson is with an S-E-N, so Peter and then S-E-N.
And Erica?
E-R-I-K-A.
Thank you. And you just mentioned that you were Austin's teacher.
Yes.
Are you a teacher now?
I am still a teacher, yes.
Where do you teach?
I teach outside of Nashville in a town called Franklin, Tennessee.
And when did you teach Austin Thompson?
I taught him for the 2012-2013 school year. I was his kindergarten teacher.
And how many kids were in that class?
Around 20.
And have you taught your whole career?
I was a career changer, so I started teaching when I was 27. So I started teaching in 2007, so almost 20 years.
And so over the years, how many students have you had?
Oh, a lot.
All right, we will go back on the record and before we bring you to
Nothing from me, you, A.A. Wooler?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, bring the jury, please. Okay, next witness, please.
State calls Detective Michael Lake.
Come on up, be careful on the ramp when you get to the top of this, stand raise your leg.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you see it? Pull that microphone up, speak directly into it.
All right, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Lake, Michael Lake.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division for Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
6 years.
And how long of that have you been a detective?
All of it.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to that?
I've been a sworn law enforcement officer for 17 years.
Through the course of your employment, were you assigned to assist in the investigation concerning the disappearance of Crystal Rasch?
I was.
And as part of that investigation, were you tasked with finding and securing transaction information? Well, let me rephrase. Were you tasked with locating surveillance video related to certain transactions made from Crystal Rasch's debit card?
I was.
Was there another officer who was also tasked with that same task?
Yes, Detective Dean Hopp.
Did you yourself recover surveillance video of many of these transactions?
I did.
Did you also review the video from the transactions that were recovered by Detective Hopp?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Detective Lake, I am handing you a very large packet. The exhibits marked there are numbered 255 through 295. Now we're going to go through those exhibits, but for now, can you just take a minute and review them quickly just to let me know if you're familiar with the contents of that packet.
Yes, I am.
And are these all materials that you've reviewed prior to today's date?
Yes.
And are they all true and accurate representations of what they purport to be?
Yes.
I'd move admission of exhibits 255 through 295.
Any objection?
No.
They will be received.
And then would request permission to publish to the jury.
They can be published.
All right, directing your attention to the screen now. Is that the same image as you have before you as exhibit 255?
It is.
And what are we looking at here?
This is what's called an E-trace. It is a firearms trace summary from the United States Department of Justice, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, or ATF. It is a trace that law enforcement can use when we recover a firearm. We can search it by serial number, and then we can determine the history of that firearm from the manufacturer through its first purchaser at retail.
And was that received from the Department of Justice?
It was.
And what is relevant about what we're looking at?
Under the firearm information, the firearm is listed as a Taurus G2C model, caliber 9mm. The serial number is present there, and then the date of purchase and the purchaser information are all on this form.
And we're taking a little closer look at this exhibit. Does that purchaser information indicate Zachariah Rasch?
It does.
And then does it also indicate where that firearm was purchased?
Yes, the bottom right section of the E-Trace summary shows a dealer information, and that was Fleet Farm in DeForest, Wisconsin.
Is that right here that I'm circling?
Yes.
All right, I'll direct your attention now to Exhibit 256. And what are we looking at here?
This is the receipt from the firearm purchase at Fleet Farm. This was recovered after Detective Hopp spoke with the manager at Fleet Farm. So this would show the actual handgun purchase and the other items that were purchased along with it.
And can you tell us the date of that purchase?
The date is, trying to find it on here, sorry.
Well, it looks like there's a date here, but that would be the date that this was printed, correct?
Correct. That date at the top left, the 7/15/24, would be the date that the receipt was received by law enforcement when it was reprinted. As it says, reprint original receipt. I know that the date of the purchase was February 20th, 2024.
Now, in tracking the purchases made with Crystal Rasch's debit card and directing your attention to Exhibit 257, did you find purchases and surveillance that depicted Crystal using that card?
Yes.
And again, this is Exhibit 257. Is that 257 in front of you as well?
Yes, it is.
And this is just a still photo from surveillance, correct?
That's correct.
And I know it's not indicated on the screen grab itself, but was this from June 7th of 2024?
Yes.
And on the left side of the screen, does that show, did you, well, let me ask this first. Did you view the actual video from this transaction?
I did.
And is this still accurate screen grab from that?
It is.
And from your review of that, were you able to identify this person using the card?
The person in the left side of that frame wearing what I believe to be a black jacket is Crystal Rasch.
And now moving on to 258. Is this receipt that you recovered from that same transaction that we looked at in 257?
Yes, the sheriff's office recovered the receipt from that transaction at Bailey Wigley.
And then zooming in, it has card number here. Does that show the last four digits of the card used for that transaction?
It does.
And is that 8942?
Yes.
And do you recognize those numbers?
Those are the last four numbers of Crystal Rasch's debit card.
All right, moving now to Exhibit 259. What are we looking at here?
This is a still from surveillance video at Quick Trip in Juneau. This shows Zach Rasch walking from his blue Dodge Ram, which was parked at would be the eastern side of the pumps, the southern pump on that side, and then walking into the store.
And do you notice the shirt that Mr. Rasch is wearing there?
I do.
Can you describe it?
Dark colored, I believe black with a Reebok logo on the front, believed to be white.
And now moving on to page 2 of Exhibit 259. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are still images from the surveillance video at Quick Trip in Juneau, showing Zach Rasch at the ATM at the location.
And now, the next page in front of you has been previously marked and received, is a page that was previously marked and received as Exhibit 11. But do you recognize that?
I do.
And this area that's highlighted, well, first of all, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a transactional record from Bank of Lake Mills regarding Crystal Rasch's debit card.
And then focusing in on the highlighted portion, does that refer to the images that we just saw from that Juneau Quick Trip?
Yes, this is in reference to a $200 ATM withdrawal, and 210 South Main Street is the address of Quick Trip in Juneau.
And that was at 10:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Move back to that page. And is that consistent with the date and time that we see as part of these still shots from surveillance?
Yes, the first image is taken at 10:31. The second is from 10:32. I'm assuming that the time was at the start of the transaction.
All right, now moving on to Exhibit 260. What are we looking at there?
These are still images from a surveillance video at Quick Trip in Watertown from June 14th. And they also show Zachariah Rasch at the ATM at that location.
And looking at the next page, which again was previously marked as exhibit number 11, is this again Crystal Rasch's debit card transaction history?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the highlighted portion, does that correspond to the date and time of the still that we just looked at, exhibit 260?
Yes, it does. I believe the still says 11:26 p.m. It's pretty common for transactions to be within a minute or two.
Now, directing your attention to exhibit 261. Is the image in front of you consistent with what's on the screen?
It is.
Is this another video of surveillance that you watched prior to today?
Yes.
Could you first tell us where this is from?
This is from the store entrance at Menards in Beaver Dam on Francis Lane.
And could you tell us the date and time that this is from?
June 15th, 2024, 4:57 p.m.
Go ahead and play.
I apologize. 4:32 p.m. The transaction was at 4:57 p.m.
And starting the video at, well, go ahead and hit play. All right, so the video was started at 16:32 and 37 seconds. I paused it just at 16:32 and 46 seconds according to the timestamp in the top corner. In just that short period that we watched, what of interest did we see?
Blue Dodge Ram traveling eastbound in the parking lot and pulling into a parking spot.
And does that match the Blue Dodge Ram known to be operated by the defendant?
It does.
All right, could you please continue the video? And can you just describe what we're seeing?
At this point in the video, Zach Rasch has exited the blue Dodge Ram and is walking east toward the entrance. He's currently walking across the yellow painted lines towards the front of the store.
And the video is ended at 16:33 and 40 seconds. Moving on to the next page in front of you, which is also Exhibit 261. This is currently paused at 16:33 and 46 seconds. Is this also surveillance video from Menards and Beaver Dam from June 15th?
Yes, it is.
And we'll just play a short portion here. And what do we see in this video?
This is Zach Rasch walking into the store and currently past the cart area.
Moving on to the third, moving on to the third page of Exhibit 261. Do you recognize this image as also being from surveillance from that same day at Beaver Dam, Menards?
I do.
And can you describe what we see at this point?
Zach Rasch is at the bottom of the screen, walking right to left in the frame, pushing a cart.
All right, we've paused the video. Well, the video started at 16:46 and 17 seconds. It's now been paused at 16:46:31. Where do we see the defendant in this image?
He is at the bottom of the screen, about 1/3 of the way from the left side of the screen to the right.
And am I circling him and his cart now?
Yes, you are.
Do you notice anything of interest in the cart itself?
Could you zoom in on the cart for me? The two bottles on it'd be the close side of the cart toward the camera. They appear orange and brown. They are consistent with Santeen drain cleaner or opener, which is sulfuric acid.
Is that these bottles here?
Yes, it is.
Were we unable to locate surveillance of the actual point of sale from this transaction?
No.
Moving on to still Exhibit 261, but the fourth page of that. Is this surveillance from that same day and same location?
It is.
Starting at 16:59 and 56 seconds, playing the video. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
From the left side of the frame, Zach Rasch is walking across the parking lot toward the blue Dodge Ram, pushing a cart.
And you can pause. And pausing the video at 17:00 and 19 seconds. Now directing your attention to Exhibit 262. What is it that we're looking at here?
This is a transaction record from that purchase at Menards that took place in the prior surveillance videos.
And this is information that you received from the store itself?
It is.
Can we just zoom in here on the date? I know it's very hard to see, but does that indicate June 15th of 2024?
Is there any way you can zoom in on it a little bit more? It's hard to see on this one.
That's okay. We can't.
I believe it does.
Can you zoom in on the total layer? All right, and looking here at the transaction total, is that 205 and 33 cents?
It is.
Looking at the second page of Exhibit 262, again, this is somewhat difficult to read. Can you zoom in down here? Does this also indicate the total of 205.33?
It does.
And does it indicate what card was being used for that purchase?
Yes. Under the heading miscellaneous number, directly under that, the last four digits of that number are 8942. And it's identified as a debit card.
Now, the quality of the image that we have is very poor, but is this a list of the items that then were made during that purchase?
Yes, this is the itemized transaction record.
And what did you do with this information?
I took the itemized transaction record and used the Menards specific item number or SKU number, went onto the Menards website, and then cross-referenced those items with the items that were believed to be purchased.
All right, so directing your attention to Exhibit 263. And the next 4 pages after that, can you look at those quickly?
Yes.
Is that the results of your search using the product number that you received from the Menards transaction history?
Yes.
And so on this first page of 263, what do we see?
That is a Hoover brand spot and stain remover.
And again, that was something that was purchased from this transaction, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that would be the same for all these items that we're going to look at, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, the next one.
Monster energy drink.
And then to the next page. What is the first product here?
OxyClean Duo Wipes, multi-purpose cleaning wipes.
And the one next to it?
An OxyClean Total Interior Floor Mat and Carpet Cleaner.
Then on to the next page.
Ozium Original Gel Auto Air Freshener and Odor Eliminator.
And next to it?
Santeen Professional Strength Liquid Drain Opener.
Now, is this consistent with the bottles, this look, is this consistent with the bottles that you observed in the defendant's cart?
Yes.
What do we have here?
The first is a Turtle Wax brand Power Out Automotive Carpet Cleaner, and the second is a 100 count package of Venom brand chemical resistant nitrile or protective gloves.
Next page. What do we have here?
There's a Bissell Pro Oxy Spot and Stain Formula, and the second is a Hoover Clean Slate Pet Carpet and Upholstery Spot Cleaner. So kind of like a carpet cleaner vacuum.
And again, so all those items that we just went through were represented on that Menards transaction that we just saw the surveillance from. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, now moving on to Exhibit 264. Is this another surveillance video that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
And when and where is this from?
This is from the Harbor Freight in Beaver Dam, June 15th, 2024, approximately half an hour after the Menards transaction at 5:32 p.m.
And we have a video here starting at 5:12:19. Go ahead and play. And the video stopped at 5:12:31. What did we just see in that video?
That was Zach Rasch walking into the Harbor Freight store.
And then looking at the next page of Exhibit 264. And what do we see there?
This is Zach Rasch making a purchase at that same Harbor Freight store.
And this is a still image, correct?
That's correct.
And does it show 5:22 and 16 seconds p.m.?
Yes, it does.
Now, you reviewed a lot of surveillance video of transactions involving Crystal Rasch's debit card, correct?
Quite a bit.
And that debit card was from the Bank of Lake Mills?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what a debit card from the Bank of Lake Mills looks like?
I am.
And could you describe that?
It is blue, green, and white. And at the top, it says BLM Bank of Lake Mills.
And is the card seen in the hand of the defendant consistent with what you know to be a Bank of Lake Mills debit card?
Yes.
Moving on to Exhibit 265. Is this the receipt that you received from you or the sheriff's office received from Harbor Freight from this June 15th purchase?
It is.
And zooming in right down here, does it indicate the last four digits of the card that was used?
Yes, under card number, the last four digits there are 8942.
And this receipt also is itemized, is that correct?
It is.
And were you able to do research on what those items were based on that information?
I was.
So directing your attention to Exhibit 266, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
On the left side is a rechargeable waterproof LED flashlight. On the right side is a Quinn brand socket set, 72 piece.
All right, now directing your attention to Exhibit 267. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt from Blaine's Farm and Fleet in Watertown.
Was video obtained from this transaction?
No.
Or if video was obtained, were we able to view it in preparation for this trial?
No, I believe the files, if I remember correctly, were corrupted. We weren't able to view this prior to the trial.
So can you just point out the date indicated on this receipt?
June 16th, 2024.
And again, the card number that was used?
The last four digits on that card are 8942.
Again, is that consistent with Crystal Rasch's debit card?
It is.
And were you able to take the information from the itemized portion of the receipt and look at what items were being purchased?
Yes, we were able to determine that it was OxyClean laundry detergent and a storage tote.
I'll direct your attention to Exhibit 268. Are those the items that you were just describing?
Yes.
And again, are these images and information drawn directly from Blaine's Farm and Fleet?
Yes.
Now moving on to Exhibit 269. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a receipt from the Ace Hardware in Watertown.
And can you point out, I mean, is here where the date of that transaction occurred?
Yes, June 16th, 2024.
And the time?
2:41 p.m.
Scroll down. Looking now down at the bottom of that, again, does it show the card number?
It does. The last 4 digits are 8942.
Consistent with Crystal Rasch's debit card?
It is.
And are you able to see what is being purchased here on that receipt?
Yes.
And can you describe that, please?
That is Santeen drain cleaner or opener.
And can you tell how many of those were being purchased?
This purchase specifically was 4 bottles.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 270. Were you able to observe surveillance of a purchase from Walmart in Watertown on June 16th of 2024?
It was.
And is this image consistent with that?
Yes.
And what of interest do we see in this still?
The blue Dodge Ram is in the front of the frame at the very bottom.
Is that what I'm circling here?
Yes, it is.
Looking at the second page of Exhibit 270, again, is this another still image from that same date at the Walmart in Watertown?
It is.
And what does this still image show?
This shows Zach Rasch walking into the Walmart store.
And looking now at the third page of Exhibit 270. Was this the video of the actual transaction that was captured, or at least portion of it?
Yes.
And we'll start playing. The video has now come to an end. It's paused. What do we see now in this paused image?
This is Zach Rasch at the checkout, and he is putting what appears to be a debit card back into the wallet that he was carrying.
And again, this image, is that visually consistent with a Bank of Lake Mills debit card?
It is.
Now, during the video, we also saw the defendant using looked like a green-colored card. Through the course of your investigation, were you able to identify what card that was?
That was an EBT card, a benefits card.
And do you know to whom that benefit card belonged?
Crystal Rasch.
Move on to Exhibit 271. On the left here, is this the transaction record provided to you from Walmart?
Yes.
And that's for the transaction that we just observed?
Yes, it is.
And directing your attention to the middle here that I'm circling, can you tell me what that is?
That would be the second card used in the transaction. The first one above it would be the EBT card. The number you circled would be the second card, which ends in 8942.
And then on the others, well, we have the itemized list of things that were purchased here. But what of interest did you indicate on the rest of the slide?
The fourth item in that transaction is Hoover Oxy Spot and Stain Remover.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 272. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are stills from the surveillance video at Quick Trip in Beaver Dam, the Quick Trip on North Spring.
And can you give me a date and time from what these are from?
The video stills are captured on June 18th, 2024 at 7:45 a.m.
And looking at the second page of that exhibit, what are we looking at there?
The still captured on the left shows Zach Rasch standing at the ATM. He is behind the woman that's directly, that's visible mostly in the image. The second image shows Zach Rasch walking away from that ATM.
And was there a transaction on Crystal Rasch's debit card history that corresponded with this date, time, and location?
Yes, there is a transaction on, again, 6/18 of 24, 7:46 a.m. for $200 at that location.
Directing your attention now to Exhibit 273. We have a still image. What is that from?
That is from Walmart in Beaver Dam on Francis Lane from June 18th, 2024. On the right side of the frame is the blue Dodge Ram that belongs to Zach Rasch.
And in watching that surveillance, did you observe the defendant exit that vehicle?
Yes.
Looking at the second page of that same exhibit, again, I believe we have a still from surveillance. Did you watch that surveillance as well?
I did.
And is this an accurate still from that surveillance?
Yes, it is.
And what did that show?
This specific portion is showing Zach Rasch completing the transaction and scanning a package of what would be automotive wipes, like Armor All wipes.
And looking at the next page, is this from that same transaction?
Yes.
And here we have a video. Could you please play that? Again, during that video, did we see the defendant using two different cards during that transaction?
Yes, the first one appeared to be the EBT card. The appearance is consistent with that type of card. And then the second appeared to be the Bank of Lake Mills debit card.
And what did we see at the end of that video?
At the end of the video, there was cash dispensed. Zach Rasch selected an option to receive cash back on that purchase and received, I believe it was $100 back on that purchase.
And moving on to Exhibit 274, is this the receipt or transaction record received from Walmart for that transaction?
Yes.
And zooming in right here, can you tell me the numbers that were involved in the card that was used?
8942.
Moving on to Exhibit 275. And I'd like to just check in with you. Is 275, what's marked 275 in front of you, consistent with what we're looking at up here?
It is.
All right. Is this a still image from a transaction that occurred at that same Walmart location?
Yes, the same day shortly after the first transaction.
What department was this in?
This was in the automotive section, in like the automotive service section.
Moving on to Exhibit 276. And zooming in on the receipt here. Based on your knowledge of the case and the transaction record, is this consistent with the receipt that was obtained during that transaction?
Yes, this would have been, to my knowledge, this was a receipt that was actually provided to Zach Rasch during that transaction.
And we can't see a lot of the information here in this image, but to your knowledge, was this receipt later located in, found in the blue Dodge Ram?
I don't know where this was recovered.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 277. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a still of the surveillance video at the Walmart in Watertown from June 19th of 2024.
And what of interest is in this still?
Near the center of the frame, there's a red sedan that's consistent with a red Chevy Cobalt that was registered to Zach Rasch.
And looking at the second page of 277, we have another still. What are we looking at there?
This is Zach Rasch walking into that store.
And that's on the same location, same date?
Yes.
And then the third page of Exhibit 277, what are we looking at there?
This is an overhead view of the transaction being completed by Zach Rasch, and the card is consistent with the Bank of Lake Mills debit card.
Go to the next slide. All right, directing your attention now to Exhibit 278. This is, well, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is a receipt from Farm and Fleet in Watertown from June 20th, 2024.
Is this another example of the Farm and Fleet video that was obtained but is no longer viewable?
That's correct.
Directing your attention to the lower part of that receipt, does it show what card was being used for that transaction?
Yes, to the right of the card number, the last four digits are 8942.
And at the top, what's the date and time?
June 20th, 2024, 9:56 a.m.
And just looking at, can you just describe the items that were purchased?
Sure. The items that were purchased included a Monster energy drink, OxyClean interior refresh spray, a headlight lens restore kit, an oil filter. I believe that was it.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 279. What are we looking at there?
These are stills from the surveillance video at Quick Trip in Watertown on June 20th at 10:30 a.m.
And what do we see of interest in those images?
The red Chevy Cobalt, that's consistent with Zach Rasch's vehicle, is at the top right of the left frame. The right frame would show Zach Rasch walking into that store.
And moving on to the second page of that exhibit, what do we see there?
That is an overhead view of Zach Rasch at the ATM at the same location.
The next page. And then again, now taking a look at a page from a previously marked and admitted Exhibit 11, the stills that you just described, does that correspond with a transaction on Exhibit 11?
Yes, the date, time, and location are all consistent with the prior surveillance.
And the surveillance and then this record, is that consistent with the withdrawal of $200 cash?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Exhibit 280. What are we looking at here?
This is a still from the surveillance footage at the Walmart in Watertown from June 22nd. The still is from 6:21 p.m. and the red Chevy Cobalt previously mentioned is at the top right of the frame.
And looking at the second page of Exhibit 280, what do we see there?
Zach Rasch walking into that store.
And looking at the third page of Exhibit 280,
two stills from the video of the transaction being completed at that store. The left frame is Zach Rasch holding a card that is consistent with a Wisconsin EBT benefits card. And the right frame, Zach Rasch is holding a card that's consistent with a Bank of Lake Mills debit card.
now moving on to Exhibit 281, is what are we looking at there?
This is the receipt from that transaction.
And again, do we see the numbers 8942?
Yes.
All right, now directing your attention to Exhibit 282. Again, I just want to make sure that 282 in front of you, is that consistent with what we're seeing here on the screen?
It is.
And what are we looking at?
This is a still from surveillance footage from the Beaver Dam Walmart. The red Chevy Cobalt is visible at the top of the frame.
And is the caption there accurate that this is from June 23rd, 2024 at approximately 11:26?
Yes.
And I guess I should be more specific. 11:26 is the approximate time of the corresponding transaction.
To my knowledge, yes.
Now, looking at the second page of 282, what do we see there?
This is a view of the front of the store, and in the left side of the frame, Zach Rasch is pushing a cart. He's kind of near that closest orange triangular warning cone.
You're just describing this person here.
I am.
All right, looking at page 3 of that same exhibit, what do we see in there?
This is Zach Rasch at the self-checkout at the same store during the same visit.
And then looking at exhibit 283, what do we see there?
This is the receipt from that same transaction with the EBT card last 4 digits, and then the debit card last 4 digits both on it.
And we see that in particular, the debit card 8942 there.
That's correct.
And we've got the items that were purchased up here. We see, is that glass wipes?
Yes.
And Monster.
Yes.
All right, moving on to 284, exhibit 284. Is the image displayed consistent with 284 in front of you?
It is.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a still from surveillance video at the Quick Trip in Beaver Dam from June 23rd, and the video timestamp at 11:47 a.m. Directly beneath and right of the timestamp, there's a red sedan at one of the gas pumps that is consistent with the Chevy Cobalt owned by Zach Rasch.
And again, that was a surveillance that you were able to view yourself?
Yes.
Looking at the next page of exhibit 284. What do we see there?
Same location for the previously mentioned vehicle. There's a person walking from that vehicle. They are directly to the right of that red sedan, and they're walking toward the store.
And the next page of that exhibit? What do we see here?
That is Zach Rasch at the ATM at the same store.
And was there a corresponding transaction on Crystal Rasch's debit card history?
There was.
And then we're looking at a page from Exhibit 11. Is this highlighted portion here? Direct your attention to that. What are we seeing there?
That is a transaction from Crystal Rasch's debit card records that are consistent with the time, date, location of the previously viewed surveillance video images.
And the surveillance that you viewed and then this transaction history, is that consistent with a withdrawal of $200?
It is.
Do you happen to know what the max amount one can withdraw from a Quick Trip ATM?
To my knowledge, it's $200.
Now, during the course of this investigation, was there a vehicle located in Adams County property?
There was.
To your knowledge, what was that vehicle?
It was a silver-colored Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross.
And was that vehicle initially located by members of the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
It was.
Did they take pictures of that, where they located the vehicle?
They did.
And did they do an inventory of some of the contents of that vehicle?
They did.
Did they provide those images to the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were you able to review those images?
I was.
So directing your attention to Exhibit 285, what do we see there?
That is on the left side of the image is the silver Mitsubishi Cross that I previously referenced, and it is parked directly next to a camper trailer.
And again, this is from that Adams County property owned by the defendant's family?
Yes.
Moving on to 286, is the image that you see displayed consistent with the 286 in front of you?
It is.
And what do we see there?
That is the rear of the previously mentioned vehicle.
then moving on to 287. What is that we're looking at?
That is the same vehicle, however, now at the impound location for Adams County Sheriff's Office. In this image, the rear hatch and what appear to be the rear doors are open.
The contents of this trunk, do you recognize anything from the defendant's prior purchases?
I do.
And what is that?
The Quinn socket set, 72 piece, on the left side of the image. That's consistent with the socket set that was purchased at Harbor Freight by the defendant. And then there were Armor All wipes or other vehicle wipes that were purchased by the defendant, which are consistent with the wipes seen at the back of the trunk directly behind the igloo cooler.
All right, looking at 288. What is that?
That's another image of the trunk with the Quinn socket set.
And then moving on to 289. What is that?
Same socket set.
And then 290.
The previously mentioned Armor All vehicle wipes or glass wipes.
And then 291. What do we see here?
That is an image of the interior of the front passenger compartment of the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross. In the front passenger seat is a large green stuffed animal that would be a frog.
And then do you know what this stuff is here?
It looks like wrapping paper.
And is this the contents of that front passenger seat as it was found by the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then looking at 292.
Same location in the vehicle. Among the wrapping paper is also an ice scraper.
And then 293.
That is the rear seat of the vehicle, and on the seat are Venom brand nitrile gloves.
Is there anything significant about those nitrile gloves?
Those were the same brand and appearance of packaging of the gloves that were purchased by the defendant at the Menards in Beaver Dam.
It's difficult to see right now, but was there something located in the picture here?
That is a black sweatshirt.
And then moving on to 294.
That is a black sweatshirt with a Wisconsin Dells text on it in white.
And is that consistent with the one that was found in the back seat in the previous image?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then 295.
A better image of the same sweatshirt.
So then what were your other duties as it related to this case, in particular related to this vehicle that was found?
I was assigned to go to the Adams County Sheriff's Office impound and retrieve the vehicle that had been seized by their office, this vehicle specifically, the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross, and then escort that vehicle to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
And is that what you did?
I did.
And once it was taken to the crime lab, was that vehicle then further processed there?
Yes.
Did you have any other responsibilities in reference to vehicles on this case?
I also took the, well, not in reference, I guess, At the same time, I also received custody of a cell phone that I dropped off at the Digital Forensics Unit in Madison. And then as far as vehicle responsibilities, the blue Dodge Ram was in our impound here in Dodge County. I escorted that vehicle to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison. And when it was dropped there, I escorted the Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross from that location back to our impound.
Now, as part of your duties on this case, did you also request, did you do a warrant for Google records?
I did.
And did you receive a return on that?
I did.
And did you also do a warrant for some Verizon information?
Yes, those were specifically for IP addresses for what were believed to be Verizon cellular serviced IP addresses.
And then did you or Detective Young also request location information from Verizon?
I believe so. I cannot recall who it was.
Was that all that information that was received from Google and Verizon eventually sent to MCOC for analysis?
To MOCIC, yes.
Exactly what I said. And then was that data analyzed by an outside source?
Yes, I did not have anything to do with the analysis of that data. That was all done by an outside source.
I have what's marked as Exhibit 296, a flash drive containing that data. We're moving that evidence into, moving this flash drive into evidence at this point, but will not be further discussing it at this time.
Any objection to receipt? No. We receive.
Then I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
You've spoken at length about financial transactions that were involving Crystal Rasch's card ending in, I believe, 8942?
Yes.
Okay. How far back did you get financial records for that bank account?
I believe Lieutenant Taylor Nails retrieved the financial records for that account. I was directed when I was doing the investigation to essentially focus on things June 11th and after, based on the fact that we had the information that was the last time that she was seen.
Do you know if those financial records started at some point before June 11th?
Without reviewing them, I don't know.
Okay. You talked about the significant efforts that you've made in terms of tracking down these various transactions and obtaining surveillance video.
Yes.
And this is all predominantly for this time period that you're talking about after June 11th, correct?
Correct.
Did you do anything in terms of trying to locate any surveillance video or receipts or financial data from the Moose Lodge on March 10th of 2024?
I did not.
Are you familiar that on March 10th, 2024, that Ms. Rasch was at the Moose Lodge in terms of attending, I believe, a CCW class?
I read in Detective Hopp's report that there was information gathered from, I can't remember the name, I believe it was Freedom Firearms or something similar, that there was a CCW class held there that day.
And did you or anybody else with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office try to obtain any video from that particular date?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Redirect.
None, thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
I believe that's the last witness for today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have hit the mark. Once again, I'm excusing you. Once again, I'm going to remind you that you need to be very vigilant, as you have been. You can't discuss this case with anyone. You can't watch any news accounts, listen to any news accounts, radio, or visit any social media involved in this case. It is, you obviously have learned now how much time and effort goes into a trial like this, and it is so important that we maintain the integrity of this jury and that we be able to go forward. So thank you for what you've done so far, and thank you for your prompt attention so far, and thank you in anticipation of you upholding what I've given to you as instructions this evening. So with that, you are discharged for the day. We'll be back here at 8:30 tomorrow, and we will hear additional testimony. All right, we need to make a record of two things. First of all, there was a sidebar. There was two sidebars during the course of today's proceeding. During the first sidebar, there was some concern expressed by Attorney Zahawi about some of the evidence that may be coming in. The court did not participate, frankly, in any discussion. He and Attorney Will discussed that and resolved it without the necessity of the court even hearing, frankly, what was in dispute. Attorney Will, does that accurately reflect the first sidebar?
Yes.
Attorney Zahawi?
Same, Your Honor.
All right, and then there was a second sidebar at the start of the afternoon session. During that sidebar, the court was advised that there may have been some concern about one of the members of the audience taking still pictures. The court did advise, I did have a security approach and did advise at that time security to pay particular attention. You heard the court also admonish the audience against any still photographs. That, I believe, was the total substance of that discussion. Attorney Will?
Correct.
Zahawi?
Correct, Your Honor.
Very good. Anything further?
So I would just like housekeeping on some exhibits so that one is those physical exhibits so the clerk's office can keep them, but it looks like the calendar I never moved into evidence. So exhibit number 1, so I would do that. I know we've referred to
Any
that.
objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
So the next one that hasn't been moved yet is that CCW class information enrollment. I don't know.
Hasn't been moved.
I think that's
We'll
the defense's.
move it this time, Your Honor.
I don't have an objection to it being received. It's certainly something that was provided during discovery. It's a document.
It will be received.
So I'm looking through here. It's like 87 and 89 were marked but never offered. So then the next would be 31, which is the cell phone. So I would now move that into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
132, the firearm, I would move that into evidence. But not really formally move it into, obviously the sheriff's office would maintain custody of it, but
And you'll produce a photostatic copy?
yes,
That's fine.
yes.
It'll be received, but will be maintained by the sheriff's department, and a photostatic copy will be presented and preserved as part of the record.
133, which is the holster, we would move into evidence.
Any
No
objection? Received.
134, the Chevy Silverado shirt.
No objection.
Received.
135, Reebok shirt.
No objection.
Received.
I think that's everything else but a flash drive, but I'll look to see what that is first so we'll examine that flash drive, but everything else on the list is been moved, so all for now.
All right. Anything further?
Nothing from the state.
Just a question with regards to scheduling. I guess, when does the government anticipate being done with their case? I think things are moving along.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. It still might be Monday because we still have all of the interviews. So we have tomorrow, we have.
Well, that interview is approximately 11 hours.
I'm not playing all 11 hours. I haven't added up how many total hours I'm playing. I have the clips selected, but I just have to go back and add up what the total amount is.
Sounds like Monday to me.
I would say Monday. It seems likely. So tomorrow, just so that you're aware, it'd be 2 crime lab and the dentist, and then we might get to a portion of the interviews because our anthropologist and cell phone guy or our cell tower mapping person, they are only available on Friday. So we will probably start with some of Detective Cotney's testimony, probably just playing some of the interview tomorrow to fill that time before we get to the rest of our case.
Okay.
Over the earlier this afternoon, we had discussed what segments of the video were going to be played.
And I will get that to you. I have it listed out. I'm just waiting.
All right. Sounds like this
Yep,
housekeeping can be done between the two of you without the necessity of the court's involvement. Anything else that I need to address?
I don't think so.
Have a good evening.
And just the one last thing. Please, if late in the day we're going to be watching this video, which is not.
Might be more interesting than you
The
think.
content is very interesting, but otherwise, my concern is shutting the lights off late in the day when our jurors have worked very hard all day puts them in a very, very difficult position. So I would so if you're trying to discern why I'm turning the lights on and off, that is why, to make sure that they can stay with us and stay focused on the evidence as it's being presented. So it's very likely that if you play interview late in the day, I may, for the first couple of minutes, so they can get a sense of the room and the environment, have the light down. But as it goes on, my recollection is that the actual scene does not change. The defendant remains seated. The officers, for the most part, remain seated, and it's not the video portion of the presentation. Frankly, isn't terribly interesting.
I would agree with that.
All right.
And just so council is aware, I'll modify maybe slightly, but I'll communicate with them about that.
All right. We'll see you folks in the morning. I'll look for you at 8:25. We'll bring the jury in at 8:30, and we will kick off from there. We are adjourned.
Hundreds.
So do you remember Austin?
I do remember Austin, yes.
Do you remember every student that you had?
I would probably have to recall, but not off the top of my head.
But did you remember Austin off the top of your head?
I did, yes.
Why is that?
He was just a cute little peanut in kindergarten. I typically remember all of my kindergarten students. They are just young and fun.
And can you tell me a little about what you remember about Austin Thompson from that kindergarten?
Yeah, like I said, he was very small. I'm very tall, so they're all small, but he was smaller than your average kindergarten student. He just always had a cute little smile with some teeth missing, and he had a little bit of a lisp, so he was really cute.
Do you remember, if you remember from back then, what kinds of things was he into?
Drawing, playing.
Like most little boys?
Yes, yeah.
And Ms. Peterson, if I may approach your honor.
Yes.
Ms. Peterson, I am handing you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is my class picture from that school year, my kindergarten class, individual, and then at the bottom it's a class of all of us together.
Is it from a yearbook?
Yes, this is the yearbook page for my class.
And this is from Austin's year?
It is.
And is his individual picture there?
It is.
And is the group picture there as well?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 12.
Any objection?
No, just if you could tell us which one is the
The yearbook, yeah. I saw you just count.
I did, 21 students.
21 students.
I was off by one.
I'm going to hand you another picture.
Okay.
What is that? That's Defendant's Exhibit 13. What is that?
That is a picture of Austin that I took on my cell phone that I found on Shutterfly.
So it's just a picture of him from that year?
It is. I would take class pictures of all of them individually. In kindergarten, you do a lot of things by picture instead of name. So you would post like a little cutout of their face. So I would take pictures on my cell phone and then put them up in the classroom for like lunch count, slide your picture over.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Your Honor, I'm going to hand these up because I won't be displaying them. Okay, Ms. Peterson, can you tell me about Austin from an academic perspective?
Yeah, I don't remember him struggling at all. A lot of times kindergartners will come in. There's such a wide range in kindergarten. You get kids who are already reading and people who don't know how to read and haven't been exposed to letters and letter sounds. And he came in with a good foundation. I remember that.
And how did he get along with other students in the class?
This was, looking back at this photo, this was actually one of the sweetest classes I've ever had student-wise. Seeing their faces brings a smile to my face. So he got along really well with everybody. I've had years where I can say that that isn't true, but it was a very sweet class. And I remember him like not having problems with anybody.
And Ms. Peterson, as a kindergarten teacher, are you on the lookout for any issues or problems with your students?
Absolutely. As a teacher of any grade I am, that's part of our duty as a teacher, and absolutely.
And what kinds of things are you on the lookout for?
Just anything like emotional, academic, red flags, things they tell me. Just looking for a well-rounded, making sure that everybody's safe at home too.
Was there ever any concern that you had about Austin Thompson in any of those categories?
No, and if so, I would have said something.
At some point, did you become aware that he was accused of this mass shooting?
Yes, many of my coworkers, since I live in Nashville now, had texted me.
What came to your mind when that happened?
Shocked.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
I am handing you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 14. What is that?
That is a report card for Wake County Public Schools.
And is it for Austin?
Yes, it is.
And is it from the year that you taught him?
It is.
So would you have prepared this report card?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Peterson, The marks on that report card, do they indicate that he was academically on par with everything?
Absolutely.
And if you move to the second page where the comments are, can you review those comments and just read semester 1 and then semester 2?
Yes. Do you want me to read the strengths and then areas for improvement? Okay, for semester 1, strengths and comments. Austin is making good progress.
I need you to slow down a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Strengths and comments. Austin is making good progress. He knows at least 25 sight words and knows all of his letters and sounds. Austin counts and recognizes numbers to 100 by ones and tens. He knows all his 2D shapes and can sort shapes into 2D and 3D groupings. He gives great details in his drawings. Areas for improvement. I would love to see Austin start using punctuation and capitals in appropriate places. Also adding more details to his writing. He needs assistance with consistently identifying 2 3D shapes, sphere and cylinder. Keep up the good work and reading each night. And then it says intervention, small groups. That was for semester 1.
And what does it say for semester 2?
Semester 2, strengths and comments. Austin has continued to thrive throughout this year. He has excelled in reading and is reading and applying 131 sight words and reading above grade level. It has been wonderful having Austin in my class. I am sure he will do well in first grade next year. Have a wonderful summer.
And what does it say about things to improve?
Areas for improvement. Austin should continue reading at least 20 minutes each day throughout the summer. I encourage him to keep a summer journal to continue practice writing, practice addition and subtraction, math facts for fluency in the first grade.
And Ms. Peterson, is there some sort of kind of teacher code where you might sometimes put a comment that is an alert to a future teacher to look out for something?
Absolutely. We have our ways of saying things for sure.
Can you give me an example?
Well, first of all, I don't see any of that in here. I was direct and said continue to thrive. I wouldn't have said that he was thriving if he wasn't. But yeah, like if someone is, too talkative, you would code it politely in a nice way. But I don't see any of that. That would be an example.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Mason.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good day. Mr. Latour, you want to use correspondence?
Further evidence?
Thank you. At this time, we would call Neil Gallagher to the scene.
Good morning, Mr. Gallagher.
Morning.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Gallagher, when we get a chance, can you introduce yourself to the court, please, and spell your first and last name?
My name is Neil Gallagher. First name Neil, Neal. Last name Gallagher, Gallagher.
And Mr. Gallagher, what do you do for a living now?
I'm a realtor right now.
Okay. And were you employed as a teacher?
What was your answer?
Realtor?
Were you a teacher at some point in your career?
Yes.
And how long did you teach?
I taught with Wake County for 11 years.
And what schools were you a teacher at?
I was a teacher for 7 years at Wendell Middle and for 4 years at Riverbend Middle.
And what grades did you teach?
6, 7, and 8, I was a middle school art teacher.
And you said you were a teacher from 2010 to 2021, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you left teaching before this event occurred?
Correct.
Nothing about what Austin did had any effect on your teaching career?
No, sir.
Was Austin ever a student in any of your classes? He
was a student in all 3 of my grade level classes for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
And in 6th grade, what subject did you teach him?
It's beginners or introduction to art. So we essentially went over just your basic art concepts and skills throughout the semester.
And then what about in 7th grade?
Was drawing and painting.
What was the curriculum like in those?
For which one?
For both.
For both. A lot of your introductory classes for 6th grade were talking about line, shape, value, painting, and how color works. And for 7th grade, we delved a little more into painting itself and how to create value and shading. And then we did the same as well on the drawing aspect of those 2.
And then what did you teach him in 8th grade?
Pottery and sculpture. So it was more of a 3-dimensional curriculum in that respect, where instead of 2D, which painting and drawing are, it was more 3-dimensional.
Were they actually like sculpting pottery and stuff?
Yes, sir.
How was Austin's behavior in class? If you want to go year by year, if you want to in general.
All 3 years he was not a problem child. He was very quiet. He sat where he was assigned to sit. He sat where he was assigned to sit. Never gave any real issues, whether it be personally or just distracting other kids was never an issue with him.
Do you remember how many students you had in the classes?
6th and 7th grade, 6th grade tended to be about maybe 15 to 20. 7th grade was a little more, between the 20 and 25. And then 8th grade always was the lower amount, between probably 8 to 12.
In these classes, was there a lot of collaborative work or was it more individual?
In each grade level, there was at least one assignment that was collaborative, whether it be between 2 students or a group of 3 to 4. But there was at least one assignment for each grade level.
Do you remember how Austin did in those group projects?
Offhand, not particularly. I'm pretty confident in saying that he pulled his weight, but I don't know that it was one of those that he just did everything or that he just sat back and let everybody else do it.
Did he actively participate in class?
Not particularly. More or less stayed quiet. Even when questions were asked, I can't recall him being the first one to put his hand up.
Was he quiet in general?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to have any interest in art or the arts?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, my recollection is he did well in the class itself, in all 3 classes. He showed interest and gave very good effort toward the assignments that were given to him.
And as a part of at least one of them, maybe all the classes, did you give the students sketchbooks?
Yes, correct.
Can you tell us about what that was for?
So the sketchbooks themselves were one of the culmination assignments where they were supposed to keep working in it continuously throughout the semester. It was used as a way to get them to just keep working on their skill set of drawing and creating. And it was an assignment that they could draw whatever they wanted, but it was also an assignment where, as they were given us projects, they had to do their brainstorming within that sketchbook itself. So those sketches counted toward. counted toward their final grade at the end of the semester.
Do you recall what Austin would typically draw in his sketchbook?
Yeah, I mean, I do. He would do the assignments themselves. He had drawn weapons and things of that nature, depending or associated more or less with the video games that were big during that time frame. PUBG and was one of the phone games, and Fortnite, I think, as well.
Those are like battle royale type.
Yeah, they're first-person shoot-'em games.
Were those games popular, if you know, with the other boys in the class?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Was Austin the only one drawing guns?
No, not at all.
Games? Did Austin ever draw any pictures of violence or killing?
Not that I can recall, no.
Mainly just the guns that you could use in the video games. Did his drawings raise any red flags for you, or give you pause?
No. It was a common occurrence, if you would.
Was there anything in the 3 years that you taught Austin that would make you think he would be capable of doing something like that?
Oh, absolutely not. Not at all.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Thank you.
Ross, same question.
The sketchbooks, Mr. Gallagher, that you talked about, are those books that when you assigned them, they knew that they had to turn those in at the end of the year?
Yes, they knew I looked them through, and I counted the sketches, and then at the very end of the year when we do a classroom clean out, they have an option of either taking it with them or throwing it out, or if they left it behind, I would go through, and if there was any usable pages left, I would tear out what was used and save the sketchbooks for kids who couldn't afford one the next semester.
Right. So when you gave it out, they knew that you were going to review whatever work that they presented you at the end of the semester.
Correct.
Okay. And you described him as he stayed quiet?
Yeah. Now, I mean, he might have a little conversation with somebody next to him, but he wasn't overtly social, if you will.
No other questions, Your Honor?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. The the defense calls Chelsea Mulholland.
Good morning, Mrs. Mulholland. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. May be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Mulholland.
Good morning.
Could you please say and spell your name for the court reporter?
Chelsea Mulholland, Chelsie, Mulholland, Mulholland.
And Ms. Mulholland, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently a high school teacher, English.
English high school teacher. And do you know Austin?
Yes.
How do you know Austin?
When I taught at Knightdale High School in Knightdale, North Carolina, he was in my freshman and my sophomore English classes.
Ms. Mulholland, can you tell me what goes on in a high school English class?
We spend a lot of time with, I always tell the kids, I'm teaching you how to think for yourself. So, yeah, you're not going to need Romeo and Juliet in real life, but can you figure out what somebody's saying when they're not being direct about it? Because nobody understands what Shakespeare's saying the first time through. So we look at poetry, we look at novels, we look at informational texts, we look at short stories, all kinds of things, trying to look at a variety of different things, expose ourselves to a variety of different materials, different literature, different time periods, different kinds of people, that kind of thing.
And Ms. Mulholland, I am going to ask you to slow down just a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For our court reporter. And so would you say that in your class there were a lot of discussions that happened?
Yes.
About a variety of topics?
Yes, ma'am.
And your goal was to help kids learn how to analyze text?
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me what you remember about Austin from the freshman year.
So freshman year, freshmen are always kind of squirrely, I guess. They are trying to figure out what kind of person they're going to be, how they want to present themselves. I remember him being not a disruption, but not necessarily like withdrawn. So having friends, but also already having the maturity to know when to have personal social time and when to not. Does that make sense?
So he wasn't a behavior issue, is that?
Correct. In a class full of behavior issues, he was not one.
And as you had discussions that freshman year in Austin's class, what do you remember about Austin's contributions?
I remember 9th grade was a little harder to remember than 10th, but I do remember that whenever he made contributions that they were helpful or contributed to the class like in a meaningful way. I remember he was very good at asking like clarifying questions, and he liked to push back a little bit. So like I'd say something and he'd be like, "What if?" So, and sometimes he had stuff that I hadn't thought of before, and other times I was like, "See where you're going with that, and here's why we're not quite on the right path."
So it sounds like he engaged actively.
Yes.
Did he seem to enjoy the class?
It seems so. It's hard to tell because English is usually not anybody's favorite class. They all come in, I hate reading, and I hate reading, and I hate reading, and I'm like, that's fine, I don't care. And you're going to do it. But it, you know, it didn't. I wasn't the obvious least favorite, I guess.
As Austin became a sophomore, and he showed up on your roster again, what did you think when you saw his name?
So usually I get excited when I see kids the second time, right? There's very few kids where they show up and I'm like, oh no, right? And so he was one where I saw him on there and I was like, cool. We got a routine, we got a system, you know, excited, you know, nothing, no negative feelings.
And did you notice any change in Austin sophomore year?
Mostly it's the standard, like going from the freshman squirrely wiggliness to like the, okay, I know how to do this. We're in high school now, we're grown-ups, we're, you know, kind of like that adjustment, like, and you see that in most of them. So that's the primary change. He was still engaging, you know, he still had the cognitive ability to be like, now's a good time to have a conversation and now's not a good time to have a conversation, kind of thing. Still engaging, still pushing back sometimes when I'd say stuff, you know, the stuff I like.
We have heard some testimony about Austin trying to play video games during class. Was that something that you experienced with him?
I permitted students, if they had finished the work for me and didn't have anything missing. Our school had this program called like Fast Friday, where if you had an A or a B in all of your classes, you got like elective free, go home early or go to the gym and play basketball or whatever. I think they had video games in the library or something. So most of the time, if a kid had a video game up, I was like, all right, show me that you're done. Okay, now pull up your online grade book and show me that you're not missing anything. All right, have fun. Make sure that the volume's turned off and don't distract your friends, right? And so I never really paid attention to which games they were, because the school usually blocks anything wildly inappropriate. So if I noticed him playing video games, it would have been like more of, okay, are you done? Show me you did today's thing. Show me you're not missing anything. That kind of vibe. Less of like, what game are you playing?
And was Austin ever a problem in his playing video games? Was he ever not done with his work or anything like that?
I'm sure, being a teenager, that there were times when he'd be like, oh, I didn't realize I was missing the thing, and he'd go do it. I can't remember anything specific, so nothing sticks out. Whereas I had some kids who were always trying to play a video game and not do English, and so those are the kids, I was like, I'm gonna hold that Chromebook for a while. I can't remember Austin being in that group.
So you would actually take some kids' Chromebooks because they couldn't keep their phones?
Or you stick it in their backpack, zip the bag, and be like, no more, kind of thing.
But you don't remember ever doing that with Austin? And did you ever have to reach out to his parents over any issue?
Not that I remember.
Ms. Mulholland, I'm going to ask a question that I don't think teachers get directly asked very often. Did you like Austin?
I like most of my students.
So he was in your class when this happened, is that right?
Correct.
When did you find out?
So I don't remember the exact date, but we had school the day before, came to school, full day of class. Everybody goes home at dismissal. The next morning I come in, I'm taking attendance. I believe he's in my first period. And he's not there. And we'd obviously heard about the event on the news in the vague, sensational way the news does. And I was like, oh, Austin's not here. That's weird because he's usually here. And, moved on with our day. I had sent an email to my department head about one of the texts we were supposed to be reading, about how I didn't think it was serving my students and I was going to stop after a certain point. And my department head came to my classroom at the end of first period and said, very non-comfortingly, hi, Ms. Mulholland, I need you for a minute. This person's going to stand in your room with your kids for the next couple of minutes. Which is always like oh no, I'm in trouble. And they pulled me out in the hallway, and that was when they told me, you heard about the thing that happened? Yes, I did. The person who did it was in your class. It was Austin. We're not telling the kids yet. So, we're telling the other teachers, we told you first because it's in your first period. We're going to go tell second, third, and fourth in order. And then, we'll come back or come see me when class is actually over and we'll talk some more. And then, I have to go through the rest of the day with the kids speculating. And the kids, I wonder what happened, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'm just, shut it down. No, you don't talk about stuff you don't know. Stop. We'll find out when the news tells us stuff.
What went through your head when you heard he was the one who had done this?
At first, it's like shock and awe as to whole, this never happens. The likelihood of knowing someone who had done something newsworthy like that just is not, it's not believable. It's just surprising or shocking. There was no part of me that was like, saw that coming. There was no part of me that was like, okay. It was all very much, are you sure? Are we positive? Are we sure? Like, it was a lot of that, like, disbelief, the shock, no, that's not it. Different person. Different person. Had to be a different person.
So, he was in your first period on October 13th, the day this happened.
Correct. I guess, the 13th we came to school and then it happened that evening, yes. Sorry.
Did you notice anything that morning? Anything different about him? No. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am handing you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
It is a flash drive, I assume with classwork on it.
And why do you make that assumption?
You showed me this earlier with the classwork on it, and it has my initials still.
And is it classwork he did during the 2 years he was in your class?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 15.
Any objection?
I may have 1 second, Your Honor.
may publish on screen, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Mulholland, do you have a copy printed out on paper in front of you?
I do.
If it's easier to reference that, you can, but we're going to follow along up here.
Yes, ma'am.
So in 2021, that would have been his freshman year, is that right?
Correct.
What is this piece of paper that we're looking at?
So that is a student survey about me that I have the students fill out on the first day of class. I still use a very similar version. I've made some modifications. But at the time that I was at Nightdale, I used this one all 3 years that I was there.
And so you used it also in 2022?
Yes.
We'll go to the next slide. And is this the one that he did in 2022?
Yes, sir.
And we go to the next slide. So are these the two of them side by side?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one on the left is from when he was a freshman?
Correct, yeah. When he wrote with marker and I told him not to.
So he was not supposed to write in marker?
They always want to grab random things. I think I have these like name tags that are dry erase, and they're always trying to write with the dry erase markers on paper, and I'm like, stop, you'll ruin it. So that's most likely what was going on.
So in his freshman year, as he filled out this All About Me first day of school survey, can you walk me through what he sort of said to the different questions?
Yeah, so some of the questions are just kind of filler questions to get them started. If you hand somebody a blank sheet of paper, they get nervous and don't want to do it. So, we started at the top with easy stuff, like what's your name, and then what do you want me to call you, for Jonathans who go by John. What class period are we in, when's your birthday, favorite colors, things that are pretty easy to do. We move into like hobbies and interests and those kinds of things. And he said play games, right? And then I like to ask who students live with, just because I have found that not everybody lives in a, 2 parents and a sibling kind of household. And that way too, I know when I'm talking to them how to reference their family situation, their home situation. I find a lot of students leave the one about like, what do you like to read? They leave that one blank. Not realizing that like TikTok and Instagram have words on them that you're reading. And then the ones that I really like to look at are greatest accomplishments, the grade they want to earn, and then like kind of the bottom half, I guess. And so whenever a lot of kids, especially 9th graders, when I'm like, what's your biggest accomplishment? They're like, I don't know, I'm 14, I don't know, I'm here. But then if you look at his 10th grade year, his biggest accomplishment was getting to the 10th grade. So he's at IGK his freshman year, and then 10th grade year, getting to the 10th grade, like making it to the 10th grade, which is an accomplishment for some kids. And then he said his favorite subject, right, freshman year, he said it was PE, and then sophomore year, he said it was history, which, PE is either your favorite or your least favorite, depending on how kind of person you are. But for a 9th grade boy, that's pretty standard. But for it to be a real class in 10th grade, I feel like shows some growth. And then what he expected to earn. His 9th grade year, he said he wanted to B because he didn't want to put in the effort for an A. But then in 10th grade, he said he would earn an A because he knew that he should, that he knew that he could. And to me, that's like, I can do this. I don't, kind of vibe. And then I like what can I do to make you successful? And then what do you need to be successful? And he didn't know freshman year. He's like, I guess a lot of kids are like, I don't know what I need from a teacher. They're like, I don't know. I have some kids, right, like, tell me the answers. I'm like, that's not how this works. But then if you look at sophomore year, he said he needed me to answer his questions, and that he would be successful as long as I was answering the questions he asked. And so I think that too shows some growth of like, he knows what he's getting better at asking for what he needs. And I like seeing that growth in students, because this was a school where I taught a bunch of the same kids, 9th and 10th grade, and seeing that growth from, I don't know, I just need a passing grade, to if I ask questions, I need the answer, like I need you to help, and then like knowing they have to ask for help, because that tells me not just, well, the teacher's here to help me, but it tells me that they know they have to ask for that help.
So it sounds to me like you do a lot of work to try to foster growth across the board for your kids. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you monitor for that sometimes in using the same assignments multiple years?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could go to the next slide. What are we seeing? Now, this is 2021, so that we're back to freshman year. What are we seeing on this slide?
So this was an assignment where students chose, I think it was a novel, it might have been a short story, and they had to pick a novel or short story where the main character had some obvious difference from them. So a male student could pick a novel with a female protagonist, or a student who identified as straight could pick a novel where the main character identified as not straight. That kind of vibe, right? And then the goal of it was to, because we were talking a lot about identity and like where your identity comes from, but also trying to foster that whole, our identities are different, but we can find common ground. And so I don't remember which novel or short story he picked, but it appears the main character was female. And so he was able to list the things that he and her and she had in like separate, and they're pretty standard things, right? That the girl in the story drank alcohol and he hadn't at that point. That she was an immigrant, he was not. That she's from she's Iranian and he's American. Those kinds of things. But the thing I was really looking for here were the similarities, because that was the goal, was to be able to identify similarities, not just differences. And so he picked up on things like they're both in high school, they both identified as straight, they both lived in America, and they both had married parents who were still together. And so and there was additional, I think there was something else we had to do with this, where they had to look for something else. But this was kind of the first step to it. And so we talked about okay, you found more differences than similarities, and then we go back and we talk about looking for similarities, things that are less surface level.
And so this was a pretty individualized assignment.
Yeah.
Is that right? If we could go to the next slide. So what are we looking at? And it's hard to see on the edge over here, but this says 2021, so back to freshman year. What are we looking at on this piece of paper here and onto here?
So this is another assignment that I reuse year after year. It's a poem called "Did I Miss Anything?" And it's very sarcastic. It's supposed to sound like a conversation between a frustrated teacher and a student, and the student asks the standard, "What did I miss yesterday?" kind of question, and the teacher doesn't respond helpfully with do page 12 in the textbook, but with silly things like nothing, we don't do anything when you're not here, or everything, the angels descended from heaven and gave us all our purpose in life. It runs the gamut. And the part of it is it leads me into talking about how to do missing assignments and turn in late work and that kind of thing. Don't ask me to miss anything. Here's what you need to do, right? And if you're confused, then you ask me questions about specific assignments or tasks. But it also helps lead into talking about tone and mood, because the tone is very sarcastic coming from the teacher or the responder. And we also get to talk about perspectives, but then it kind of leads into talking about theme and message down at the bottom, the final question.
And you said you work on it year after year. Do you ask similar questions in this category here?
Yeah, I modify the questions a little bit from one year to the next, just because we look for different things, different years. Ninth grade, we're talking a lot about tone and vocabulary, and then by 10th grade, it's more of you should already identify tone. Let's go to the next level, next step.
Let's go to the next slide. And so was this Austin's submission of those questions for his 10th grade year?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could go to the next slide. So you mentioned that the questions are slightly different, but there's still a lot of overlap. Is that right?
The final question is usually the same.
And so the first question is, who is asking the question in the title?
Correct.
And it's pretty much the same for both years. Is that right?
Yeah, that was kind of the gimme one.
Can you talk me through his answers from year to year?
Yeah, so if you look at, the first year, I just asked who's asking the question in the title. But then the second year, the question is who's asking the question in the title and how do you know? Because we're looking at text evidence, right? So the first year, he gave me the right answer both times, saying that it's a student who had been absent. But then the second year, he's telling me the teacher is not going to ask a student what they missed because they weren't there, right? Like, he's using his logic. So yeah.
Coming down to that last question, which I think is the same in both.
I believe so, yeah.
What is the overall message of this poem? How do you know? Explain it to me. Can you look at those two answers and walk me through the differences between his freshman and sophomore year?
Yeah, you can tell just visually that the answer is longer his sophomore year, that he's added more detail. And again, he had the right answer both times based on what I was looking for. But if you look at his freshman year, he says, the overall message of the poem is to be present in class. When you're not present, nothing significant can occur, and if you're not in class, no classwork, no quizzes, no tests can get done. Right? And so what most of the kids meant when they said nothing significant can occur is they're like, you're not here to learn. Like, you can't learn whatever it is we did. Yeah, you can do the assignment, but you can't. Like, you missed whatever the conversation was. And then his sophomore year, like I said, it's much longer. He still got the same vibe, right? The overall message of the poem is that students need to go to class and go to school and not miss school. It's because he says, take as many days off as you like. Activities we undertake as a class, I assure you, will not matter.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you start over after the not miss school?
I think this is because he says, take as many days off as you like. Any activities we undertake, okay. As a class, I assure you, will not matter either to you or to me, and are without purpose. In stanza 3. Which means he's being sarcastic, and the value does not have meaning, and you should come to school. So he's getting much better at using his text evidence. He's getting better at picking up on the tone, telling that it's sarcastic, figuring out that the important part of school is the conversations and the interactions.
You could go to the next slide. And Ms. Mulholland, did you regularly do sort of prompts where the kids had to make responses every day?
Yeah, so we did it on a 2-week rotation. We'd do 2 weeks of journals and 2 weeks of grammar, and the grammar was sentences from their journal responses.
And so is this, the date down here is 2022, so we're into sophomore year. Is this a journal response that Austin did for one of those weeks?
Yes.
And I want to look specifically at what's here in the purple. Can you tell me, the question here is, what is empathy? And what does it mean to you, and how does someone show empathy to others? Could you read Austin's response?
Yes. He said, and I gave them the option to also look it up. They just had to tell me where they got their definition from. And so he started with, the Google Dictionary definition is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. I think the reason empathy is the trait for August and September is for people to be more kind to each other. Empathy to me means to be nice to other people and understand their feelings. Someone shows empathy to others by being kind to others. People can also show empathy by not being rude to other people and by making their day better.
I'm done. Ms. Mulholland, is that on par with what you would expect from a 10th grade student?
It's the first half of it, the dictionary definition and people need to be more kind is pretty standard. But the last line, people show empathy by not being rude and making each other's day better, it's pretty sweet. It's it shows a little bit of that maturity that I've talked about, of it's not just be nice, but it's also don't actively try to make somebody's day worse.
It's a little bit of a standout.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Mulholland, so you taught Austin English, correct?
Correct.
And you generally would say he was a good kid
Yes.
while you were dealing with him. And you were surprised that he had killed so many people and shot the others. Fair?
Yes.
And I think you said your response was, no, not him, gotta be somebody else, right?
Correct.
But you know now that it was him,
Correct.
right? You talked a little bit about the video games in the classroom that the students were taking or would play, and that as long as they got their work done, you didn't really give them a hard time. Is that fair?
Correct.
And Austin knew that, right?
Correct.
So Austin got his work done,
Mm-hmm.
and then would play video games.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't look to see what video games they were?
Not particularly.
And then you kind of went through some schoolwork just now that Austin had performed for you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And he said that he wanted to get a B because he just didn't want to put the effort in to get an A.
Yeah.
Okay. And the last, is this, some of this has handwriting on it. Is this typical of Austin's handwriting both years?
Yeah.
Not the best handwriting?
It's not the worst. I can read it. I can read all those words. But yeah, it did look the same both years.
He's not writing in calligraphy.
No.
I mean, it's bad handwriting. It may not be the worst, but it's not clean handwriting. There's a lot of scribbled out words and marks on there. Fair?
I like seeing the crossed out words because it shows that they're thinking about what they wrote and they're going back.
Didn't ask you that, ma'am. I
I'm
asked
sorry.
if there are scribbled out words and if this is not clean handwriting.
Yes, there are scribbled out words.
Okay. In fact, there may be a misspelled word in there somewhere. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not uncommon for people, even when they're in a calm situation and doing schoolwork, to misspell a word. They're young and they're learning, right?
Correct.
And your job is to correct them and teach them and say, hey, you misspelled this. Especially as an English teacher.
Yeah.
Right? And one of the things that you all studied, and it's kind of mentioned on that last page of the slide, was Oedipus, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant made some comments about Oedipus being a victim of fate, correct? Which is a response to the prompt that you made. Mm-hmm. And his response was that Oedipus was a victim of free will because he killed his dad in road rage, which he did not have to do, correct?
Yes.
And Oedipus took the throne and was king, which he chose, correct?
Yep.
And Oedipus married his mother, which is what he chose to do, correct?
Yep.
And Oedipus kept looking out for who the real parents were, Oedipus kept looking for who his real parents are, and he did not have to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oedipus stabbed his eyes out so he would not have to see his parents in the afterlife, which he did not have to do, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So this, he's talking about the understanding of what you have to do and what you don't have to do, fair?
Mm-hmm.
And talking about this concept of free will, is that fair?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And seems to understand the concept pretty well.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about it.
Right. And so you did a good job teaching that idea, fair?
Yeah.
All right. And in this regard, he's answering your prompt about someone being as he referred to them, a victim of free will. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, we have.
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll take a 15-minute recess. and then resume in about 20 minutes till the hour.
Yes, Your Honor. Superior Court being recessed 15 minutes.
All right, further evidence for the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we call Ms. Darcy Ross to the stand.
What was that name, counsel?
Darcy Ross, D-A-R-C-I-E Ross.
Good morning, Ms. Darcy Ross. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Ross.
Good morning.
All right, I just have a couple of questions for you. Can you introduce yourself to the court, please?
My name is Darcy Ross. I work at Cumberland Juvenile Detention Center.
And Ms. Ross, has your general counsel advised me to ask the court that you be ordered to answer questions because you may have privileged and confidential information
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thompson?
That's correct.
So ordered.
Thank you, ma'am. So what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I'm direct care staff, so I work on the floor with the juveniles. So I work second shift. So when we come in, we're responsible for meals, medication, rec time, visitation, telephone calls to the parents and the family, and just ensuring their safety and security while they're in our custody.
Thank you. And second shift, what time is that?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And how long have you been working at that Cumberland County facility?
3.5 years.
And do you enjoy it there?
Yes, I do.
And just, I know you walked us through your day-to-day tasks that you do. Do you have like a typical schedule that you follow as far as doing those tasks?
To the best that we can, but in an environment like that, nothing's going to go the same from day to day.
Got it. And have you had, I don't want to say got to know Austin Thompson, but have you been working at that facility while the entire time that Austin Thompson has been there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, but are you the behavioral specialist at the jail? And specifically, what does that mean?
I guess basically trained into de-escalation, a lot of counseling. Of course, most of the juveniles are emotional when they come in there, so I talk with them, help them work out their emotions. If they're having altercations with another juvenile, kind of just de-escalate any potentially explosive situations.
And are you also responsible for the status and classification of the...
As in, what do you mean?
Okay. Do the kids there have different status levels?
Yeah, they have different levels. So all the staff is responsible for that. So any staff working can write a behavioral summary, negative or positive, can deduct a level if need be.
Gotcha. So when I threw it off as being responsible for, all of you are responsible for.
Yeah.
Tell me about those different statuses and classifications at your facility.
So when you first come in, you come in on bronze. So that's just your basic level. You don't get any extra privileges in the facility. And you're that way for about 2 weeks. And then you move up to silver. And for silver, you get extra time on the phone. We have MP3 players on second shift they can listen to. And they get canteen on Fridays. And then you go up to gold. In 3 weeks from that, you go to gold. And then you get all those privileges, but an extra phone call, an extra visit, and you can use the Nintendo Switch.
What was the last one?
Nintendo Switch.
And we've heard a lot about video games.
Yes,
Is our video games to utilize as a tool in your facility?
I wouldn't call it a tool. It's an incentive to show them, a lot of negative behaviors and negative perceptions they come in with, and I guess give them incentives to do the right thing and follow the right path, and show them there's rewards for good behavior.
And do you guys monitor the games that they play while on the Switch?
We do.
What kind of games can they play?
Nothing violent. So nothing with any kind of weapons, fighting like Mortal Kombat, no shooting games. Basically, we have like basketball games, football games, Mario Kart, stuff like that.
And are you aware of the classification level of Austin Thompson while he has been in your facility?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of when Austin Thompson get the gold status?
About 6 weeks after he got there. That's about how long it takes to get to gold.
So as quick as he could get the gold status, Austin achieved gold status?
Yes.
And has he ever been demoted from gold status during the time in your facility?
No.
Is keeping that gold status important to a lot of kids in that facility?
It is. You get a lot of incentives to stay on gold.
And things like fighting or disrespecting or causing any kind of security issues would get a person demoted from that gold status?
Basically, any rule infraction can get you taken off gold.
And in your 3.5 years of being around there, outside of the incentives, what else did Austin Thompson typically do with his time?
He spent a lot of time since he's on gold. One of the incentives I didn't mention was they get a tablet on second shift in their room, and there's movies on there, so he can watch movies. He plays his Nintendo Switch, listens to music, reads books, and then, of course, rec time he'll come out or go play basketball when they go outside.
And similar with the games and the Nintendo Switch, I'm assuming these movies and books are also monitored.
Correct.
And what kind of movies and books are allowed in your facility?
Movies have to be PG-13 or under. And even some PG-13 movies, if we start to see something inappropriate, we'll turn it off. And same with the books, they have to be age appropriate. The teachers check the books when they come in, approve them, and then the juveniles can get them.
And it was Austin known for reading a lot of books while he was in there?
Yes, sir.
And where did his books go once he was done with it?
He would donate them to me to let the kids read.
And would you say that, talking about his goal status and his achieving that goal status of staying there, that Austin has been compliant with your facility's instructions and policies during your time there?
For the most part.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Ross, how long are how long are people in your custody supposed to stay at that facility age-wise? When do they age out?
So it depends on the circumstances. Juveniles, if they're under 18 and have juvenile charges, until they go to their placement, wherever that might be. If they're Superior Court, typically on their 18th birthday, they're supposed to leave and go to county.
But the defendant is still in juvenile custody at this time.
Yes, sir.
He has reached the age of 18,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that's a special disposition for him.
I'm assuming, I don't know the circumstances that was above.
Outside of your purview.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, these movies that the students, or again, I said students because it sounds like you kind of have school.
We call them students too.
Okay. The movies that they're watching those on tablets?
Well, they come out for, we call it floor time, but basically it's they get to come out of the room and watch movies as a group, and we pick the movies for them. And on the tablets, yes, there are some movies on the tablets that, we don't pick those movies. Those come from Raleigh somewhere and go on the tablets.
Okay. The games, you said there's no violent games.
Correct.
The books, who makes the determination about what types of books these people are allowed to read?
Well, we have some pretty standard rules. They can't be violent. They can't be hardback. And when the parents bring them in, we let the teachers review the books, and then they go to the juveniles.
Okay. Are you familiar with James Patterson?
I am.
What types of books is he generally writing?
I believe he writes action books. There's shooting in them.
Serial killers? Would you be surprised that those are types of books that a resident at your facility is reading?
I would be, but
it could happen? Okay. Do they also have the ability to sometimes find ways to watch things they're not supposed to watch while they're there?
I don't know how they would, because on the tablets there's no internet service, so they can't look anything up. The movies that are on the tablets are pre-picked when they come to our facility, or get on the tablets that we have, and then the movies staff picks.
So would it surprise you that Austin recounted an event where the tablets were, quote, jailbroke, and they had to be taken away from all of the residents?
That was not at our facility. It happened somewhere else. Yeah.
So it's possible.
But it's possible, yes.
Okay. And when that happened, you guys had to take yours away as well, right?
Everybody across the board took theirs away to put security in place.
So you do the best that you can to monitor what these people are intaking, but you can't guarantee what it is, right?
Yep.
And just like their behavior, you do the best that you can to monitor their behavior, but they can do things and have interactions with people that you just don't see and wouldn't mark down.
Yeah.
Right? And if that's happening, then you wouldn't be able to demote someone from this gold standard to some other standard.
Correct.
Okay. But all in all, what you know about the defendant in this situation, he's been a relatively compliant and unproblematic resident.
For the most part.
Okay. What's the hesitation?
He never crossed the line. Austin did sometimes like to push the line and get there.
Tell us about that.
Being redirected. Sometimes he'd get really upset and he'd mumble under his breath. Can't really hear what he's saying, but we redirect that. Hey Austin, don't mumble under your breath. You were told to do something, just do it. Stuff like that. Or playing basketball with the kids. He'd hit one of them in the shins with the basketball. Had to be redirected for that.
Okay.
Instances like that.
And so those are things that you remember about Austin. They may not be documented, but you have a specific memory of Austin at least hitting someone in the shins with basketball and pushing the line, if not crossing.
A few of those instances are documented. We don't make it a habit of just the first time they do something bad, or even the second time, taking the level they work hard to get there. And it is a therapeutic environment we try to be. So we try to redirect the behavior, and if they're compliant, then yeah, we're not going to just yank everything away from them. But so some of the stuff is documented.
Okay. Is there anything else like that you recall about Austin?
Just one instance, I can't remember what we were watching. This was maybe a year ago. We were watching a TV show. This is back before we got, the word they can't watch cop shows anymore. It was, I think it's Chicago PD. And the bad guy had the cop at gunpoint and did some ninja move. I don't know. It's silly, but they're kids. Gets out of it, and when the kids is like, "Miss Ross, could you do that?" And I'm like, "I sure could. Get away. Don't mess with me." And Austin made the comment, something to the effect, "Can I be the one to try that?"
So he wanted to be the one to try the ninja move on you?
And that is documented in the behavior summary because it was something I felt was significant.
Did he lose a privilege from that?
No. I told him that's inappropriate. I don't ever want to hear you talk like that again. If I hear it, you will automatically lose your level.
Do you remember when that happened?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. We've heard some testimony about some statements that the defendant made about being able to hear shooting range from that facility. Is that accurate?
Yes, there's a shooting range somewhere behind the facility.
And you can hear those sometimes? Has he ever said anything to you about that?
He just makes comments.
Such as?
You hear that, all that, I can't even specifically remember, but they'll be on the basketball court and you can hear them shooting, and Miss Ross, you hear that? And I'm like, yeah, I play basketball.
Does it seem to be interested in that?
Yes.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor?
Just very briefly, I think Ms. Rasch, you said that it's fair to say that Austin had a sassy mouth.
Yes.
But even with that, when you redirected him and told him chill out or stop, he was compliant and listened to that and did not go any further.
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No other questions?
Thank you, ma'am. You missed that. Further evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. Would you call Director Hallett to the stand, please?
Good morning, Director Hallett. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk. Right here, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you. May be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director Hallett, could you introduce yourself to the court, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Gene Halleck. I'm the facility director of the Copeland Juvenile Detention Center in Fayetteville.
And, Your Honor, we would, similar order, do you have privileged and confidential information that your general counsel has told you that you need to be ordered in order to testify here today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
So ordered.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Director Hallett, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
I've got an administrative role. I oversee staffing operations and making sure that procedures and policies are followed. Make sure we're within compliance. I don't do any direct care supervision of the juveniles.
Got it. And so mostly you're hiring and firing employees and going through policies and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
Going on 21 years.
And how many kids are in your facility at any given time?
Anywhere between 18 and 25.
And how many kids are in and out of your facility on an annual basis?
It's new officers that check, but probably somewhere around 300, 350.
It's fair to say that sometimes your facility is overcrowded and more kids than you should have at any given time.
Yes, sir.
And so what does your typical day-to-day look like?
My typical day-to-day?
Your typical day-to-day.
I mean, again, I would make sure that everything's operating well. We got enough staff on the floor. People are following policies. Check in with our nutritional specialist, make sure our cook is here and things are right in the kitchen. Make sure that our management staff have got enough employees to be able to manage and run the floor.
And with that, you don't have much interaction with the kids and students in your facility. So how did you come to be in contact with Mr. Austin Thompson? How did you first get him in your facility?
We received Austin straight from the hospital into our facility, and he was housed in a room within probably 8 foot of the nurse's office and within 8 foot of my office.
And is that unusual for a person to be housed where Austin was housed initially when he came to your facility?
It's not unusual. The room was available, but given his medical situation, we felt that it was best for him to be closer to the nurse's station.
And so how long was he in that, I guess, that spot where he was close to your office and to that nurse's facility?
Probably 18 months or so.
And so for the first 18 months or so, he was in very close proximity to your office?
Yes, sir, within 8 foot.
And what kind of, I guess, what were the medical concerns that you had for Austin in your facility?
Well, he had some serious medical issues when he was at the hospital, and so when he left, it was important for us to have him close to the nurse so we could take care of his medical needs. He had a lot going on with his head injury.
And was your facility specifically chosen because of your, I guess, medical care that you guys would be able to provide?
That was a decision done by leadership in Raleigh, so I'm not real sure on that, sir.
Because typically he might have been held in Wake County, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
But he was transferred and has spent the vast majority of his time since his incident in Cumberland County in your facility?
I think, yes, sir. He came straight from the hospital to our facility.
And during this time that he was in that close proximity to your office, did you notice any kind of behavioral problems with Austin at that time?
No, sir, no.
Did you hear Mr. Ross just talk about the different status levels that are the students are eligible for at your facility?
Yes, sir.
Tell us more about that and why they have those in place and the point of those, I guess, different status levels.
Yes, sir. It's a tool that we use to try to modify behavior. I mean, the more privileges that our students have is an incentive for them to do well. They've got to have something to look forward to, and so if they know that their behavior is linked to an incentive that they really want, then it's a form of behavior modification that helps them do the right thing.
And why is that specific for your facility where you guys are housing juveniles? Just talk to me about the policy and thought process behind that.
I'm sorry, say again, sir.
Just, I guess, would it be fair to say the juvenile facilities are built on a therapeutic model?
Yes, sir.
Talk to me more about that and what you're seeking to achieve during their time with you.
Well, we try to wrap services around. I mean, a juvenile detention center is actually a short-term facility. Then we have long-term facilities. But we wrap our services around. We have our psychologists work with them. We have our clinicians work with them. We have our behavior specialists like Ms. Ross work with them. And so we wrap our services around young people in hopes that when it's time for them to leave, that they could do better on the outside.
What ages of juveniles are you typically housing in your facility?
Probably our medium age is probably 17 right now.
And how young can these kids be in your facility?
They've changed that recently. I believe maybe 10 or 12.
And is it important to, I guess we keep on talking about Raleigh, but for Raleigh and the people that are in charge of your facility, that juveniles are accommodated differently than, I guess, typical adult facilities would house? And I may have completely messed up the question, but
I really don't know about the adult facilities. I just know that, we try to offer a therapeutic service so we can wrap our services. It's important for us to offer education, behaviors with counseling. We offer our counselors to come in every day and talk to them. So it's important for us to do the right thing so they can be prepared for their community again.
and I know you said you don't interact with the residents on a day-to-day basis. When serious issues occur, do those bubble up to you for you to be aware of those?
They would.
Okay. And in regards to Austin Thompson, is a serious issue ever bubbled up to you where it caused any kind of concern for your facility in any kind of way?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Further up.
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Mr. Casey Corey to the stand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Corey. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. May be seated.
Thank you, Honor. Mr. Corey, can you introduce yourself to the court, please?
My name is Casey Corey. I'm the Director of Education Services for the North Carolina Department of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention.
And Mr. Corey, have you been informed by the General Counsel of Juvenile Justice that you would need to be ordered in order to testify about any confidential or privileged information in regards to Austin Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would ask that you order Mr. Corey to be in witness.
Yes, sir. So ordered.
Mr. Corey, how long have you been in that position?
A little over 2.5 years, sir.
And what does that have you doing on a day-to-day basis?
So I'm the direct administrator over the 14 facilities for education for the state of North Carolina. We have principals in our youth development centers who provide administrative oversight for education in our regional detention centers. So I also provide oversight for those facilities as well. Any state mandate, federal regulation warranted for any public school unit within the state of North Carolina, I provide that oversight for all of those facilities.
And do you know how many students you guys have currently across the state?
So currently, right now, we have a little under 500 students in all of our facilities throughout the state.
And what is the curriculum like?
So it's the standard course of study for the state of North Carolina. We are a local education agency, so all of our facilities have school designation in the state of North Carolina.
So I guess if people wanted to kind of diminish the school in there, how does this compare to a quote-unquote regular school?
It's non-traditional in the sense that we have, adjudicated youth within our facilities, but outside of that, all of our teachers are certified through the state of North Carolina. They take licensure exam just like any other student, any other teacher, any other public school in the state.
Why is it important for kids to attend school while they're in custody?
Well, it's important because my colleagues stated, we're a rehabilitative facility. Our goal and our hope is to make sure that kids can be reintegrated back into their local community based on whatever infraction that actually got them to the detention or youth development center.
Because you're dealing with a population of what ages are you typically dealing with?
So we have as young as 10 all the way up to 18 years of age. We do have special designated facilities for minors under the age of 12 years old. So traditionally in our facilities, we average about 13 to 18 years of age.
And how did you come into contact with, are you aware, have you met Austin Thompson prior to today?
Only once.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
At a graduation.
Okay. What graduation was it? Tell me about
his graduation.
Okay. he graduated while he was in the where did he graduate from?
Cumberland Youth Academy.
Okay.
Cumberland Learning Academy. All of our facilities have a school designation so that they're nondescript on their transcripts when they transition back to the local community.
And so they could take that similar to like if he graduated from Brockton High School, Knightdale High School.
No different.
Why do you go?
Why did I go?
Yeah.
Actually, I attend all the graduations in the state when we have graduates at our facilities. We have several graduations throughout the academic school year. It is a great accomplishment for a juvenile in that particular setting. It's a momentous occasion for their families. So we want to make sure that they have the same due diligence as any regular student, guaranteed in the state of North Carolina.
And what does that program typically look like?
It is a very traditional graduation ceremony, prompt circumstance, welcome, poem, guest speaker, etc.
And how many students were in Austin's graduating class?
Just Austin.
Who was the speaker for his graduation ceremony?
It was a local resident who was a previous adjudicated youth who had come back to be the speaker.
Why is that important?
It's important so that kids see the progression that you can make, and once you're in that particular setting, that there are opportunities if you take those opportunities in the community for you to be successful.
And I know Director Hallett just said he has between 18 and 25 other kids in there at the time. What are the other kids doing while you guys are having this pomp and circumstance?
So in this particular setting, throughout that programming, kids were almost like the master of ceremonies. So they had different roles and different parts within the program itself.
And is it something that you want them to aspire to do?
Absolutely.
And how do the kids there typically get their schoolwork or typically complete their schoolwork?
So we have school educators who are hired by our agency to work with our students. Depending on their length of stay, we transfer students in just like we would enroll a student at any other local school throughout the state. We have access to a SIS system or student information system. The most recent system in the state of North Carolina is called Infinite Campus. So we have access to Infinite Campus, and we pull in student records, we request records. We have data managers very similar to the public school structure to provide those resources so that we can adequately assess where the students are to make sure that they're going about the right path, the right trajectory in order to complete their high school requirement.
And are you aware of a program called Origin?
I am, yes sir.
And what is Origin?
Origin is a tablet-based program for incarcerated individuals across the country. Origin is just one tool that we use in order to provide resources for our students. It is not a primary resource, but I would deem it as a secondary resource where students can get career development. We have some of our tablet-based or technology-based applications that are also stored on that device as well. So there's a law library, there are different applications. It is a very, it is not a web-based, it does run by the internet, but it does not have a browser for students to seek any additional information. Yeah.
Hey, y'all may I approach?
Yes.
And I'm going to approach.
Yes.
Mr. Corey, what are you taking a look at there?
So these are the programs and certificates that Learner 343, 549 have completed during their time within the facility.
All right, and every student assigned that kind of number to log in?
Yes, sir.
And does that fairly accurately represent the origin report for Austin Thompson?
It does, yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would ask that exhibit number 17 be removed.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
And I think you had said it before, but that's not the primary source of education. Those kind of almost look like electives.
Not even electives. They would be almost considered like post-secondary coursework. So for any student who had completed school, or if they had downtime, i.e. second shift, they could work on those activities independent. These are not assigned programs for our students.
And on that, it appears that Austin Thompson spent a lot of his time going through those post-secondary programs through the Origin app.
Based on this report, yes, sir.
And a lot of those kind of endeavor towards what a person would like to do in the future. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair.
And is there anything else you would like to tell the court about your process and your graduation process? It seems like you're very proud of the system and you've been able to put together and administer.
Kids go through some very traumatic situations throughout, their young adult lives. So being able to have some wholeness to stability, education can provide that for them within our setting. I attended 7 graduations, within the course of this academic year for 25-26. I'm pretty sure I'll attend about 6 or 7 more in May or June of this spring. So we're very proud of our students who reached that accomplishment.
And it's a big deal for every student.
Absolutely.
That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, I'll provide you an additional copy of
There was no exhibit 16, is that correct? It's fine if there isn't.
That's what I had. I was questioning if
I'll put it in numerical order for the clerk, so I'll adjust whatever number I need to put on it.
Whatever. You want to change it to 16?
That'd be fine.
All right.
Yes,
So
thank
let
you.
the record reflect that what was identified as Exhibit 17 is being changed to Exhibit 16.
Thank you. I apologize.
It's written 16.
Okay.
Written 16. All right. Is there further evidence for today?
No, there is not further evidence for today.
All right. So we're going to recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. There will be further evidence tomorrow morning. And I expect we'll have a full day tomorrow. But we will be in recess for the remainder of today. Council, I have a brief matter to confer with you after we're in recess relating to some exhibits, but otherwise, that's the business for today.
Yes, Your Honor, Superior Court be in recess till tomorrow morning, 09:30 hours.
in really critical areas through the mid-20s, generally about the age of 25. And what continues to develop is really the most important pieces of the brain, the rational and logical part of the brain. I think Dr. Corvin probably talked about the brain in detail, so I won't. But the prefrontal cortex, the frontal lobes that really are the essence of who we are, but they also contain what we call the executive functions, which are those higher level thinking, reasoning, problem solving, judgment, emotional and behavioral regulation. All of those things are in what we refer to sometimes as that command center of the brain. So the frontal lobes still have a lot of developing to do, so they're not fully developed at age 18, and we see that progression through about age 25. So what we tend to see during adolescence is this period of just rapid brain growth and reorganization. The brain is going through this process of pruning, where it's getting rid of unused or weak neural connections. It's making new connections, strengthening connections for faster and more efficient communication. So the brain is highly adaptable and flexible during this period. It's primed for learning. It's probably the reason, large part of the reason why Austin was able to make such a remarkable recovery from his traumatic brain injury. It's a time of what we call developmental plasticity, where the brain is really adaptable and can change and make these new pathways compensate for those injuries. So it's pretty remarkable. In general, though, if you look at the characteristics that define adolescence, their immaturity, impulsivity, being very emotionally reactive, really poor risk assessment and poor planning, and that's the nature of adolescent development.
As the brain is developing in adolescence, is that affecting, I guess, their intellectual capacity as well as their emotional capacity?
Absolutely. What we tend to see, the problem for adolescents and why we tend to see that impulsive, emotion-driven behavior is because the emotional center of the brain, the limbic system, is highly active. It matures well before those frontal lobes that are the logic centers. So there it's really driving emotion and behavior. So it's the emotional center, the reward center, and that's the primary driver. Right? So if you think about it in terms of a car, I think that's pretty accurate. You've got the emotions driving the bus, and the braking system, which is that frontal lobe area that says, hey, slow down, think this through, what are you doing, does this make sense? That's still being wired on the car. So you're really driving without brakes during that period of time, and it helps to explain why teenagers can be so reckless and impulsive. I think anybody who's had kids or spent time around teenagers has seen this. On the one hand, you've had this budding maturity, and then on the other hand, they do something really dangerous and risky, and you ask, what were you thinking? Most of the time, they can't tell you. And it makes sense because they weren't thinking. They were reacting, right? It's more impulse-driven than logic-driven during that period of time. That's not to say that they can't slow down and make good decisions, but they're very reactive to emotional context, to peer pressure, to social context, and that's what helps to explain that impulsivity.
Based on your review of Austin's records and your training experience, how was he developing or maturing? How was his brain?
Mm-hmm. From everything I've read, really on a typical adolescent development course, he, did not have any notable developmental concerns. There was nothing noted about his attention or ability to stay focused. I know his brother James had been diagnosed with an attention deficit disorder, but none of those concerns were expressed for Austin. He had never had any previous mental health evaluations. He had good grades in school, passed all of his classes easily. There was never a concern or a need for an intellectual or psychological evaluation to see if he had any learning or underlying problems. He had excellent GPA, no known trauma history, no traumatic falls or injuries to his head. Really from my understanding, just along that typical trajectory of development.
Are his record, so you met with him in 2025 after he suffered traumatic brain injury, but were your interactions with him consistent with the records of pre-head injury?
For the most part, yes. We didn't have any prior evaluations of his cognitive functioning. We expected, based on his performance in school and his GPA, that his neurocognitive functioning was at least average to above. And so those records we didn't have. But what I'm seeing now is consistent with the records that I've reviewed.
We mentioned the traumatic brain injury from the gunshot wound. How does the traumatic brain injury suffered at age 15, how does that affect the development and the maturity of someone's brain?
Right. That was a major disruption to his development at that time. I know that you've talked about the injury. I understand that Dr. Corbin had explained in detail what kind of injury he had to the frontal lobes. He had global diffuse impairments from that injury. I understand that from reading his medical records initially, unsure if he would survive the injury, and then if he did, what would his functional capacity or neurocognitive status look like down the road. So again, that was a major insult to his brain at that time. He had to relearn even the most basic of skills. Initially, just being able to attend to what's going on around him, to be able to make sense of incoming information, to understand and use language again. Initially, kind of mumbling, using single words, but to be able to then speak in sentences. His ability to have balance and to walk and to be able to address just self-care needs. He benefited tremendously from the intensive therapies that he was provided on almost a daily basis. Occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language. He made remarkable gains in a pretty short period of time, which again I think highlights the plasticity of the brain and just how resilient it is during this developmental period.
You mentioned that the frontal lobe is still one of the last parts of the brain to develop fully.
Correct.
And it controls executive function. I think you mentioned the frontal lobe is kind of like the brakes of the car in terms of the brain, right?
Correct, yes.
How, Austin shot himself and destroyed or removed a large portion of his frontal lobe, I believe frontal cortex. How does that affect his brain development?
That certainly, set that development back, right? His brain had to recover and heal and rewire and do things to be able to regain those functional capacities. And initially, even though he made tremendous gains in terms of his neurocognitive status, he was still functioning at a level well below what his baseline had been based on testing. He was evaluated by Dr. Samantha Sedlak. Initially, I believe it was March of 2023, and she did a battery of neuropsychological tests with him to see what the impact was of that brain injury. And one of the instruments that she gave him was a standard intelligence test for children. It's called the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children. It's the gold standard of IQ tests. And what it does is it's an individually administered standardized measure. So it's where his scores are compared against his peers, a representative sample. And she administered that test and additional neuropsychological tests. The test that she gave him initially, the intellectual measure, it's broken down into various areas of functioning: verbal skills, nonverbal processing, memory, processing speed, in the moment kind of thinking. And these tests have what we call a mean of 100, right? An average score of 100, a standard deviation of 15. So any score we tend to think between 90 and 110 is pretty average, right? So Austin's full-scale IQ score, when initially tested, was a 73. So almost 2 standard deviations below normal. That's the range when we're talking about other individuals that would be in the range of intellectual disability, right? People who would need support services to get through school, they'd need special education services. And it was such a drastic decline from his baseline functioning prior to the injury that she diagnosed him with a major neurocognitive disorder due to his traumatic brain injury. Again, he had made wonderful progress in his recoveries, but still his intellectual functioning is well below what it had been initially.
Were you able to observe in your interactions with Austin the effects of the damage to his frontal lobe?
Yes,
about that.
Sure. When I met Austin, he had been evaluated a second time by Dr. Sedlak, and so I think it's important to understand what he was functioning like when I saw him from a neurocognitive perspective, if that's all right to explain. When Dr. Sedlak tested him for the second time, he was over the age of 16, so she gave him the adult version of the same intelligence test. It's scored the same way. Standard score of 100 is the mean, standard deviation of 15. And this time, when she tested Austin about 2 years after his injury, his full-scale IQ score was a 91. So again, tremendous gain from that original score of a 73. She believed that it was much more in line with Austin's baseline or pre-morbid, pre-injury functioning. Maybe not regaining all of his skills, but back to a 91 being about in the average range. Whereas prior to that, the 73, I think his score was at the 4th percentile, meaning 96% of peers scored higher than him. So he had certainly made a lot of neurocognitive gains, but he still had deficits in processing of information, the speed with which he could do that, and his working memory. And also, she noted his affect, right? Kind of flat. Again, consistent with where his brain injury occurred. When I met with him, I think that those results were pretty consistent with what I saw. Again, some mild memory issues, but also that being very talkative, being very, I don't know if I'd say impulsive in that, but not regulating that a lot, kind of interrupting when I was talking to ask a question or to answer a question. Again, consistent with the injuries to his frontal lobes.
If he were to be tested again now or sometime in the future, based on his improvements between 2024 and 2023, would you expect his results to be?
I'll allow the opinion if you have a basis.
Based on your training and experience as a psychologist, and do you have experience in testing individuals for IQ tests, that kind of thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Based on the healing that has obviously occurred in his brain and the improvements he's made from 2023 to 2024, would you expect to see the scores continue to rise to some degree?
To some degree, I do, yes. Based on his performance academically prior to this, I think a 91 is again, average, but he might have been functioning a little bit higher than that. The nice thing about this is his brain is continuing to develop, right? So all of those executive functioning skills in those frontal lobes are, because of maturation, continuing to develop and improve. And testing him again, because he had such good neurological recovery, I expect that he probably would test a little bit higher. He's certainly back on the track in terms of his developmental trajectory. Dr. Sedlak indicated that when she looked at the scores, she didn't see any permanent deficits that would preclude his ability to continue to develop and develop those skills in his frontal lobes, despite the damage.
And is this type of improvement typical in teenagers who suffer this type of brain injury?
Yeah, and every brain injury is different, and again, his was terribly destructive. But because the brain is so adaptable and flexible, you tend to see much greater recovery during the adolescent period than you would if you or I had this kind of brain injury.
And I think you mentioned before that the brain is very malleable at that age and is often able to rewire itself, I think is the phrase you used. How does, if you know, in Austin's brain, now that some of the frontal lobe has been removed, can you tell us how the rest of the brain kind of compensates for that?
Specifically, I can't. What I can tell you is based on his performance now, based on those scores, based on our knowledge of the brain being as adaptable as it is, in kind of shifting and making new neural connections and pathways to compensate for areas that have been damaged, I don't see anything that suggests he hasn't been able to recover. He's finished high school while he's been incarcerated, did not need any special education services to do that, right? His IQ is now back into the average or normal range, so I think he's made tremendous gains in that area, and I don't see any reason that his future course of development, that natural developmental process, wouldn't continue.
If we could move on now to talk about appreciation of the risks and consequences. Can you tell us just generally how a typical adolescent appreciates the consequences of their actions, or just kind of flesh that out for us?
Sure. Not well, sadly. Adolescents are not adults, right? They don't think, reason, problem solve the way adults can because they just don't have those adult capacities. They are very much present focused in their decision making and not future oriented, whereas adults tend to factor in potential consequences of their actions into their decision making. Again, the brakes kind of kick in and it enables us to kind of think through more logically what we're going to do. We have better emotion regulation skills. For adolescents, because the emotional and reward center of the brain is really driving at that point, adolescents have a poor time of managing and assessing risk. They are making decisions that are present-oriented, and they don't really have those capacities to fully consider and appreciate risks and consequences like we do. They don't. It's just skills that are not yet developed. For adults, the brakes, again, the frontal lobe, the logical reasoning can kick in. So teenagers are really kind of just impulsive and emotionally driven, especially in contexts where there's peer involvement or that are emotionally high-level, stressful situations. It's not to say that adolescents don't understand cause and effect, or that they don't understand that something's dangerous. They do. But it doesn't mean that they won't still do it, right? Because those behavioral and emotional controls here are lagging behind, right? And they just don't have that same future orientation like we do. If anybody, again, has kids or teenagers, the sad reality, they think that adults are old, right? Their parents are old. They can't. A 15-year-old thinks, their 40-year-old parent is just ancient. They cannot put themselves into that adult mindset of what that life would look like. They just don't have the capacity yet.
And that ability will improve over time, or should improve over time for most
Absolutely. And again, adolescents can make sound decisions in a lot of contexts, right? When they have time to think, when there's not pressure, when there aren't peers involved, when it's not an emotionally driven situation, they can make good logical decisions. Unfortunately, that impulse control is what's lacking behind. So often they're just reactive. And that improves with age. As I said, if we're thinking about the brain continuing to develop into the mid-20s, a 15-year-old brain is vastly different than that 25-year-old brain.
And based on your review of Austin's records, did you see anything that would differentiate him from an average teenager in terms of appreciating consequences or anything like that?
No, I would say from my understanding of how he was functioning prior to, he had typical 15-year-old abilities.
You have you read Dr. Corbin's report as a part of your evaluation of Austin, or reviewing the records.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then you watched his testimony maybe on YouTube or on TV.
Yes, I tried to watch some of it, yes.
And you heard, or you're aware of his testimony about the possibility of a depersonalization event.
Yes.
Can you talk about how adolescents are able to, or not able to, pick up on changes in their psychological well-being? Or
sure.
Didn't put that very well, but
yes.
Can you answer that for us?
Sure. You know, adolescents are less self-aware. That's one of the big things, right? Adolescents live in their present functioning. They're inner focused, but they're less aware generally of how that something's different, that something is changing. Generally, when I would see adolescents in my clinical practice, it's because they were referred, right, by a parent, by a teacher, some observer noticed something different. Most of the time, I will say that when they got to my office, they had no idea, right? I'd say, what brings you here? Why are you here today? The adolescents generally look at me and say, I don't know, my mom made me come, right? They're less self-aware. And again, when we're talking about the onset of mental health symptoms, it expresses itself differently for everybody, and kids that age just don't always understand that there's something different, right? And something to recognize and something to reach out and seek help.
How does Austin's traumatic brain injury come into play with this subject as well?
In terms of his ability to recognize?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or to appreciate the consequences of his action moving forward.
Okay. Well, again, his injuries to the frontal lobe, which is that executive powerhouse, right? The executive functioning skills. So while he's 18 now, he's going to continue to get better, right? Better develop those skills: self-regulation, impulse control, emotional management, thinking, appreciating future consequences. I don't see any evidence that would suggest that those skills will not continue to improve despite his brain injury. Again, in looking at his testing records and Dr. Sedlak's evaluation and opinion, she didn't see permanent deficits that would impact his ability to continue to grow and develop along a mostly normal course despite his traumatic brain injury. That certainly affects better develop those skills: self-regulation, impulse control, emotional management, thinking, appreciating future consequences. I don't see any evidence that would suggest that those skills will not continue to improve despite his brain injury. Again, in looking at his testing records and Dr. Sedlak's evaluation and opinion, she didn't see permanent deficits that would impact his ability to continue to grow and develop along a mostly normal course despite his traumatic brain injury. That certainly affects him in terms of even his basic personality. Again, that's really the essence of who we are in the frontal lobes. He's a different person today than he was at 15, developmentally, age-wise, and because of his brain injury.
Based on your review of Austin's records, did he receive psychological and neurological treatment while he was in the hospital?
Yes.
Like extensive, right?
He did. He received, I think, almost daily therapies. Speech and language, occupational. He was seen psychiatrically. Initially, I believe, he had extensive, intensive therapies to enhance the recovery, and which was needed during those critical periods in those first few weeks after his injury, and he did make remarkable gains from that time, and he still has over the course of the 3 years.
And when he was sent to Central Regional Hospital for evaluation, did he receive any treatment from those doctors?
No, that was just evaluation of his capacity to proceed with his legal case.
that was just testing to see if we could have a trial, if he could plead guilty.
Exactly.
They didn't work with him at all to try to address any underlying or psychological issues moving forward.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then when he was in custody in Cumberland County, did he receive any treatment from them that you are aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing in his records that would indicate that he did?
No. No, my understanding, he's not been seen by or evaluated by any mental health professionals for any underlying mental health condition. Didn't receive any therapy, school-based. Like I said, he did finish his high school education and received his diploma, but I'm not aware of any counseling services or any other rehabilitative services he might have received.
Do you believe that he would benefit from those types of services moving forward?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Again, because his brain is so adaptable at this age and flexible, he's just 18 now, there's a lot of learning and growth that's possible with opportunity and experience, exposure. There's, again, kids learn from experience, adolescents learn from experience, adults learn from experience. I think that mental health treatment, for him to be able to really process what has happened to him in terms of how he's not the same person anymore, this traumatic brain injury, what that looks like for him, and also to come to terms with, what he's done. I think he would benefit. He's a pretty, I wouldn't say insightful kid, but he's a curious kid, right? And he wants to understand, and he would benefit, I believe, very strongly in therapy to be able to help him to process these things. And again, when he's been in custody, he was able to finish his education. He wants to learn. The brain wants to learn at this age. It will grow and develop based on experiences and opportunity. There's no reason to suggest that his won't at this point. I think he's done very well in custody for the past 3+ years. From what I've read in his detention records, he hasn't had any emotional or behavioral issues. His conduct has been appropriate. He's, been described as, I think, just pretty easygoing. He's been able to manage his emotions and behaviors despite his traumatic brain injury, despite the fact that he's housed with many other juveniles who have their own emotional and behavioral issues, and him struggling also with his own recovery and his legal situation. That's a lot of stress. And he's been able to show us that he's managed that well. He has those developing emotional and behavioral controls, right? The breaks are coming, and he's been benefiting from treatment, or benefiting from that environment, I would say. I think having formalized treatment while he's incarcerated would be really important.
Nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Seaver.
Cross-examination, Mr. Ball.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor. Is it Sapia or Sapia?
Sapia. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
So when we talk about the juvenile brain, or brains in general, I think you mentioned that all brains, well, you mentioned every brain injury is different, but can we agree all brains are different to some extent?
Yes.
And all juvenile brains are different to some extent?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Is it fair to say that in terms of a juvenile brain's capacity for intellectual functioning, there's a spectrum?
Yes.
We have some that, I'm sure you see some that are have very small capacities, extremely immature, and then there are some on the other end of that spectrum where a juvenile may have a much greater capacity, exhibit much more maturity for someone of their age. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's certainly a range within which, and again, not just based on IQ. You're right, there's emotional immaturity.
Right. Mm-hmm. Emotional, social, physical even too.
Absolutely.
And in the time that you met with Mr. Thompson during that 2 hours and 20 minutes, did you ask him or have any conversation with him about what happened on October 13th of 2022?
I did.
Okay. And what was he able to tell you?
Well, interestingly, one of the things that I do when I talk to people in general about incidents like this is he had a significant brain injury, and so there was what we understand to be some general amnesia about those events. But what I always remind people, and I have to explain to adolescents in general, is that your brain is not a video recorder, right? Memory is not, we can't rewind and replay things through and know that they're accurate. Memory is reconstructional in nature, right? We go back in our brain, and anytime we have a memory, we're bringing that back up, so we're acting on it. Sometimes it's hard for people to know the source of their knowledge. How do I know what I know? Did I learn that? Did I read it? Did I experience it? For Austin, when he first woke up after that brain injury, he didn't remember what had happened.
And I appreciate all that, but I'm just asking, what did he tell you on October 13th of 2025?
Okay. Well, and the reason that I'm saying this is I cautioned him. Don't tell me what you know or think you know based on what you've read, what you've been told. What do you actually recall? And that was very difficult for him. But one of the things that he did is he would stop himself. And he would say, wait, I don't know that. I don't know how I know that, right? So that was great. He learned from me. Don't tell me what happened because you read it and you have A and C, so obviously B happened, right? The brain, that confabulation, filling things in. He doesn't specifically remember. He believes that he remembers things, and I don't know how accurate those memories are. Like going to school. Mom drove to school, or James, his brother, drove them to school every day. And then Mom would take the car. James had his learner's permit, so he was driving. So Austin assumes that's what happened that day. He thinks he recalls being in first period in English that day, but after that, he would tell me, and then we took the bus home. Do you remember taking the bus home? Well, we always took the bus home because Mom and Dad couldn't pick us up. I don't know that he actually remembers, but that was his routine. So he told me when they got home, James was on the computer playing his game on the PlayStation, and Austin thinks he was in his room on his phone, maybe on YouTube, maybe playing a game, doesn't really remember what. He told me he remembers that he got his gun and shot James in the back of the head. I don't know if he remembers that or not, really, or that's what he knows to have happened. He does not recall writing those notes that were left at the house. He said he's obviously read them and seen them, doesn't recall writing them, doesn't know what they mean, couldn't understand why he would have killed his brother. Talked to me about, there wasn't any argument that he's aware of, any animosity, any strain, and we didn't see that in any of the records or interviews. So I don't know how much of that he remembers. He told me that he remembers somewhat walking down the street or going through to the woods, remembered being in a shed. First he called it a barn, but corrected himself and said, no, I think it was a shed. He thinks he remembers prior to shooting himself in the head. I don't know that he does, but that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had reviewed Zach Rowell's reports where he had met with him. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And he was able to, and when I say he, the defendant described to him a little bit more detail about what had happened. He described after he shot James in the back of the head, he described dragging him or pulling him kind of by the head into the master bathroom. And he did describe that to Mr. Rouse, right?
Yes, my understanding, yes.
And have you reviewed any of the discovery, or were you provided with any of the discovery in this case?
No, I wasn't.
And you watched, sounds like you watched Dr. Corbin's testimony, or at least listened to it, or viewed it in some way.
A part of it, yeah.
And the defendant told him even some more details about where he went and why he shot several of those people.
I don't recall him saying the why. I think that was the question of why this happened. I know that he explained, and he's been asked multiple times, what happened, and in trying to say the why of it happening. I don't think Austin's ever been able to explain the why.
Okay. So you didn't see the part of Dr. Corbin's testimony where he indicated that Austin told him he shot his neighbors to prevent them from calling the police?
Yes, I did see that. I don't know how accurate that is, but yes.
Well, that's what Dr. Corbin testified to.
Yes.
And when you're looking at the relevant social and family history, when you're talking to Austin and kind of getting a background on him, that he's the historian, right? And so you get whatever information you get from him, and I imagine you have to compare that to the other information that's available.
Absolutely.
And the other information that's known at all.
Correct.
He told you he didn't have any symptoms of depression, anxiety, or mood changes or instability.
Right.
And that checks out with what his family has said, what his teachers have said. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did he mention to you, in talking about his family relationships, that his parents were in the process of separating?
No, he did not.
Was that something you knew at the time you spoke with him?
I don't believe that I did.
So that wasn't in any of the other, you don't remember that being in any of the other records?
No.
And I just want to, and one thing in your report on page 3, when you talked to, or you mentioned you're talking about his medical history, you're aware that he, at some point, was prescribed minocycline.
Yes. He was seen by the dermatologist, and yes.
Okay. And in your report, you say that was in 2020, but the records that we've been provided show that was in 2021. Is that just maybe an oversight?
Yes, I would. The records were from Southern Dermatology, so that might have just been a mistake, a typo. Thank you.
So Austin went to, he did well in school,
yes,
correct? And you described his grades as average, but he was actually towards the top of his class. He was in the top 50 of his class. Were you aware of that?
And I think he had a 3.8 GPA, so certainly average to above.
Right, right. You don't want to shortchange anyone.
I think he struggled a little bit when they went to online classes initially during COVID, which a lot of kids did.
That was very common, right?
Mm-hmm. They needed or benefited from the structure, so I think that was a piece of it. But I think he had all A's going in to his 9th grade year, and his GPA was fantastic.
And one of the, with Austin being the historian for a lot of this, and you're limited to the records we have, did you review any phone records?
No.
Fair to say, very common for adolescents to spend a lot of time on their personal phones or devices.
Sadly, yes.
A lot of time. And Dr. Corbin talked to us about, his recommendation is for moderation. Do you perhaps?
I agree. I agree. Yes, we didn't have cell phones growing up. And when I first started seeing, a lot of my practice kids, they didn't, but now everybody does, and, it's the digital age, and I think they often spend too much time on it, but that's just my opinion.
Right. Well, because it can, in some cases, become a substitute for, the reality around them?
Well, I think it depends on, what they're doing on the phone, but I think, in terms of our social connectedness, I think, that's where a lot of the problem comes in. We tend to text people versus calling, or, text with them, not see them in person. Sadly, I think COVID did a lot of that as well, and then people just got used to that more impersonal way of interacting.
Right, and it also opens up kind of an unlimited library, if you will, for any and all subjects that somebody, a thought comes into your brain. I wonder about this, and you can look up anything, right?
You can.
And from all accounts, well, besides Dr. Corbin, have you watched any other witnesses testify in this?
I have not, no.
Okay. So would it surprise you to know that by all accounts, Austin typically acted appropriately at home and in school?
Would that surprise me? No.
No one's talked about any him acting irrationally or overly emotionally. Does that seem to fit with your assessment and what you've seen?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
His parents and some of his teachers have described him as fairly mature, in the sense that he had tasks to do at home and did things to help out around the house.
Sure, chores.
Mm-hmm. Made meals. I think he power washed the house with his brother. They had businesses. I don't know if you know this, but they would sell golf balls and make money that way.
Mm-hmm.
And those were things that, some of those things were things that his parents didn't urge him to do or tell him to do. He and his brother just did them on their own. I think someone referred to him as kind of a self-starter.
Mm-hmm. Took the initiative.
Yep.
Not so surprising. He was an intelligent kid.
He was a smart kid.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of goal-oriented. He went to school, made good grades because that was important to him.
Never missed a day. Told me he didn't skip classes. Didn't necessarily love school, but it was important to him. His grades were important to him.
Right, and even if it was something that he didn't enjoy doing, he went and did it with, by all accounts, with a good attitude.
I would not disagree.
So I'd like to talk about the circumstances of the offense section of your report that is on page 7. You described him as, or you indicate we don't have access to his thoughts and feelings at the time.
Correct.
And that's because he can't or hasn't communicated those to anyone.
Right.
Right. And the one of the things you mentioned, and just typically of, the adolescent brain in general, is when you talked about people being referred to you, either by their parents or someone else. Fair to say that these juveniles that you see, or they can have feelings, and part of their issue is the inability to articulate those feelings.
Absolutely. There's less self-awareness, less insight.
Right. And so they would come to someone like you or another therapist to try to either teach them or help them articulate what it is that they're feeling.
Correct.
And I imagine, I don't want to assume, but would it be fair to say that for those individuals that are unable to figure that out, or do not have an outlet to articulate these feelings, that can lead to some consequences.
In what way? In terms of their emotional
if a
function?
juvenile doesn't have an ability to, they're having all these feelings, they don't know or understand what they are, they're unable to articulate them, and they don't have an outlet for what they think these feelings are, that can cause them to act.
True, right. You often see emotional acting out in children and adolescents for those reasons. They're not able to identify or verbalize what's happening, and it comes out in their behavior.
And so, is it possible that would it be possible that Austin can't or hasn't articulated a reason for this because he doesn't know how?
I guess anything is possible, but given the extent of his brain injury and given what he said and did around the times that he woke up, and not having the knowledge of why he was there or what was happening even with his father in the room with him, I think that's more unlikely.
But what about before his brain injury?
What do you mean?
If he's unable to, his inability to articulate a reason for this.
He shot himself in the head the day that it happened.
I mean, to anyone else prior to that.
I don't know that. What I'm hearing you ask me is more that this happened and then he shot himself. So I don't think, as I believe we've heard, that there were any warning signs, red flags, any developmental concerns, didn't leak any information to anybody, that he wasn't doing well, or that something was on his mind, or that there was any plan to do anything like this. So
so he wrote a note, right? And you've reviewed those, I assume?
I did see the note, yes.
Okay.
The two
notes.
Mm-hmm.
And those are, or the main note, that is an attempt at least to articulate reasons.
He did write reasons in that note. When I asked him about that, he doesn't recall writing the notes, and said, doesn't know what those notes mean, why he would have even said those things.
Right, but those notes, they address a certain audience or audiences, right? I mean, there are notes to his parents, notes to people that took him hunting, messages to the police.
Right.
And you didn't review his phone history. And I want to point to something that you mentioned in, maybe it's the last sentence of the second sentence under the circumstances of the offense, it is certainly possible Austin experienced or perceived something in the relationship with his brother that he cannot recall and that was unknown to his parents that impacted his thinking and behavior that day.
Yes.
Okay. So he could have had, and I'm paraphrasing this, is what you're saying. It's possible he could have had some perceived grievance or grudge or issue with his brother that we just don't know about.
Right, it's possible.
And it's possible he could have had some perceived grievance or grudge with individuals beyond his brother that we just don't know about.
It's, again, anything's possible. I don't think that that's likely given what we did know about his functioning, and, to that extent, like you said, he did great in school. Nobody noticed anything. There were no concerns maybe about substance use or him withdrawing emotionally more so. No concerns about different just mood swings. So again, certainly possible that something happened with his brother and maybe happened that day after school. And again, emotionally reactive versus deliberate and thoughtful. Those things are certainly possible.
Sure, and it's possible too that he was maybe towards the more mature, maybe emotionally mature end of this spectrum, and was maybe pretty good at keeping those two things separate.
Keeping
whatever his perceived grievance was or his perceived grudge with either with his brother or with others separate from his outward-facing personality that everybody saw.
I think it would be, again, anything's possible, but given the family dynamics and given that he didn't express any of those things, nobody noticed any of those things, not generally typical. If an adolescent is going through something emotionally, a lot of times they do disclose, or it comes out in other ways, in behavior. So again, anything is possible, and adolescents at 15, they can. Like I said, by 16, they've got more logical kind of reasoning abilities, but the brain is still 15. And so that maturity, yes, that is on a spectrum, right? Some 15-year-olds are more mature than others, but still, the brain has another good 10 years of developing those emotional and behavioral controls. So what I meant in that, it's certainly possible something happened, that day.
And then your next sentence, beginning of the next paragraph, is after killing his brother, the rest of Austin's actions appeared quite impulsive, disorganized, and poorly thought out. And so I want to talk to you about that. After he shot his brother, he took him into the bathroom, and that's where he killed his brother, right?
Yes.
And so after that, Austin changed clothes. Do you know if that's true or not?
I asked him about his backpack. He had a backpack, and he told me that there were clothes in his backpack. He was not sure if those were clothes that he had on. He expected that they were, but he wasn't sure.
Well, he cleaned up. He went through his home and packed that bag, right?
I imagine, yes, that he didn't. Yes.
Well, he either had it packed before he killed his brother, or he packed it afterwards.
Correct.
And that would indicate some sort of planning and foresight.
Well, I think, again, if you think about adolescents, yeah, they can plan. Little kids can plan, but it's the level of planning. They're not able to think and plan with that future orientation like you and I can do. And so, yeah, sure, he grabbed his backpack. He probably did that every day for school to carry his things. So,
Okay.
yes.
Well, were you aware that it contained kind of a survival kit? It contained food and water. It contained hundreds of rounds of more shotgun shells. It contained face paint. It contained flashlights, binoculars, toilet paper. It contained money. Were you aware of that?
I was aware that it contained various items. I think what I meant in that is, if you think about it as we would think about it and step back, where was he going? What was he doing? He, from my understanding, was walking down the street or the greenway, a few bottles of water, a granola bar. Where was he going? What was he doing? What was this long-term plan going to look like? That's what I mean in terms of poorly organized. He's still an adolescent, right? So what was he going to do after today or the next day or the next day? To me, that seems much more impulsive. Oh my gosh, right? I just killed my brother. Yeah, I gotta go hide or whatever. I don't know. It just seems much more disorganized than a plan that an older person would make.
So he packed all of these things. He actually put them in plastic bags, Ziploc bags. You're aware that there were numerous firearms in the home?
Yes.
And so he chose, of those 13 or so firearms, he chose 2.
Yes.
Right? You watched Dr. Corbin's testimony yesterday. Do you recall him talking about, the catastrophic effects of a shotgun?
Yes.
And so the defendant chose a shotgun and a firearm for which he had multiple magazines from the choices that he had.
Correct.
That would be a decision, right?
He made it, yes.
And he brought contacts with him, extra contacts, eye contacts. So it would certainly appear that he had some idea that he was going to be somewhere for some period of time.
I would not disagree that, yes, he kids his age, adolescents his age, yeah, they make plans. They do things. They, can organize behavior. But then he walked down the street with the long gun. If he were thinking this through in a more logical or clear-headed, why would he do that? If he could put the pistol in a backpack and if his idea was to go and hide somewhere, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, it seems very adolescent-y in the sense of it's not well thought out. It seems pretty impulsive. I would imagine in an emotionally reactive state, given that he had just killed James. That, again, not having the brakes on the car yet to be able to slow down, like, what am I doing? Kids are emotionally reactive. So again, I'm not arguing that they can't plan and they can't make decisions, but they often don't make really good ones because their judgment and those emotional controls are lagging behind, especially in an emotionally charged situation.
Can we agree that anyone who kills another person on purpose does not make a good decision?
It's again, especially as an adolescent, right? Impulsive, poor thinking, poor planning, poor emotional regulation. Stop, think, what's going on here? But it's not a good decision. Absolutely.
So at some point, either before or after he's gathered his supplies together and has still not left the house, he decides to write this note, right?
Right.
And the note acknowledges what he's done right?
Yes.
He references that he's killed his brother. Tells us how he did it. As I mentioned before, it references messages to law enforcement, right?
I've read the note, yes.
Right. And so, and it also contemplates the resolution of this incident, doesn't it?
In what way?
Well, he says, I don't want to die, but I probably will.
I can't speak to his mental state at the time, but yes, he did write that.
Well, he wrote that, and someone reading that might take that to mean, I intend to die at the end of this.
When I look at the note and I look at it together and I put it to try to make it make sense, I can't. Right? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well,
he can't tell me now that what it meant or why he wrote it or whatever was going on in his mind at the time. I can't speculate about that. What I'm talking about is different than that, right? That's what his adolescent brain thinks at the time, which is present oriented versus that future orientation. He's impulsive. He doesn't have the same skills and capacities that we have. So it's a less than, right? His brain doesn't function like it even does today at 18. So, that could have been, like I said, an impulsive reaction. We don't know. He doesn't know what those things meant.
But for someone who has just killed their brother and loaded up with ammunition and a long gun and a pistol, that is a logical thing to write for someone who is foreseeing how this might play out, is it not?
That's certainly possible.
So, Mr. Thompson's brain today is different than any other 18-year-old's. Fair to say?
Exactly, yes.
I mean, I think we talk, every brain is different, but
right.
His is especially different, correct?
His is different because of his brain injury. Because, like you said, yes, every 18-year-old has varying levels of these capacities, so he's different. But he's different because he has this brain injury. And again, that's the area of the brain that really houses our personality, the essence of who we are. So yes, he's different, and he's different from other 18-year-olds.
And I think, Dr. Corbin yesterday described it as catastrophic, the injuries to his brain.
Yes, I would agree.
And I think in your report, you refer to it as he's fundamentally different now due to his age and this, what you call irreparable damage.
Yes.
And that damage is to the frontal lobe.
Correct.
And that, we've talked about that kind of, it controls what you've told us it controls.
Right. That rational.
It's the brakes of the car.
Correct.
And so, that's catastrophic, that's irreparable. There may be some improvement from where he was, But at the end of the day, this injury will never really go away.
Yes, but I wouldn't say some improvement, major improvement, remarkable improvement. An IQ score of 73, being again in the range of intellectual disability, to being tested 2 years later and he's got an average IQ of 91. And Dr. Sedlak, again, did pretty extensive testing and said, you know, these scores do not reflect permanent deficits that would preclude him from being able to continue to develop neurocognitively in those executive functioning areas. So yes, he's a different person. Yes, he had significant brain damage. Yes, he still has residual neurocognitive effects with respect to his memory and processing, but again, he, from all accounts, is back on that developmental trajectory. His brain still, for the next at least 7 years, is going to mature in those areas, and we have seen he's benefited from rehabilitation. He's been able to maintain excellent conduct and behavioral control over the 3+ years in custody. So I think that tells us, yeah, he is a different person. That person who he was at 15 who committed these acts is no longer.
And to use your metaphor, you know, he will always be. Well, you talked about it like a car, right? And so this irreparable damage is to his brakes.
The damage is, yes, to the frontal lobes, but again, right, people with a 91 IQ, an average IQ, are functional every day as adults, and there's no reason to suggest that that brain has not been able to heal itself during this plasticity period. He's made remarkable gains, and so she expects, Dr. Sedlak, after her testing, and we expect as psychologists and understanding brain development, that he's going to continue to develop and mature. He's come so far from that injury. Yes, that injury is going to always be a part of him, but he doesn't suffer from that permanent brain damage that would prevent him from being able to further develop. I mean, like we said, he graduated from high school. He didn't have any difficulties with his studies. He's
and those are things that you would expect, but those are things we can't say for sure, correct?
What can't we say for sure?
What you just described as his improvements and continued improvements.
Well, we've seen his improvements, and again, he continues to make gains. Did graduate. He is performing well in custody. He hasn't had any behavioral or emotional incidents. He's progressing as expected for his age. There isn't any medical evidence to suggest that he won't continue along that progression.
Okay. The significance, though, of his traumatic brain injury that has been described as catastrophic and irreparable, that will always play a role in his development or lack thereof.
Sure.
And we can't say now, or you can't say now, how that will linger or affect his development or lack thereof going forward.
No, not definitively. I think what we know from what we've seen in the testing suggests that, again, he's on that typical developmental course again. Yes, he will still have residual deficits, but again, nothing impacting him to the degree that we don't expect that normal brain development to continue. Again, the brain is pretty remarkable and adaptable, and for him to have come this far, that his IQ is back in the average range, and he finished high school, and he's doing well in custody, I think those things speak to how much he has benefited and improved. That brain injury will always be a part of him, though, yes.
And we don't know how those issues may manifest in the future with regards to the impact of his significant, irreparable brain injury.
We can't know the full impact, but again, the early time at post-injury is really the best predictor of how much he's going to heal and regain those functions, and he has been able to do that. Like we said, probably not back to baseline from an intellectual standpoint, but certainly doing well, and average IQ is great. So I don't see that there would be any evidence to suggest that he would regress or not be able to continue that.
And so, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. In terms, so back to this metaphor of the car, his braking system was catastrophically damaged.
Yes, at age 15.
Right. And it's irreparable to some extent.
Right, to some extent. And you see his injuries. You see that he has lost part of his brain, yes.
And so for the rest of his life, he will be operating with a damaged braking system.
Damaged at the time, yes. However, again, brain is really flexible. So he is continuing to develop those brakes, right? The brakes are being enhanced. They were, since the time of the injury to now, he has shown that he's developing along that expected course. So, yeah, are there going to be some residual effects? Of course there will be. But we haven't seen that in terms of any behavioral or emotional disturbance or his learning or his inability to, maintain while he's been in confinement the past 3 years. So, again, all of those are great prognostic indicators. No developing mental health conditions. A lot of times TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, you have secondary mood disturbances. None of that has been noted for him.
Well,
I think it's remarkable.
And I think what you've mentioned before, though, is that he hasn't had any of that type of review or counsel, since he's been in custody. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, to my knowledge, he hasn't had any counseling or additional rehabilitative therapies.
Okay. And so, last thing, while there have been signs that the brakes are starting to be repaired, or to some extent have been repaired, they will never be what they would have been without this injury.
We can't say that for sure, right? Again, he's made tremendous progress, and again, everybody's got a difference in their braking system, even at the same age, right? Even at 25, there are going to be differences. I would expect that we would have seen a lot of that now while the brain is still developing and reorganizing. I can't predict the future, but I can tell you that based on his neurological recovery and what he's been able to do in the last 3+ years, I don't see any permanent evidence of deficits that are going to get in the way of him continuing to develop and improve all of those controls.
No further questions, Chairman.
Raise your right.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. Just to clarify, you were asked to prepare a report looking at the Miller factors for Austin, right?
Yes.
You were not asked to evaluate his mental state at the time of the offense.
Correct.
That was more Dr. Corbin's purview.
Yes.
And I think you testified you have done maybe hundreds of reports for this type of hearing.
Yes, hundreds of evaluations. Yes.
You interviewed the defendants in those cases as well.
Yes.
And some of them lie to you or maybe malinger in those interviews.
Sure.
Did you detect any of that from Austin when you met with them last year?
I didn't. The information I got from him, that's why we get collateral sources to check, right? Even as adults, we sometimes miss things. We don't always have all of the information or perspective that other people do. So, no, I didn't pick any of that up with him.
And we talked briefly about the patients you see are almost always brought in because of the parents, right?
Correct. I don't recall having a child self-refer or an adolescent self-refer.
And do parents usually send their children to you without seeing some evidence of some mental disorder or bad behavior or something?
No, generally not. They might bring them because school officials have seen or teachers have seen, but yes, it's typically because somebody has observed.
Some evidence from somebody.
Right.
Do you think Austin's traumatic brain injury would make him benefit more from rehabilitation than someone else?
I think that
Someone without a traumatic brain injury?
would he benefit more from treatment?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. You know, in part because his brain had been injured and is still in that process of reorganizing and redeveloping. There's lots of opportunity over the next 7 years plus for him to continue to enhance his skills in that area. So any kind of cognitive therapies, any kind of mental health therapy, I think he would definitely benefit from those things.
And Mr. Boehm asked you about the brakes and the frontal lobe, Austin's frontal lobe specifically. Would you agree that his behavior at the detention center, where he's on the gold status and has not been in any trouble, isn't that evidence that his executive function is working fairly well?
Yes, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Is there any reason that you have seen that would make you believe, like you said, that he would regress and become a behavioral problem, anything like that?
No, nothing that I've seen.
I mean, based on your review of the records, has he ever been a behavioral problem?
No, and I think, you know, that's the piece of it. He had not been an outlier, you know, prior to, and he does not appear to be an outlier now. He seems to be back on, you know, a typical adolescent trajectory.
In general, as in adolescence, do they possess the capacity to grow emotionally and psychologically? Is that part of their development?
Yes, it's part of the developmental maturity from an emotional standpoint as well. They, again, that inner world, that focus from self to others, changes over time where they become more, it's what we also call social cognition and developing empathy and those things, living outside of this inner world.
Even with Austin's traumatic brain injury, do you have any reason to believe that he would not continue to grow emotionally and psychologically as if anyone else would?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Reed Cross.
Just a few more questions. Dr. Sapia, with regards to the defendant's behavior since while he's been at the detention center, did you watch or were you aware of Darcy Ross's testimony from yesterday?
No.
And in fact, he had arguably, before this happened, he had no behavioral issues at school, right?
To my knowledge, you're right.
No behavioral issues that drew the attention of anyone.
Correct.
With regards to the counsel asked you about whether or not you had thoughts about whether the defendant was lying or malingering to you, and you mentioned that's your reason for getting other information to try to check on these adolescents that you're talking to.
Right.
And again, I think you mentioned that you did not review the search records from his phone. Have you talked to defense counsel about those at all, or are you aware of those at all?
I am aware of those. We have not spoken in detail about those.
So were you aware that he had spent some time looking at topics such as killers who had killed and then escaped and lived in the woods, or at least attempted to live in the woods?
I don't know those specifics, but yes, I did hear Dr. Corbin's testimony as well, and I know that he searched a gazillion things about all kinds of topics.
And no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
So, further evidence for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Phyllis Jones. And
Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right. Face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Right, ma'am.
good morning, Ms. Jones.
Good morning.
Could you please say and spell your name for the court reporter?
Say it one more time.
Can you say and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes. My name is Phyllis, Phyllis Jones, Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Are you currently working?
I am not. I'm retired.
And what are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Department of Juvenile Justice as a principal.
And where were you a principal?
I was the principal at C.A. Dillon for a while, and then I was assigned to Chatham Youth Development Center, and they also gave me 2 detention centers that I was responsible for, and that was Cumberland Detention Center and Alexander Detention Center.
And when were you the principal at Cumberland Detention Center? What years?
It was around 2000. 12, something like that.
And when did you retire?
I retired in December of 2024.
And so did you know Austin Thompson?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get to know Austin Thompson?
All of the children that come to the detention centers are treated exactly the same way as the students at the youth development centers. I, as the principal, would go in and consult with the teacher about the education that the child needs to continue with. We got transcripts from Austin's former school, and I reviewed it and made recommendations for the classes he needed to take in order to finish high school.
And when did you do that? When did you make that assessment?
As soon as I got his transcripts. He had been in the detention center for a couple of weeks, and at first we weren't allowed to assign him anything. So during that time, I reviewed his transcript and made a schedule of what classes he needed to take.
At some point, did you meet with him about your plan?
Yes. I always meet with students and let them know what I have seen that they need, and see if they have any excuse me, if they have any preferences or if I need to make any changes.
And what was Austin's attitude like when you first met him and talked to him about your recommendations?
He was very interested in what I had to say. He wasn't sure about the transcript, and a lot of students aren't because they don't see them. Nobody explains it to them, and that was what I felt my job was, to explain what he already had and what he needed to take.
And so did he start school pretty soon after coming to the detention center?
He started school when the doctor said it was okay for us to try to have him work on the coursework.
And in those early days, how was his progress?
Since he was confined excuse me, to his room, I got permission from the director for, excuse me 1 minute. I got permission from Mr. Holland, who is the director at the detention center, for Austin to try to use the computer to take online classes. He was not allowed to go on the floor with the other students, and someone was with him 24/7. So Mr. Hollick said that it would be okay for him to try. When he first started, he was only allowed to have the computer in his room for no more than 2 hours. And when he got tired, it was taken away. It was no pressure. And he built up the time that he used the computer to work on his classes.
And when did he get to a point where his course of study felt a little more normal?
I don't know what you mean by normal, but when the doctor released him so that he could come out on the floor more, they moved his room to a room that was right off from the classroom. And that way, at first he only used the computer in his room, and he would let them know when he was tired, and they would take it away so he could rest. And then if he asked for it again, they would give it back to him. That was about 3 months after he got there, and then he was not allowed to, he still wasn't allowed to mingle with the other students because of his head injury. and they waited until medical said it was okay for him to be around other students. And I know the teachers, Miss Dixon and Miss Frazier, were very careful in what students they allowed to be on the floor with him. And these were students that had proven that they weren't going to be a threat to anybody. And he would come out for a couple hours at a time and then go back to his room. He was allowed to rest when he needed to. And he, like I said, gradually built himself up to the point where he worked all day and even worked sometimes in the evenings when he wanted to on the computer with his coursework.
And how, as the months progressed, how often did you meet with Austin?
I met with Austin at least once a month, and I had contact with the teachers on a weekly basis. I was the one that assigned the classes, so I monitored the classes. If I saw he was having some trouble or problem areas, I would email Miss Frazier and Miss Dixon and let them know that he was struggling in any kind of area, and give them instructions on what support he needed. And that was helpful to them because I had 3 special ed certifications plus language arts, social studies, and I've taught all subjects that the students take, so it was easy for me to give them instructions on what they need to do to give more support to him. And it's the same thing we do with any student that needs help.
When you would meet with Austin, what was his general attitude towards his education?
He was always very interested in his education. Of course, there were courses that he took that he really didn't like, but he understood that he had to have that credit, and he worked hard. He did his best in all the subjects that he took. And I asked him the same thing I asked all the other students: what's your favorite subject? What's your least favorite subject? What do you think you struggle with the most? And the only thing Austin told me was that he said, well, you know, I'll do all the work you assign to me, but my biggest struggle is math. And so I put him in some fundamental math courses so that he excuse me, he could build up his skills.
And as you met with him at least once a month throughout his time in high school, what else did you learn about Austin Thompson?
Well, he was very quiet. He was personable to me. He couldn't remember my name, so he called me the credit lady. And no pressure. I understood who he was talking to when he would say the credit lady, and so did everybody at the detention center. They thought it was kind of cute, and I did too, because that was a way for him to acknowledge that he recognized me. And he was, it was a couple of times he and I were talking about problem areas he was having, and he made some jokes about it. And he had a nice sense of humor. It wasn't dark, it wasn't nasty, it was a very nice sense of humor. And he was always very personable, very polite, and very courteous.
And Ms. Jones, at some point, did Austin graduate?
Yes, Austin graduated. He finished all of his coursework in December of 2024 because he understood that each semester he had to finish the courses that were assigned to him before the end of the semester in December. And he did that. So we had his graduation in January of 2025. And Mr. Hollop asked me if I would be willing to conduct the graduation and come back and do that with him, and I did.
Was that after you had retired?
Yes.
And how many graduations had occurred at Cumberland Detention Center?
None. He was the first.
He was the first. Now, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Jones, I am going to hand you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 18.
Okay, this is Austin's transcript.
And is it the transcript that he had at the Cumberland Detention Center school?
Yes.
And I think I see your name on it as his principal, is that right?
That is correct. And this is the North Carolina State Learning Academy at Cumberland. That is the name of that school.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 18.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Allowed.
Oh, I'll give it to him later. It's okay. Thank you. And if we could look at this, is this his GPA right here?
Yes, it is. It's a 3.4 GPA, which is a B average.
Okay. And you mentioned, I'll take that back for a second, you mentioned that he graduated in January of 2025.
Yes.
Based on when he started high school,
Yes.
would that have actually been a semester early?
Yes.
Okay.
It was.
Thank you. And now I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 19.
Okay.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that's the invitations that Miss Jones and I developed, and she sent them out for his graduation.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 19.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. It's allowed.
And the last one I'm going to hand you is Defendant's Exhibit 20. What is that?
Okay, that is a picture of Austin at the end of the graduation when he received his diploma.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold on to that. And Your Honor, if I may display Defendant's Exhibits 19 and 20 on the projector.
Yes, you're seeking admission of 20.
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. It's allowed. Are these the court copies? Okay, I'll get these to the clerk.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Personal copies for you. The marked ones are over on the witness stand. Miss Jones.
Yes.
Oh. Looking over here at this screen, is that invitation?
That is correct.
And then if we could see Defendant's Exhibit 20. Is that?
And that is the picture of Austin when we finished the graduation and he's displaying his diploma.
All right. And Ms. Jones, at that graduation ceremony, tell me how Austin presented himself.
He was very humble. He was very thankful that he finished his coursework. He was excited that his parents were there and other family and friends. People from the central office of DJJDP was there, the Department of Juvenile Justice, and they had stopped by at the detention center very often, and they would ask how he was doing when they came. So they were very excited to get an invitation to his graduation, and he was just real pleased with everybody that came.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No question, Your Honor.
Thank you. Step down.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go back the same way, Ms. Jones.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. You're right. Take your time. Go down this ramp, just a little bit up and climb.
Just past schedule. So we're about to take a break. So further evidence.
I have one more witness, Your
Very well. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and we'll resume at 20 minutes till and continue with the evidence.
On Sunday, and we have it now on Tuesday evening.
So 2 religious services a week?
Correct.
Do you also work with some of the children at the facility on their religious development?
Yes.
At some point while you were there, did you hear about Austin before you met him?
Yes.
When did you hear about Austin?
When, as in what year, what time of year?
I guess when in proximity to when this event occurred and
Okay.
yeah.
I heard prior to Austin coming to the center, Mr. Hallett called me and let me know that we had him coming to us.
And when did you first meet with Austin?
Not exactly sure when he arrived, but very soon afterwards.
Tell me about that meeting.
So, to the best of my recollection, because there was a couple at the beginning where, so my first recollection would be Austin had his helmet on that he was wearing, and it was very minimal. So I was very cautious, understanding that he had a brain injury. So, yeah, it was very minimal, the first couple.
And what was Austin like in those first couple meetings? How did he present?
Very quiet. I would almost say standoffish. Yeah, very differently than as I know him now.
And did you continue to meet with him?
Yes.
After those first couple of meetings, did anything change or develop in your interactions with him?
I would say absolutely. Slowly. We developed some rapport, if that's the word. So we got to know each other.
And in those meetings, did you talk to him about his faith or beliefs?
Absolutely.
And what did he tell you?
So initially, and this isn't the question you asked, but I brought him a Bible when he was still in this first room, which is isolation, and he wasn't interested in it.
But he continued to meet with you?
Yes.
At some point, did he start joining the religious services?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So that progressed, but initially he was basically uninvolved, other than paying attention. He didn't assert himself. Quiet. And so, yeah.
At some point, did he start, did you give him a Bible or did he just suddenly have one?
So we have, we have Bibles that are available for them, and as long as staff allows, they're able to take those to their room and or keep them permanently.
And did he start using a Bible, reading a Bible?
Yes. Yes.
About when would that have been in relation to when he arrived at the center?
So, guessing, with pretty good guess, I would say, my opinion, Lord, I'm going to guess around a year, because again, I'm guessing, but isolation was at least 6 months, maybe close to a year before he came out. So, and I would say, from what I noticed, pretty much a couple of months, maybe 3 or 4 months into his participation.
And as sort of the months, even years went by, did you and him develop a relationship?
Yes, I believe so.
Tell me about the Austin you got to know.
Austin's a very fun-loving, genuine, jovial, if that's comical, I don't know. not an educated man, I'm sorry. But sincere, and also, maybe I would say, a little self-protected, a little cautious.
And how has he grown in his faith since you've been working with him?
Sustained is to speculating about one's faith, but you can talk about any outward manifestations not been observed.
How have you seen him grow during these religious services and programs that you have done with the children?
Okay. Well, I'm a very visual person, and when when we have service, I'm watching, very careful. We're dealing with the gamut. We're dealing with because of that, I'm looking for feedback. I noticed. I guess this fits the answer, and you correct me. But in watching him initially, not necessarily take place. He was always paying attention, but in presenting the gospel of grace and love and mercy, I pay attention to see who's receiving it. And I noticed early on that, from my observance, Austin did not didn't appear to believe that was for him. That it just was for everybody else, perhaps, but not for him. As time went on, I'm hard-headed. I'm very much aware of God's grace in my own life, and I have such hope for these students. I persisted, and I watched him open up.
What happened when he opened up?
He started to participate. In fact, he stayed very glued to what we were doing.
Did you see other changes in him when he started opening up?
Well, like I said, participation, and that's an understatement, because I joke that we get kids in and out, and then we get some long-termers. Is a little bit of mix of everything, but very understandably, many of the students are not familiar with the Bible. Some are, and so I would perhaps call out, or definitely call out a scripture, and I just tell them after a while, don't even try to be the first one to get there, because Austin, and I'm pointing back there because a lot of times he would be back in that corner or wherever he was going to be the first one to find it. He was a flipologist.
And did you attend Austin's graduation?
I did.
What happened at the graduation as it related to his spiritual development?
So, Grandma, Austin's grandmother was there, his parents and his grandmother. We had a conversation, Austin, myself, and his grandmother, and she is quite a bold little lady, was very concerned and very forward in asking him where he was spiritually. And yes.
How did he respond?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Our rules of evidence would not permit this line of testimony. The rules of evidence are not applicable to this proceeding, so I'll receive it and give it the weight that's appropriate. Go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
How did Austin respond?
You didn't ask, but her question was, have you received forgiveness? Have you received God's salvation? And he responded, yes.
And how did that conversation progress?
So basically, I offered to baptize him, providing that the director, Mr. Hallett, would allow that. That's something I had done before, if Austin was interested in that.
Was he interested?
Absolutely.
And did that baptism happen?
Yes.
About when, if you remember?
So I would guess, okay, I know now. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It happened just prior to his 18th birthday, approximately 2 weeks before.
Okay. And can you tell me about the baptism?
Well, it was different than most baptisms. We were limited. I did ask if we could do more than a sprinkling with a bottle of water, and that didn't work out. So that's what we did. Austin was given a change of clothes and a couple of about 3 towels, and so Mom, Dad, Grandma, and myself went into a little area, and we had a little sharing, and then I shared some of the gospel, and we baptized.
How many children have you baptized at Cumberland over the years?
Objection.
Sustain.
Would you say that over the past 3 years you feel like you've gotten to know Austin fairly well?
Fairly well, yes.
And do you care for him?
Absolutely.
And what do you believe would be true about him as he goes into prison?
Could you expound on that a little bit?
What are you hoping for him as he takes this next step and starts his prison term?
Objection.
Sustain.
What would you say your favorite thing about Austin is?
That he's an overcomer. That he's very genuine, real as a 15 to 18-year-old could be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, in just one moment, if I may have it.
Yes.
Thank you for being with us, sir. I just have a couple quick questions. One, I was curious about where and how these services take place, meaning is it as a special class or something that they're permitted to go to outside of the regular events that they're allowed to enjoy during the day?
Yes, it's a choice, 100% choice.
And by making that choice, do they get to go do something that other people are not doing?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
It's fair. Is it a different... Do they get benefits that other people in there may not get other than receiving the word of the Lord?
Other than possibly just simply coming out of their cell.
Okay. So
no, absolutely not. No.
But they get to come out of the cell that other students may not during that time.
To my knowledge, everyone is offered. Granted, you have lots of logistics involved, I guess you'd say, because you can't put some with others. They may be in the same affiliation or what do you call it, opposing affiliations, gangs, y'all know that, you deal with that. So those sorts of things, but everyone is offered.
Okay. And you've gotten to know Austin over the time, and you said that at some point he was quite the flipologist.
Yes.
Would you say he was aiming to be the best at that class?
No.
At that point, wanting to be the one to give the answer first?
No.
Okay, then why did you tell everybody else not to worry about getting the answer because Austin was going to go first?
Well, I'm sorry. Let me clarify why I say no. He doesn't like credit from my vantage. He it's almost as if he couldn't help it. He would be there, and sometimes not even verbalize it. But I'm looking back there, and he's got his finger in place. So I would point out that he would do that, and he would always give an excuse as to why. In other words, to take the credit away from himself. He doesn't like credit.
Okay. What do you mean he would give an excuse as to why?
Let's see. I mean, I can just hear him saying, "Oh, well, that's because I was already in John, and I knew, and so I, as time went on, I try to read these kids. There's so many things going on. I don't want to put any pressure on one that doesn't want it. So, I'm getting out a little bit, but he would just almost draw back in his chair and do that type.
Okay, so he would make up an excuse as to why he was there, so as to not be the one to receive the credit. I was already in that book or something.
Yes,
like
correct. Yes.
Okay. Why did you describe him as self-protected and cautious? What do you mean by that?
Well, I would say similar to the not wanting attention. He just sort of pulls back and I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that?
Don't have a problem at all. My question to you, sir, was I think you described him as self-protected and then you said even cautious. Why would you describe Austin as self-protected and even cautious about getting to know you or things like that? I think you were referring to.
Okay. So initially, for whatever reason, it was as if he was not interested, almost as if he perhaps had a negative view of God and or the Bible. As time opened up, he opened up to that and me. But again, I'm observing him, and I'm a very observant person in all situations, and it seems to be his go-to as a protective mechanism. I'm not a psychologist.
We understand it. We're asking what your impression is.
Yes. So yeah, that's just almost his first initial response to things.
Okay, so his default setting to some degree is to, in your opinion, be self-protective and cautious at first?
I would say yes.
All right, that's fair. And just kind of to wrap this up, and I appreciate you taking the time to come forward, and you were able to tell us about these great accomplishments that the defendant was able to bring forward, in your opinion, about being baptized and his graduation. Fair?
Yes.
And you were asked to tell what your favorite thing about the defendant was, right?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us what your favorite thing about Nicole Connors, Gabriel Torres, James Thompson, Susan Carnetz, and Mary Marshall was?
Am I able to? Absolutely not. No, sir.
And because those are the people that he killed?
Well, I don't watch the media on these students because I have one job, and so I'm assuming, and I'm very sensitive to those folks. You just called their names out. That hurts my heart.
I guess my point, sir, is you never got to meet those people, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor.
Anything further? Yes, ma'am.
Very quickly, I believe one of the things that you said about Austin is that he was genuine. Is that right?
Yes.
So as he opened up to you, he came across genuine?
I would say without a doubt, yes.
And at some point, he accepted that grace and mercy are for him?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Whitworth?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anything further for the defense?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
Let me turn to the state and ask whether there will be rebuttal evidence for the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we will recess for a lunch recess and then reconvene this afternoon. And at that time, I'll hear closing arguments. The state will have the opportunity to make the first argument, and the defense will have the opportunity to make the final argument. So that will be the schedule for this afternoon. I can tell you that after the closing arguments, just for scheduling purposes, it would be my intention to recess to give me an opportunity to reflect on those things that you have told me over the past several weeks, as well as the final arguments, and that I expect we would reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So that will be the schedule that will follow for the remainder of these proceedings. With that being said, I'm going to suggest that since it's a few minutes past 12, that we reconvene at 2 o'clock, be 2 hours from now. Right.
Yes, Your Honor. Circuit Court being recessed to 1400 hours, 2 o'clock p.m.
Very good. Thank you. Apologize for the delay. We got some technology together here. All right, we're going to move forward with the closing arguments. In this case, we'll hear first from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And if I may, I've got a presentation to follow along with, at least in part.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And, you know, as Your Honor is aware, this is a different scenario than we often find ourselves in this courthouse. And in a lot of regards, that's a good thing. But it makes this part of the process a little different. And I appreciate Your Honor, and I know that all of the victims' families in this case, and I feel confident that I can speak for counsel on both sides, that we appreciate your willingness to hear us all out on all of these issues and give us the time to go through all of these things so that you have a clearer picture about what actually happened, as opposed to, as we would often do in these types of cases, we would walk in, you just hear the guilty plea, we'd give you a 2-minute recitation, and then you're required to make a decision as to sentencing. And so I think it's beneficial for you to have been given a fuller picture by both sides. And when I sit back and I've thought about this case over the last 3 years or so, and over the last 2 weeks, and particularly this week, I don't want us to forget the people that were most affected by this. And I put them all up here, and it's been about a week until the end of the day today when we heard most of these people's names. And so I want to take a moment to remind Your Honor, not that I think you have forgotten in any way, but to give each of these people their moment again and remind you about James and about Lynn and Nicole and Gabe, little Layla even there, Susan, Mary, and Casey. Each of those people were walking about and going about their day-to-day lives that day on August the 13th, just like every other day. Day by day, things go by and you feel like nothing's ever going to change. And then in the blink of an eye, everything changed for those people and for the people that they left behind. And the thing that made it change was not some acne medication. It was the defendant's knowing, researched, well thought out, planned, decisive actions. This was not a youthful indiscretion. This is not the rare juvenile that is, or not the rare juvenile, he is the rare juvenile, I would submit to you, that has planned these things out. You heard the talk about brains and the juvenile evolution of the brain and where they are. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we continue down this path. But when you do that, we've heard all this discussion about context. Bear in mind where we are. The defendant has pled guilty to these offenses. This is not something where he's come in and says, from the jump street, I didn't know what I was doing. He pled guilty, and you have found and issued an order that premeditation and deliberation, there is evidence of that in this case. So I would argue, for Your Honor, and as I know you know, that's the only reason that we have to have this hearing, but keep that in your mind, because I think it's important when you look at the things that they have presented in their case that mitigate this. And the only thing that they've ever really pointed to, I would submit to you, is this idea of this depersonalization being the issue. They can latch on to the arguments that maybe he wasn't on these pathway to violence. It's irrefutable. He was on a pathway to violence. He was at the start of that and made it all the way on to the path of violence. He committed violence not once, not twice, not 3 times, 7 times that day. He terrorized an entire community for over an hour. To say that he was acting and didn't have a plan and know what was going on, I would submit to Your Honor, it is
not believable when you look at the totality of the circumstances here. And so I want to start out and talking a little bit about something that the experts for the defense have raised. Dr. Corvin talked about it, and he said that his goal here was to find out why. That's not what his goal was, Your Honor. It's not what is supposed to be what his goal was. His goal was supposed to just be to give Your Honor some indication about the defendant's mental state. Not why he did what he did, but could he understand what he was doing? Why is something for us that we all want, we all hope to get at some point? The victims, I know, would love to have the answer to that question. The defendant's parents have asked from day one, why would he do this? The reality is, we will probably never know why he did this. We do know that he did it. And I would submit to you, you know that he knew what he was doing when he did it. And the why is not the inquiry that this court is here to decide today. What you're here to decide at the end of this day is, what is the appropriate sentence for what happened? Now sure, if you have why, that's something that you can consider. But it's like we tell jurors all the time, the motive doesn't matter. It can be helpful, but it's not dispositive. And so let's talk about what they have presented as why. And it's this drug-induced depersonalization. But where do they get this from? They get it from this idea of minocycline, their expert opinions, and I've put question marks beside that because I'd submit to you there is zero expert opinion that the defendant was actually suffering from minocycline depersonalization. The doctors never told you that was their expert opinion. If you really go back and look at what they said, and then consider what the reports that you have been provided by them say, I would submit to you, Dr. Corvin's don't really add up. He goes a lot farther in this courtroom than he was willing to go when he was actually reviewing the documents and formulating this opinion and providing it as is required in his testimony. And I'll talk to you a little bit in a moment about why I would submit a lot of his testimony is inaccurate when you look at the totality of the circumstances that were here. And I've already talked about this guilty plea and premeditation. But so Dr. Corvin, when you heard what he said here, he tried to say, what's the only reason I can come up with because I have discounted all the other things to my satisfaction. When you read his report, this is the quote from the report. Mr. Thompson has no other known risk factors such as episodes, nor has he experienced any symptoms previously when he talks about this. And he says he is unable to offer an opinion to any degree of reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not he was experiencing symptoms on the date in question. In his report, he says, I can't even tell you if he experienced the symptoms that apply to this. In the courtroom, he tries to exaggerate upon that and say, oh, no, I'm looking at all this, and it's clear to me, essentially, when you look at how he responded to the questions, that he has this further opinion now. But when you dive into what was the basis of that opinion, you look at these things. And he says, well, he appeared to be in a trance and a zombie, or walking like a zombie, is what the witnesses said. Okay, let's dig a little bit deeper. Did he talk to any of those witnesses? No. He told you that words matter. And so we had that whole debate about zombies and are there different kinds of zombies and wouldn't it be helpful to actually know what somebody meant when they're telling you this, if you're going to base a medical opinion off of it. He didn't take the time to call the guy and ask him, hey, what do you mean by this? Ask the lawyers. Will you reach out to this person through the investigator? I need more information. Because he told you that the information in affects the information out. He says this zombie state, and we'll talk about it. Was the defendant actually walking like a zombie and appearing like a zombie, or what were they trying to say? You saw the videos. They speak for themselves. This is not somebody walking around like a zombie with their arms out. This is a person that is running. He is deliberate in his actions. He knows where he's going. Dustin Poole even told you, I believe it was, who's the one that said zombie, when he heard me, he spun around and pointed a gun directly at me, and they asked, did he have emotion? He didn't have any emotion. He said, oh no, he had emotion in his face when he was looking at me, and I was staring down the barrel of a shotgun from several feet away. He then moves on to the note and says that the note gives him great pause and concern. When you read that, his report, he talks about that date, and I would argue to you, he latches on. That's a big portion of what he is arguing in there that shows him that the defendant wasn't in the right state of mind at the time that this note was being written. He wrote the wrong date on it. Okay. Well, what do we find out when we come to court and ask him about that? Well, it wasn't the wrong date. He got bad information from counsel about what happened, and he based his decision off of bad information. Did he share that with you on direct? No. We had to bring that out of him. They entered in the report, which states in the report, he didn't amend that report in any way. The report was provided to you that included in it this information that this date affected his opinion on there. We had to bring that out of him that no, yeah, it had the wrong date, but that didn't really affect my opinion. Well, he sure latched onto it when he was writing the opinion. Calls into doubt the veracity of that opinion, or does he have a stated goal that he is looking for and trying to come in here to find a reason why and a reason to mitigate it for the people that have hired him, which I would submit to you, this is all a Hail Mary at this point, right? I would submit to you the evidence is clear and they're looking for a reason, looking for something to hang their hat on. It's 2 seconds left in the fourth quarter and they're down by 20. The Hail Mary doesn't matter at this point, I would submit to you, okay? So when you look at that, he doesn't tell you about the wrong date. He then says, well, the reasons in the note are really bizarre. They don't make sense. Okay, well, why? He wasn't overly concerned with the planet. I never saw that he was overly concerned about that, and that's the reason why I put that there. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, but other people have used that as a reason why, correct? Well, yeah, I've seen that before. Okay, and he actually did search that in his computer a couple of times at least, right? Yeah, he did. But that doesn't make sense. The reason that he killed James is because he says he's going to get in his way. He couldn't fathom that that was a reasonable reason for someone to write down in there as to why they would kill their brother. Okay, and even today, Dr. Sapia, she seemed, well, that doesn't make any sense. But when you look at the context of what happened and what's in that letter, does it not make sense? Every witness has told you James was a good kid, smart, athletic, well-behaved, no issues out of him. If the defendant has in his mind a fixed purpose, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to commit mass violence for whatever reason it is, and I'd submit to you it might have just been, and even when you look at his search history, that he just wanted to experience it, or he had some other plan, and this was just the first step of the plan. Well, if he's going to do that, he's got to get by Big Brother. And we've all heard James is a little guy. You saw Austin's a little guy. James is bigger. We saw the pictures that were presented in this courtroom about it all. Is he going to beat him in a fist fight? No. And when you go back through and look at the search history, I'd submit to you, he's been planning, for years, months, how do I subdue somebody? Can I hit him in the head with a blunt object? What does it take to knock somebody out? What does it take for a .22 to penetrate the skull? If he's wanting to get out there, you've got this good brother that you know, by all accounts, is going to do everything he can to stop this terrible thing from happening. And we know how Austin had to dress when he walked out there to do it. He's come home, he's changed now, He's in all camouflage. He's got a rifle that's as big as he is and a 22-pound backpack, and he goes to the front door. You don't think James is going to look at him and say, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Put the gun away. This isn't what we do. You don't go out here and hunt in the neighborhood." It's going to take the gun away from him. So what does Austin decide to do? The only way that I'm going to be able to achieve my objective, and as we've heard from all the witnesses, he's a goal-oriented person. He does what he has to do to get to the thing that he wants to do. I have to kill my brother, even though we don't have a long-standing antagonistic relationship. I have to kill him to achieve my next goal. Sorry about it, but this is the way it needs to be. And so what does he do? He does exactly what he had researched. He shoots him in the back of the head, and then he cuts his throat, stabbing him and injuring his voice box, which we'll look at later. So, does this note really not make sense? I'd submit to you, that's them minimizing because they know, oh, this is bad for whatever this opinion that I want to have is, that I want to convince this court for my goal of trying to help this guy out so he doesn't get the stiffer sentence because he's the one that has hired me to come in here and do this.
Objection to hired.
Then they latch on to the structure.
I'll sustain the objection, but no further comment on it.
Then they move on to this idea of, well, it looks weird. It's disjointed. It's written weird. There are misspelled words. Okay. But then you go on and you look at his schoolwork. The handwriting looks exactly the same. There are misspelled words in the schoolwork. There are scribbled out parts. It's disjointed looking. It's the way he writes. He's a kid at the time in 2022 who's been doing computer work. We don't teach people how to have nice, neat handwriting and calligraphy as much anymore. I think that's a well-known fact. So I would submit to you that's not an issue here. He is acting as he normally acted at the time. These are not really signs that this is a person that doesn't know what's going on. And these are weak reasons to jump to the most far-fetched of excuses that even they would admit. Dr. Corbin said, on direct testimony, he looks at me and says, I admit it's very, very rare. Even to the point that he wasn't even considering this at first until he had removed all the logical reasons, I would say, that do exist from this. Because those logical reasons don't advance the goal. So these are the things that he ignores. And he says, well, context and moderation matter. And we'll talk about that. But I have no concern about these violent search histories. None. It's so common. I watched Faces of Death many times. I did all these things. I see it every day. These students and people come in with looking at violent content. Don't disagree. How many of those people have acted on it, though? That's the context that we are here on. Is it a red flag that this person had consumed that much violent content, sought it out, and sought out specific violent content that relates to the thing that he goes and does later? If that's not a red flag to you, at least in hindsight, then I question that opinion. He says there's no ramping up. I would submit to Your Honor, go back and look at that exhibit. If you haven't already, you may have, but I would say pull up and I was staring down the barrel of a shotgun from several feet away. He then moves on to the note and says that the note gives him great pause and concern. When you read that, his report, he talks about that date, and I would argue to you he latches on. That's a big portion of what he is arguing in there that shows him that the defendant wasn't in the right state of mind at the time that this note was being written. He wrote the wrong date on it. Okay. Well, what do we find out when we come to court and ask him about that? Well, it wasn't the wrong date. He got bad information from counsel about what happened, and he based his decision off of bad information. Did he share that with you on direct? No. We had to bring that out of him. They entered in the report, which states in the report, he didn't amend that report in any way. The report was provided to you that included in it this information that this date affected his opinion on there. We had to bring that out of him that no, yeah, it had the wrong date, but that didn't really affect my opinion. Well, he sure latched onto it when he was writing the opinion. Calls into doubt the veracity of that opinion, or does he have a stated goal that he is looking for and trying to come in here to find a reason why and a reason to mitigate it for the people that have hired him, which I would submit to you, this is all a Hail Mary at this point, right? I would submit to you the evidence is clear and they're looking for a reason, looking for something to hang their hat on. It's 2 seconds left in the fourth quarter and they're down by 20. The Hail Mary doesn't matter at this point, I would submit to you, okay? So when you look at that, he doesn't tell you about the wrong date. He then says, well, the reasons in the note are really bizarre. They don't make sense. Okay, well, why? He wasn't overly concerned with the planet. I never saw that he was overly concerned about that, and that's the reason why I put that there. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, but other people have used that as a reason why, correct? Well, yeah, I've seen that before. Okay, and he actually did search that in his computer a couple of times at least, right? Yeah, he did. But that doesn't make sense. The reason that he killed James is because he says he's going to get in his way. He couldn't fathom that that was a reasonable reason for someone to write down in there as to why they would kill their brother. Okay, and even today, Dr. Sapia, she seemed, well, that doesn't make any sense. But when you look at the context of what happened and what's in that letter, does it not make sense? Every witness has told you James was a good kid, smart, athletic, well-behaved, no issues out of him. If the defendant has in his mind a fixed purpose, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to commit mass violence for whatever reason it is, and I'd submit to you it might have just been, and even when you look at his search history, that he just wanted to experience it, or he had some other plan, and this was just the first step of the plan. Well, if he's going to do that, he's got to get by Big Brother. And we all heard James is a little guy. You saw Austin's a little guy. James is bigger. We saw the pictures that were presented in this courtroom about it all. Is he going to beat him in a fist fight? No. And when you go back through and look at the search history, I'd submit to you, he's been planning, for years, months, how do I subdue somebody? Can I hit him in the head with a blunt object? What does it take to knock somebody out? What does it take for a .22 to penetrate the skull? If he's wanting to get out there, you've got this good brother that you know, by all accounts, is going to do everything he can to stop this terrible thing from happening. And we know how Austin had to dress when he walked out there to do it. He's come home, he's changed now, he's in all camouflage, he's got a rifle that's as big as he is, and a 22-pound backpack, and he goes to the front door. You don't think James is going to look at him and say, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Put the gun away. This isn't what we do. You don't go out here and hunt in the neighborhood." It's going to take the gun away from him. So what does Austin decide to do? The only way that I'm going to be able to achieve my objective, and as we've heard from all the witnesses, he's a goal-oriented person. He does what he has to do to get to the thing that he wants to do. I have to kill my brother, even though we don't have a long-standing antagonistic relationship. I have to kill him to achieve my next goal. Sorry about it, but this is the way it needs to be. And so what does he do? He does exactly what he had researched. He shoots him in the back of the head, and then he cuts his throat, stabbing him and injuring his voice box, which we'll look at later. So, does this note really not make sense? I'd submit to you that's them minimizing because they know, oh, this is bad for whatever this opinion that I want to have is, that I want to convince this court for my goal of trying to help this guy out so he doesn't get the stiffer sentence because he's the one that has hired me to come in here and do this.
Objection to hired.
Then they latch on to the structure.
I'll sustain the objection, but no further comment on it.
Then they move on to this idea of, well, it looks weird. It's disjointed. It's written weird. They're misspelled words. Okay. But then you go on and you look at his schoolwork. The handwriting looks exactly the same. There are misspelled words in the schoolwork. They're scribbled out parts. It's disjointed looking. It's the way he writes. He's a kid at the time in 2022 who's been doing computer work. We don't teach people how to have nice, neat handwriting and calligraphy as much anymore. I think that's a well-known fact. So I would submit to you that's not an issue here. He is acting as he normally acted at the time. These are not really signs that this is a person that doesn't know what's going on. And these are weak reasons to jump to the most far-fetched of excuses that even they would admit. Dr. Corbin said, on direct testimony, he looks at me and says, I admit it's very, very rare. Even to the point that he wasn't even considering this at first, until he had removed all the logical reasons, I would say, that do exist from this. Because those logical reasons don't advance the goal. From weak reasons to jump to the most far-fetched of excuses that even they would admit. Dr. Corbin said, on direct testimony, he looks at me and says, I admit it's very, very rare. Even to the point that he wasn't even considering this at first, until he had removed all the logical reasons, I would say, that do exist from this. Because those logical reasons don't advance the goal. So these are the things that he ignores. And he says, well, context and moderation matter. And we'll talk about that. But I have no concern about these violent search histories. None. It's so common. I watched Faces of Death many times. I did all these things. I see it every day. These students and people come in with looking at violent content. Don't disagree. How many of those people have acted on it, though? That's the context that we are here on. Is it a red flag that this person had consumed that much violent content, sought it out, and sought out specific violent content that relates to the thing that he goes and does later? If that's not a red flag to you, at least in hindsight, then I question that opinion. He says there's no ramping up. I would submit to Your Honor, go back and look at that exhibit. If you haven't already, you may have, but I would say pull up the Excel spreadsheet and scroll through those Google searches yourself. See if you think there's a ramping up that is going on. Because I would submit to the court, the searches as we get closer in time become more and more concerning. He doesn't mention the separation of the parents that are happening, and I'm not saying that that's the reason why, but it's certainly something that he does finally admit can be traumatizing to a family, especially one that they are all saying is such a close, tight-knit family, to realize, oh, very, very recently before this, the paperwork is being filed and we are moving forward with this separation. Does that have an effect on a person to think, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it now? I would submit to you the argument is yes, that it might. again, the hindsight of a person that does go out and kill 5 people and shoot 2 others. They claim that he made several claims, I would submit to you, about the literature and the frequentness and the severity of the depersonalization as a result of minocycline. But when we dove deeper into that, I would submit to you those claims aren't really supported by anybody other than him saying it. The next doctor, even him, would say, and we went through those studies a little bit more in depth, and I'll talk to you about them again, but mainly focused on women. The very rare studies that even exist on this. I think at some point somebody talked about it might have even been Dr. Corvin, numerically insignificant was the term I think they used when describing the number of times that this happens. But that's what we want to hang our hat on, none of the red flags that we can see now in hindsight. And to say that there were no red flags to begin with, I would argue again is inaccurate. Now there may not have been any red flags that anybody saw, but I don't know how you can look at the evidence here, hear the testimony about this withdrawn young man who is on his phone and now knowing what he's searching on his phone and say, well, I feel comfortable that there were no red flags here. I'm not blaming his parents for that. They didn't know. And they didn't know in part because Austin had put on this brilliant disguise for everybody around him because he was a smart guy. He is a smart guy. He knew, better not make this public because somebody's going to try and stop me. And they don't want me to look at this stuff. I want to keep looking at these things, and so I'm going to keep them private. And what evidence do we have of that separate and apart from the internet searches? Well, we know that nobody ever went and saw what he was looking at, so he was able to keep that quiet. But then we have the chapstick container that has bomb-making material or designs, bomb-making recipes curled up in a tiny, undescript chapstick container that he has concealed. Well, Dr. Corvin, do you have concerns about that? Nope. That doesn't rise to any level for me. We like violent stuff. Kids look that stuff up all the time. Okay, doctor. But do they then go and act on these things? Do they then go and act on these violent impulses to this degree? I would agree. People like to look at certain things, right? I mean, we look at violent movies, we play violent video games, and I'm not blaming those things necessarily. But when you pair those things with somebody who already has this goal or disposition to do something with it, that's when it becomes a concern, I would submit. They then tried to advance this theory and show why it would be more likely because they know it's numerically insignificant, this number of people who suffer from this side effect, by doing this DNA test. I would submit to you, if this had been a trial, you don't even let that evidence in front of a jury. That was an experiment that he created that day that is unproven, untested, and fails under every prong of the Daubert standard. As the gatekeeper, I would submit to you that you would have said, this doesn't get to a jury for them to hear this piece of evidence. But I know where we are, and so it's in, and we'll talk about it. This is testimony from a doctor who was very candid, I would submit to you, and said, I didn't know much about this thing before they brought this to me, so I did some research on it. Well, what does that mean? He went and looked up some articles online about it. Okay. And then he sent a DNA test off to a company that doesn't even test for that drug because I wonder why that drug doesn't do this to any significant level. This is the Hail Mary. And they look at it and they send it back. And he looks at the markers and he goes, oh, doesn't really say what we need it to say. So we're going to say we need to do further testing to find out about this one genetic marker that we know affect a lot of drugs, but not this drug. And we're going to ignore this one marker that we know affects this drug's metabolism, because in the defendant, that marker's normal. So we're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole to get to something through an experiment that doctor can't even give you an opinion on, because it doesn't exist. There are no studies to support any of this that they are saying until you look at the literature and what it says. Mostly, I think we heard maybe one guy, there was maybe a study that said something about that, was the best that we got from that suffered from this depersonalization at some point. At most, 40 people in one study, but we know 2 people, numerically insignificant, okay? We know that this is prescribed to millions of people over its course of its time from 1971 until 2026. There was maybe a study that said something about that, was the best that we got from that suffered from this depersonalization at some point. At most, 40 people in one study, but we know 2 people, numerically insignificant, okay? We know that this is prescribed to millions of people over its course of its time from 1971 until 2026. And this is interesting to me because the numbers matter for Dr. Corvin and these other experts when they are talking about the internet searches. Well, he searched dinosaurs more than he searched mass murders. And counsel made a production to come up with a calculator and have Sergeant Pike go through and do the calculations to figure out what percentage of the search history was this versus dinosaurs and homework, and they broke out the calculator and did it. I'm not going to break out the calculator and do it here, but I would submit to you that number, way less than the numbers that they are saying make no difference in this case. Numerically insignificant. I asked the doctor, what percentage of people does this affect? He said, I couldn't even tell you. It's that low. Of those millions of people, we said, point us to one person that has done something similar to this, or any violent actions created a murder out of it. Somebody that was suffering from this depersonalization. Give us one known case of it. Did you hear any? Because it doesn't happen. It didn't happen in this occasion either. Name a single study that involved a 15-year-old of this where they suffered from depersonalization. Couldn't do it. And I would submit to you, if this is being used for acne medicine, there are far more 15-year-old people that are being prescribed this medicine than there would be 40-year-old adults. And if it ain't happening, if it isn't being reported, it's not being reported because it's not happening in 15-year-old people, and there's no significance to that in this case, I would submit to you. They said, well, what about buildup in the system? And the reason that became an issue is because when you talk about the studies, in all of those 2 to 40 people, the testimony was it was very quick onset, within 2 days generally. And we know that the defendant was on it for about a year with no instances of this. So they said, well, but could it have built up in his system? Where's a study that shows that this drug builds up in the system and creates depersonalization? Zero evidence of that. You were presented with none. It's important because this is the Hail Mary that they want to hang their hat on to say, it wasn't really his fault. He's accepting responsibility, but give him this mitigation because it wasn't really his fault, because it was the drug that really made him do it. Seems incongruent to me. Was there any evidence of depersonalization? I would submit to you no, and there was a ton of evidence to show that it wasn't depersonalization, and we're going to walk through some of that stuff. The pathway to violence in context. when you look at what that pathway of violence was in those steps, I would submit to you to look at the evidence that you have here. And I would argue with you for most, if not all, of those things that are on that pathway, there is evidence to support it. We know that he committed this violence. But remember, the pathway to violence studies are a predictive study in efforts to prevent it from happening. That's not where we can't prevent this from happening in this case. We know what has happened in this case. Evidence of the depersonalization or lack thereof, look at the contents of the notes, and we're going to walk through that. He knew what was going on. He is making sense in there. The things that the doctor has latched onto, I would submit to you, are not accurate when you look at what's really going on in that note. Look at this history of planning, the internet searches that he has gone through. And of particular note are and I think Dr. Corbin, at least to some degree, started to agree with this idea. You know, the generalized searches of violence are one thing, but the specific searches, okay, there may be something there. Well, look at what the defendant was looking at in that phone and the specific things that he looked at in his inquisitive mind to figure out how to do and what he actually accomplished. And we'll walk through those, but the specific searches about the injuries to his brother, about what happens when you stab somebody with with a knife, like his brother. Would people hear you if you shoot somebody inside the house? What are the most deadly places to shoot someone? From a trauma surgeon? What's the deadliest rounds to use? How much does it weigh to carry 100 shells of shotgun shells? He searches 4 to 5 different, more than that maybe even, known convicted mass bombers and shooters who evaded capture for months on end while doing what? Hiding in the woods. These are very specific things that he is learning about and then putting into action. And he ain't learning about them the day that he does this. This is not a reactive thing. This is a planned course of action that he took and thought out and researched how to do. And he even changes courses, I would submit to you. He's researching the bombs. He's researching, I would submit to you, he's researching robbing banks, other things like that, trying to figure out where he's going to make a name for himself. Because when you look at the search histories, a common thread in his search history is, what are the most deadly? Who was the youngest to do this? Who's the youngest bank robber? Who's the youngest mass shooter? Who's the most deadly mass shooter? Who stole the most money from a bank? It's about notoriety and fame and being the best. Wants to have that best. And that bears out when you look at what the teachers told you. He was the one who wanted to know everything. He's the one that wanted to share that. Even if the chaplain didn't want to admit it today, I would argue that you can infer that from him in the back of the book wanting to be the one with the answers at that time. It goes into something else that the doctor said about depersonalization. Well, he was walking. Why wouldn't he take any steps to hide his face? Because he wants to do this. And he ultimately knows the outcome. He's not trying to get away. He thinks at the end of this he's going to die. If you're going to die, why do you need to cover your face? You don't. So, again, the thing that they latch onto to get to this farthest reaching thing that everyone will agree is the most rare occurrence out of this, don't add up. When you look at them, they add up to show you he knew exactly what he was doing at the time. So you look at that, you look at the internet searches, you look at the videos. We talked about that, and I'm going to show them again, but The doctor even tries to say, well, I'm not even sure there was somebody out there that he was talking to. We know there was somebody out there that he was talking to because the detectives told you, we found that person. There was nothing out of that, but they didn't have much to add other than that. And when you watch that video, what's he doing? He's furthering the plan to try and get away after running down into the woods and hiding and doing all these things to evade the police for over 45 minutes before he's found. And you saw and heard this was the largest police response that any of these detectives and police officers could remember in recent times. This is not a normal crime that has occurred here. They are doing everything they can to find that defendant while he is on the loose and this neighborhood is terrorized for 45 minutes. He's pointing, he says, they're shooting back over there. And the question was, well, why wouldn't that guy think it was weird that this person comes up? Well, it's a wooded area, and the kid's wearing camouflage with a shotgun. He looks like a hunter. In fact, maybe that's why he's not wearing a face mask, because it's more suspicious if he's wearing a face mask. You can't really pass off as an innocent 15-year-old hunter when you're trying to get away from the police at that point. So these attempts to flee, he discusses the consequences in his note. He discusses the consequences with Google. He's on this drug for over a year with zero interactions negatively with it. And then you consider all the choices and considerations that he makes while he's walking around. You heard from multiple people that the defendant, when he is going through, he makes decisions about who to shoot. He doesn't shoot. And when you watch the video, there are people out and about. There's kids out there walking by. And on one of the videos, I would submit to you, those kids hear and see what's going on. That's why one of the kids starts screaming for the other kid, because you hear the gunshots go off, and then you hear the kid calling for the other kid in a screaming way. And in one of the videos, you hear gunshots, and you see kids dispersing in the far-off fielded area. He's making choices. He points the gun at Nathan Poole. He doesn't shoot because he's got this shotgun that he has researched and knows the distances of that are most deadly. All of the killings that he does are close up, in person, and on his path to safety in the woods so he can carry out whatever the next portion of the plan is. And we know there's a next portion of the plan because when you look at what he's searching, he wants there to be more. If this was the end of the plan, he wouldn't have had hundreds of rounds of shotgun shells, three extra magazines for a 9mm. He wouldn't have reloaded the gun multiple times as he's walking through, carrying out this action. This isn't somebody who picked up the water and poured it in, or the coffee and poured it in the thing that they thought was a cup and wasn't a cup in their hand. This is somebody who knows what's happening and is carrying out a complex plan in their mind to make it to the woods to avoid capture. He's taken with him things to survive, $700+. He's taken with him multiple pieces of food and water, fire starters, self-care things, multiple things of contact lenses, pockets full of ammunition, fishing line, flint starters, a change of clothes, deodorant, toilet paper. He was going out to survive in the woods like Eric Rudolph and his other heroes that he had researched over a course of time. And it bears out by the reliable and physical, observable, tangible evidence in this case, not fanciful theories and unproven experiments that they don't even want to sign on to in this court of law because they know that it's not accurate, I would submit to Your Honor. Because if they really believed that's what the case was and that the evidence supported it, why wouldn't they put it in their report that that is their opinion? So these are maybes, unproven experiments versus verifiable, tangible, observable evidence. So let's talk about Dr. Sapia today. She doesn't sign on to this depersonalization. They say, well, that wasn't your goal. But she told you she heard the testimony. She didn't say she agreed with that determination. She reviewed all the same things. She has the same credentials. If she had a concern or question about depersonalization, why doesn't she write in there, I think that it's not my job to determine this, but I have serious concerns that he was suffering from depersonalization? Because the other two wouldn't sign off on it either. She discusses, for the most part, generalized brain development for a youth. And it's interesting, and when you look at the cases, and I know Your Honor has and will, when you look at the cases on all these things, you can kind of determine that that's not enough here when you start looking at the determination. It's certainly something for you to consider, but it's not the be-all, end-all of this. And she admits to Your Honor that this is a spectrum of young people. You know, there are very immature people who have very poor impulse control, and there are young people who have good impulse control and are very mature. But it seems like when you listen to her testimony, she tries to default to the lower end of that spectrum, as opposed to saying, you know, the evidence in this case indicates that the defendant was on the better end of that, the more mature end of that. When you look at all the people that talk about him, every single person, to a person, he was very intelligent. He was goal-oriented. He knew how to do what he needed to do to get along, to move it to the next thing, to get to be able to play video games. He was smart enough to bypass computer systems to get to the games while he's in school. He is able to essentially fend for themselves for several hours a day. We let 15-year-olds drive cars and learn how to drive cars for a reason. He's not a 10-year-old that we're talking about here. He's a 15-year-old young man at this point who is on the mature end of that, I would submit, at least publicly, that he is showing responsibility. His parents felt that he was so mature, they left 13 or 11 guns unsecured in the home because we trust that he knows how to handle himself around firearms. No concerns about that. So, when you're looking at this spectrum, I would submit to you again, she's shading it to one end without any real reason to shade it to that end of the lower end of maturity here. It was interesting to me when she was talking about the reasons for concern for young people is that their actions are so reactive. They are she listed like 3 factors that were things that she said, you know, they can make good decisions if these are the factors that are in place. And she listed each of those factors. I remember at least 2 of them, I think. I don't have my notes about her in front of me, but it was one of the big ones for her was peer pressure and impulse, a reason for impulse control here. When you look at what there's reason, and I know you took great notes, when you look at what the reasons she listed were, for reasons that could exist that a young person would make good decisions and not be reactive, every one of them applied to the defendant on October the 13th. There is 0 peer pressure on him to do this. He was not in a highly emotional state from all testimony that you heard. And when you look at the history of all of this, it's not him so out there, emotionally reacting like a second-degree type of murder type thing. This is a thought-out, methodical process that today was the day, for whatever reason, he was going to put that plan into motion. He researched the exact actions that he took. That's not reactive. That is proactive. Dr. Sapia, never even looked at all the evidence in the case. And she's the one who's supposed to tell you, in her opinion, he's going to benefit from all these factors that you need to consider later on. And she hasn't even reviewed all of the documents. She talked to the kid for 2.5 hours and read his medical records, didn't watch these videos, didn't look at the phone searches, said I'm generally aware of them, but I didn't spend any time looking through them. I mean, everybody says nobody knew what was going on in his mind. We have tangible documentation about what was going on in his mind because, you know, they used to say the eyes are the window into the soul. I think in 2026 it's probably the cell phone is the window into your soul. Okay? I mean, you look at your deepest, darkest secrets are on your cell phone. We see it every day in this courtroom and in this courthouse, right? That's where people tell the truth. They may not tell the truth to mom. They may not tell the truth to dad, to their friends, to their internet friends. Google sure knows the truth about us because we're not smart enough not to Google things that we're really thinking about and considering. And if you look at his Google history, it's all in there. She didn't care to look at it. She could have had it. She could have asked for it, but she didn't. And she comes in here and gives you an opinion that she wants you to base a decision off of that I would submit to you is half-cooked because you're not looking at the totality of the circumstances. Bad information in, lack of information in, bad information out. And they want you to make a very important decision with half information, I would submit to you. They continue to talk about his continued improvement. And I would submit to you, you heard Dr. Corvin talking about this, and you heard Dr. Sapia talking about this, and their prognoses seem to be very different to me. Dr. Corvin described how brutal these things were, this injury was, and he's not going to fully recover. He blew half his brain out, I think he wanted to say at some point. The catastrophic injuries. He'll never be the same person that he was then. Dr. Sapia, the brain's malleable. I think, the breaks, he's going to continue to improve. But she can't say that for sure. She says, it's trended that way. But what way is it trending? It's trending in a very controlled, kid glove type environment for this person. Okay? Which is not where he's going to be moving forward. Bad information in, bad information out. One of the things she held on to tight when questioned about it was, well, we know he hadn't had any issues with impulse control or being interested in these sorts of things since then. He's been improving. But she told you, when she met with him, she noted impulse control. We're 3 years later, yeah, he's improved, but he's still not even back to what he was at 15-year-old Austin. But they want you to say, no, I'm going to trust that he's going to improve and benefit great enough from being in custody and receiving the treatment while he's in there. Okay. But I would also ask you to consider what Casey Clark said to you. This is what a 15-year-old without training and very little experience is able to do. Imagine what a 45-year-old is able to do if he's not sentenced to what the state's asking for. And a 25-year-old, I've got it here. I said his brake fluid's always going to be low because they keep using the brake analogy through the doctor. Yeah, what damage is done to this frontal cortex that is catastrophic, that is the thing that controls your impulse control, which he clearly already had an issue with. If you listen to them, by going out and doing this action, he obliterates that part of his brain, but he's going to be fine moving forward. It doesn't make sense, I would submit to you. Yes, he's growing, he's aging, and he's a different person than he was then in some regards. But when you look at what we know, we'll talk about this a little bit more in the future, he is still interested in the same types of things that he was then. He just has less access to it now. And she hung her hat, Dr. Sapia did, on he hasn't been in any trouble since he's been in custody, and they presented that to you multiple times, an argument and through several witnesses. But when the one witness was on the stand yesterday and I cross-examined her on it, and I didn't know what she was going to say when I asked her the question. I said, and I asked the question because that's how it's been presented. He's been a good, behaved person while he's been in custody, right? And she went, for the most part. And I said, well, why do you hesitate on that? And she gave you various things that were of concern to her. And I would ask you, like, think about those things that she talked about. He's throwing things and getting into altercations to some degree with people on a basketball court. Whenever he has to be corrected, he's mumbling under his breath, angry about it, I would submit to you, doing what he has to do, putting his mask on to go along to get along until he can get to his tablet, or do, because he doesn't want to lose his tablet and watch his movies and eat his Subway sandwiches and get his phone privileges. I'm going to do what I got to do when I'm called down on it. And then they're watching this show, and she has to write him up to some degree because he says that he wants to be the one to put her in some sort of a chokehold or ninja hold. And yeah, it was started out as a joke with other people, but when he said that, she felt concerned enough that she needed to report that down. He's showing you who he is. Believe him. When someone shows you who they are finally, they take that mask off, take their word for it. Believe them. So what are the observable evidence? And again, I'm going to go through this because I've added a lot of things here, but this is the phone history that is of no concern to the experts here, right? Look at the things, and this is just a smattering of it. This is from January of 2020. Remember, he got his phone Christmas Day coming into this. So the EI time, January 1st, he's already looking up rifles for sale near him and 9mm near him, magazines near him. The second day, all school shootings done with a pistol. This is before he's on this medicine, mind you. Then you go on down 4 days into the month. Name of the Virginia Tech shooter. Virginia Tech shooting. When was the Virginia Tech shooting? What gun was used in the Nevada middle school shooting? Which gun was used in the Indiana middle school shooting? What gun was used in Virginia Beach shooting? That same day. Worst shootings ever in North Carolina. Worst mass shootings in North Carolina history. Carthage nursing home shooting. 38 caliber images. You move on here. What is the motive behind the Stone Douglas High School? Who invented school? Some addresses, the differences between guns, a middle school, how many rounds were fired in Parkland shooting, gas chamber images, just a smattering of the searches. You have it before you. Keep going, and still in that first month. How to get somebody's IP address. He's smart. Making explosive box. Materials for making explosives. Explosive material. Acetone. How many human trafficking. How many percentage of gun deaths with illegal guns. Middle school shooting was the deadliest. Deadliest high school shooting. Deadliest middle school shooting. How many people died at Westside Middle School shooting? A speed loader for a gun. Amazon gift cards. Ruger 54. How many rounds fired at Virginia Tech Stadium? Worst school shootings with handguns. Then he looks up a handgun for sale near him. Then you move into July through September. Another school shooting. How many people did Eric Rudolph kill? Bombers. Rifle was used by that killer. More rifles. What caliber do snipers use? How fast can a bullet travel? What bombing and shooting spree on July 22? The differences between buckshot and double-aught buck. Will number 2 shotgun shells kill a human? Then he goes into the Parkland shootings. Assault weapons deaths. Most mass shootings with illegal weapons. Again, we're back to Eric Rudolph, who, as Your Honor, I'm sure is aware, hiding out in the woods after he commits mass murders. We're on the Eric Rudolph train. What evidence do they have against Eric Rudolph? Is he still alive? What prison is he in? How is dynamite created? Starts looking into dynamite and things further. Is it illegal to have guns in school or guns in your room? He continues on with lots of searches. Searches for Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop. Yes, he was a hunter. But why is that important? When you look at his note, is it consistent that he might go to Cabela's to steal weapons or to steal ammunition? Can a minor buy a rifle? Can a minor possess a handgun? Fascination with these sorts of things. Then you're back on to bombings, Vegas shootings, Timothy McVeigh, ammonium nitrate, ISIS road bombs. How many shooters were in Las Vegas? Where in the mountains was Eric Rudolph hiding? Which serial killer are you? Serial killer that killed for the thrill. Serial killer that killed for fun. January of 21. More dynamite. Again, what gun is used? More bomb-making materials. More bomb-making stuff. Ammonium nitrate, ratios, cups to gallons. How many cups are in 8 ounces? Fuel, which fuel per gallon? Researching, how do I create bombs? And I'd submit to you, he's fascinated with these bombs. That's the goal. And then he realizes, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm not going to be able to do the bomb thing. I'm not going to be able to do the bank robbery thing. I've got guns. Let's transition to that philosophy, which I'm already interested in, and that's how I'm going to make my name for myself. That's how I'm going to move forward with my mass shooting. Again, more weapons-based or more bomb-based materials. Abortion clinics near me. Now we're in October of 21. Is AK-47 a terrorist weapon? Starts looking up killings here. How many murders were solved in North Carolina? How much is the sentence for prostitution? We're not saying that he was prostituting himself, but let's be honest, what goes hand in hand together? Crimes like this, and I would submit to you interest in sexual deviant type things. I'm not saying that he was a sexual deviant, but those are interests that I think it's clear in the world that these types of people who commit mass shootings and things are interested in. Forensic files, TV shows, persons in North Carolina shot with rifle and murder. He starts looking at 12-gauge shotguns, minimum sentences. Again, this is important when you move on to your factors about what can you consider. Again, we're looking at robbing banks, the types of weapons that he can have. Can I buy a machine gun? Accessories. We're moving on. Again, we're at Cabela's. And if you go back and look at the search history and the things that he was looking at, he's in shopping at Cabela's. It would appear that one of the favorite places for him. Is a slug or buckshot more lethal? How many people died in Tiananmen? What ammo does the military use for shotguns? None of this was concerning to the doctor. I would submit to you it should be concerning to anybody that's looking at this when you've got a 15-year-old looking at these sorts of things, even at this level, and this isn't everything. So again, I mean, you can see it, police codes, robbing banks. What is the statute of limitations for attempted murder? Now we're in August of 22. We're back in the school shootings. Mom and dad stabbed to death. Mass shooter hates humans. Important when you look at the note in just a couple minutes. He's ramping up at this point when you start looking at the things that we're talking about. This usacrime.com, when you look at the searches of what he's looking at on there, it's video after video after video, story after story of violence. He starts looking at, I'm assuming that's supposed to be Molotov cocktails, voice box in the throat. Can someone talk when their voice box is coat? It's foreshadowing. Looking up what he's going to do. What is the average response time for an SRO to a shooting? How to counter thermal imaging, school shootings. Eric Freen, another mass shooter who shot up a barracks in Pennsylvania, evaded the police for 30, 40 days while hiding where? In the woods. Can juveniles get the death penalty? Consequences. When is he looking at that? 2 months before he goes and commits his mass murders, his spree shooting. September of 2022, we're back here. We're looking at silent ways to kill people with a knife, scanners, active shooter police code, homicidal ideation. Is there a silent way to kill someone? Why do white males kill themselves more often in the U.S.? Pistols. Youngest cop killer in history. How long does it take for someone to die from a knife? How fast will a gun kill when it hits vital organs? When do the leaves fall from a tree in Raleigh? How many times did the Uvalde shooter's mother? A bunch of searches about that. Can you hear a gunshot from inside someone's house? Do people scream when being stabbed in the neck? Do people scream when being stabbed? How long does a bullet-proof vest last for? Start searching those types of things. How much does 100 shotgun shells weigh? You heard he had hundreds of shotgun shells that he carried in a 22-pound backpack. Again, he's looking at extension tubes. How fast do officers respond to shootings? How fast does a .22 have to go to penetrate the skull? I mean, this isn't a red flag. Why do we need to know banks near the high school, right? Right after you've searched how much ammo do guerrilla warfares carry? Uvalde Elementary School. Who killed the most people ever solo? Mass shooters who hated society. Worst school massacre in the world. Toxic masculinity. Kid found dead. Guns. Deadly school massacres. Now we're finally in October. He's never been interested in the environment. Well, he's got a lot of searches, and these are just a few because when you go back through, there's a lot of searches about hurricanes. I would submit to you he's a hunter. Hunters tend to care about conservation and the environment. It's not out of the realm of possibility that that's something that he latched onto. Do police chase suspect policies? Why? Do they go in the woods by themselves to pursue someone? How deadly is double-aught buckshot? I mean, talks about dry ammo. Why is that important? Because then he goes and uses Ziploc bags to keep his ammunition. I would submit he's learning, he's keeping his ammunition dry, moving forward. Easier to carry it that way. On the day of, during the event, he's searching himself, trying to figure out what's going on, where are they, so he knows where he can be, where to go. He's following his own greatest hits. He's seeing what's going on and knowing that these people are around him. And this is right after he's searching, do the police go in the woods for an armed suspect a couple of days before, right? Why is that important? What does it mean to hate society a couple of days before? He's thinking about these things. It's not a sudden onset. It's not a reaction. These are things that don't have EI times, but Dylan, look at all these. These are all mass killers. Attempted sentences in North Carolina. Silent ways to kill. More bombs. Statutes of limitations. Breaking in. Lockpick sets. Addresses. This is a whole section about homemade suppressors for firearms. This is, Dr. Corvin talked about it, the desensitization. He even agreed that yes, you can become desensitized. Look at the types of things that he's looking at. Cartel members. Vicious attack on road rage in Brazil. Bleeds to death, stabbed in neck. Man shot in head in front of daughters. Executed shot head, Brazil. Stabbed death love affair. Dismembered Brazil motorcycle. Girl beaten, punished, betraying fellow gang members. desensitization ramping up for someone who clearly has a predilection or an interest in these types of things that we know then goes and acts upon them. How many years is a life sentence without parole? So let's talk about the notes that don't make any sense but weirdly make a lot of sense when you spend time with them. It has the correct date. This is more well written than his homework assignment was, I would submit to you. And look here, mass shooters who hate a society, mass shooter hates humans, humans destroying the earth. Well, this doesn't make any sense. Why would he be interested in that? Oh, it's the exact thing that he writes in his letter. He stabbed him and he stopped breathing about 10 to 15 minutes later. We know that his voice box was cut. Does he address his mental status? He addresses it here. I'm not suicidal. I was never bullied or anything. And I'm not going to... I don't know the answer to this, but I'll bring it to the court's attention. One of the concerns was misspelled words because it doesn't make any sense. He misspelled by. Well, let's read this sentence in a different way. I was never bullied or anything by Dad. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Especially when the next sentence is, I don't like you, Mom. He addresses the consequences are considered. I don't want to die, but it's going to happen anyhow. He's doing the things that you are going to be... He's considering the exact same things that you are going to be asked to consider it to a degree when you look at the statute in this case. He's addressing his mental state. He's addressing whether he knew the consequences of his actions. He addresses his motivation. He killed him because he would get in the way. It makes perfect sense. And I would submit to you the reason that maybe that's not a misspelled word on the front, the word by, is because he then says, you were the best dad. And then he says, I was never bullied in school either. So grammatically, I wasn't bullied by you, Dad. You were the best dad. I wasn't bullied in school either. And he addresses that to who? A relevant audience, the police. He even shows you his lack of remorse. I have no regrets. He addresses his mental health at the time of this. I am not mental. I was sane when I did this. When someone tells you, believe, it appears, I would submit to you, the doctors just don't want to accept the fact that maybe he knew what was going on and was being honest with us. None of us want to accept the fact that a 15-year-old would do something like this. But I think we are all becoming more and more aware that sadly this is the state of the world that we're living in, and it's the state of this country that we're living in. And thoughts and prayers are only going to go so far if we refuse to admit that people do things like this because they know what they're doing and have acted upon it. He gives a very specific thing by tearing off this corner and saying, James is dead, don't look inside, and placing it at a very specific, thought-out, well-reasoned place in the home, and leaves the cartridge case that he used in that instance right with it. It makes sense. This letter makes sense. He tells you the Google search. It's right here. We know he shoots him in the back of the head. We know why he does it. He says he stole it from Cabela's. Is that so insane since we know that he frequents Cabela's website? He's very interested in Cabela's. It's not. It's logical. It's coherent. This letter makes perfect sense no matter how much they want to distance themselves, the doctors, from that letter making sense. This is the handwriting on that schoolwork. That's in a calm, collected environment of school. And we want to say that this is the handiwork of a rushed, crazed person. This is somebody who took their time, thought out, and explained why. wrote a relatively neat note for him in his handwriting when you consider it against the other known things that you have for his handwriting. Now, the actions of the person, the videos. Is that a zombied man, or is that a young man that knows what he's doing and is acting like a military person, approaching people in a sneak attack from behind? He sees his target, he crouches and runs towards them and attacks them. He knew what he was doing. I don't have to show you this whole video again. I'll skip through it for time's sake, but you remember this is the video where he runs across here. It's not somebody that is kind of just doesn't know what they're doing or walking. This is him. This is that child walking. And moments later, Austin comes walking by, jogging by to kill Gabe Torres in that cul-de-sac. He's running through the neighborhood. He's not strolling. Yeah, he strolls when he gets here. And let's talk about that hunched over appearance that they wanted to latch onto when you look at some of these things. What makes more sense? He's depersonalized at this point and walking like a zombie, or he's the little guy that we've seen and heard that he is, and he's got a 22-pound book bag on him full of weapons and ammunition and a big shotgun, and he's loaded down with ammo in his pockets. Maybe that's why he's moving slowly and hunched over. It's not because he doesn't know what's going on. It's because he packed a lot of stuff, and it's a long walk 2.5 miles through the woods where he's going. Again, is this a person?
There's a shooter over there. There's a shooter over there.
Seems like he knows what he's doing there to me, I would submit to you. Now let's talk about the law and life without parole for a person under the age of 18. You're allowed to do that so long as you consider the defendant's youth and you have discretion. That's it. And I know you know this, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think it is important to note, especially with the emergence of the case law as it goes, what is not required. You are not required to find that the defendant is permanently incorrigible, is irreparably corrupt, or even if he has potential for redemption. You don't even have to inquire about those things. When you look at the case law in this, what is important is you have to look at, does the crime reflect irreparable corruption and incorrigibility? Does the crime, and when you look at all the case law about it, it talks about that. It says you don't have to consider is the defendant, you don't have to make a finding. You can make a finding, and I'd submit to you in this case, you can make a finding that he is irreparably corrupt and permanently incorrigible. I think there's sufficient evidence to substantiate that here, but you don't have to do that. We've reserved this for the rarest of crimes, but the case law says that if you go through these things and you determine, based on our Miller Fix statute, that he deserves a life sentence without parole, that you can give him that, and this in and of itself, by going through this analysis, you have made the required inquiry in consideration. Ask yourself, is this a 10-year-old who threw a rock at somebody and hit them in the head and they died? Is this a 10-year-old that decided they wanted to go rob a store? Is this a 12-year-old? Is this a 16-year-old that decided they wanted to do that? It's not. This is a calculated, mature 15-year-old who committed one of the deadliest spree shootings in this state, who knew what he was doing. But we'll walk through these things a little bit, Your Honor. The age at the time, and again, none of these things have to have any specific weight assigned to them, even if you find that they exist. You could find all of them and still determine that he is required to have a life sentence. And is it life without parole, or do you think that this young man needs to have, after 25 years, the ability to be someone in this room's neighbor or whatever, live up the street from them, and we can trust that he is reformed and not going to be this person that he was at 15, and that I would submit he still is. But his age at the time, again, he's not a 10-year-old, he's not a 13-year-old, he was 15 at the time. That's just 2 years short of life mandatory. And you can find that he's a juvenile. If he wasn't a juvenile, we wouldn't be having to go through this process. So I would submit to you there is no mitigating significance to that prong. His level of maturity or immaturity, in looking at this, I looked at some cases that kind of gave some guidance, and State v. McCord, there were some findings that were made and the court upheld them, and it said that it can manifest itself in impetuousness and impulsive acts. But in that case, the judge found that the defendant had made a plan and modified that plan multiple times, and that was sufficient to undercut this theory, and the Court of Appeals has upheld that. I would tell you here, we've talked about this plan, we've talked about the iterations of the plan, we've talked about everyone here saying how mature he was as a youth, and that there is no specific evidence that the defendant suffered from any specific immaturity at the time that would mitigate his decision. And that's the standard that was used by the court in the Borlase case, and that there was no evidence of impulsive action. We've gone through those reasons why. He was trusted to have firearms. He's independent, self-starter, given lots of freedoms, still is. No mitigating significance, I would submit to you, by his level of immaturity. In fact, I would submit to you it works against him in this case. The ability to appreciate the risks and consequences. We know that he appreciated them at the time because we're in a rare position where we have looked into the window of his internet searches and he has Googled the exact thing and consequence of the action that he is going to go do. He is apprised of it, and he still goes and does it. It's hard to say otherwise. The courts in McCord talked about the defendant in that case taking steps to minimize their chances of being caught, indicating an understanding and ability to appreciate. We've talked about it here. He entered into the thick, heavy woods and evaded police for at least 45 minutes before he sneak attacked on them in the woods again. He understood what was going on. He appreciated the consequences when he wrote the possible outcome, what he viewed as the inevitable outcome of this in his note. He appreciated it and tried to effectuate it when he shot himself in the forehead with that shotgun. He knew the consequences. He talked about them. He knew the consequences of his actions of leaving the body in the bathroom of his brother. And we know that because he left a note saying, "Don't go in there, James is dead," appreciating the consequences of his action there. And we know that because it's in his own words. He's told us who he is. Trust him when he shows you that. His intellectual capacity, how is this even a question at this point for this person when all of the witnesses have told you 3.8 GPA, he's smart enough to research all of this, inquisitive, he's so inquisitive, he's able to bypass computers, he's able to conceal his plans in chapstick. It's this brilliant disguise that he's kept up for years, that he let his mask down when he thought, okay, it's going to be over at the end of this. I don't have to hide this anymore. He was smart enough to keep it all a secret until he decided to act on it. No mitigating significance. I would argue it works against him. His prior record, he doesn't have one. But given the facts and circumstances of the crime, given the fact that the crime shows this incorrigible behavior, I would submit minimal, if any, mitigating circumstances here. We have many first offenders that are spending the rest of their life in prison without the possibility of parole. The next, mental health status. Again, there's zero evidence that he suffered from any mental debilitating injury at the time. Everybody seems to think he knew what was going on as far as his mental health in the months leading up to this. There's maybe this question about depersonalization at the time. I would submit to you that's been debunked and should not apply. This works against him. I would submit this is not a mitigating factor for him. Same with familial or peer pressure. There is none here. In fact, there's the opposite. The opposite being the peer pressure that would have been exerted upon him was James. When he told you James would try to stop me, and so that's why I killed him. So again, no mitigating value in this, I would submit to the court. This is one that I think you have to answer, right? I mean, is there a likelihood that the defendant would benefit from rehabilitation in confinement? I would submit to you, I think that everybody would benefit from rehabilitation if they're given services at that point in time. It's to what degree are we talking about here? Remember, this is a person, and when you looked at the McCord case, it's a different situation because that was a resentencing on a Miller hearing, and the person had been in prison for many years, and they were able to go back and review what they had done while they were in custody, and they said it was a benefit to them to be able to do that. You have a little bit of that here, I would submit, and it's not as they would prescribe it or pretend that it is. I mean, yes, day to day he is going about his business and reaching this gold level status, but that's what he was doing before, until he wasn't. He goes along to get along to effectuate the goal that he has. The goal he has now is to lay low and stay out of trouble so that he can keep watching movies and keep eating Subway sandwiches and having the benefits of the phone calls. He's not going to have that goal when he's in DAC. The goal he had before was lay low, do my homework so I can get to these video games, get to my internet videos, do the things that I want to do, and then ultimately act upon them. The impulse control issues, I would submit to you, are irreparably damaged for him. He's never going to be 100% in that regard. That's what I understand all the doctors to say, even if Dr. Sapia maybe doesn't go that far. She doesn't not say that. She says, I don't know. The evidence is trending that way, but I don't know. Because you never do. I would argue with you, to the court that he has been in, we have that history to know, has he changed? He's still interested in the same types of things. And I found it of note of the things that he is consuming and fixated on while he is in custody, and what he has told their investigators in this, and what his family has shared. Think about the things that he was consuming that we just saw, and think about the things that he is still consuming or interested in. He is interested in ammunition, guns, and violent things still. You have the Scuffles or the violent television show where he reacts with the comment to the person who is in charge of his custody and care. You have the basketball court issue. You have the I think they described it as the smart mouth that he still has, or has now, that maybe he was better at hiding then than he is now. Violent media consumption. The books that he's reading are still this type of thing. He is, and I think it's in one of the documents that we presented to you, but there's this conversation about Nintendo Switches and him getting agitated about a Nintendo Switch with his mother. There's these comments about professions and the comments about the family life that he makes. The Darwin Awards that he's been provided with, I mean, we heard what those are about. And then he goes out of his way to ask the worker who's interviewing him about 2 movies. Of all the movies in the world that he can ask about at that time, he asks about 2 movies. He asks about Civil War and he asks about warfare. Now, this is a person who is in custody for killing 5 people, and his impulse control is such at that point that he is unable or unwilling, or doesn't realize that he's doing it, to seek that information out from an outside source to find out about those 2 things. He's not asking about whatever's on the Disney Channel or whatever's on ABC. He's seeking out those 2 types of things. It's instructive for you trying to look forward. So may there be some benefit to him. I'm not going to deny that there would be benefit to him being in custody and trying to be rehabilitated to some degree. Would he benefit from that? But to what degree? And to a degree that we should choose that option over life in prison without the possibility of parole, I would submit to you there's not enough mitigating significance there. Finally, any other thing in mitigation, I think the only thing you can really talk about here would be that drug consumption argument. He's found God apparently while in custody, but it sounded like he had God in his life beforehand. When you talk about he went to Sunday school every day, and now he's kind of back to where he was doing those sorts of things. So is that really a change? Is that really something that mitigates this? I would submit to you it's not. We've already talked about why I don't think the depersonalization is appropriate here. And so when you look at all those mitigating factors versus this idea of this crime and what he did to those people, and to those people who were out here, his family, who sat up here and told you, I could stand here and try to tell you and recount those things. They did it better than I could ever try to attempt and inform Your Honor about the effects of this. Even his parents' lives are ruined. This is a tragedy all the way around. But it's not an unavoidable tragedy, and it wasn't an unavoidable tragedy then. It was a tragedy that he chose to inflict upon all of these people, including his own family. And he has not shown, and there's not enough evidence to show here, that contradicts this idea that one of the deadliest shootings and a terrorization of a neighborhood to where you've seen hundreds of officers testify, you saw their reactions. This is a different case. And it is a different type of scenario than you would normally face. This is not the transient properties of youth manifesting themselves. This is the defendant showing you who he was at that time and acting upon it. And what that requires in this case is for you to sentence the defendant to every day that he possibly can serve in the Department of Adult Corrections. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take about a 7-minute recess and we'll resume at 25 minutes before.
Updated.
Superior Court meeting recess for 7 minutes.
That's a little concerning, isn't it? I did my part. You did. He made all that phone stuff on there. Oh, he did. You're ramping up. Let's go. Ramping up. I know. Oh, I know. Need anything from me? No. Yeah, there's. You got to take care of it now. You can watch it on TV.
To Miller, who is permanently corrupt, who can never be rehabilitated. Miller talks about why we look at that. They talk about the transient nature of youthful qualities and how children are so much more capable of change. They also talk about the penological justification for punishment and how most of those reasons don't apply to juveniles. And as we follow the case law, we recognize that these sentencing hearings are about the individual child and not about the crime. It is about that question. And I know Mr. Latour just said that question is not what is on the table. I think that's a misreading of Jones v. Mississippi, which came out a few years ago from the Supreme Court. And his reasoning is actually what the dissent worries about in Jones. Jones says Miller and Montgomery stand, but we are not imposing an Eighth Amendment requirement for a specific finding to be made. It reasons that the decision that somebody is permanently corrupt is inherent in the decision to sentence them to life without parole. And the dissent warns this is a procedural rule only, not a substantive change. But also in North Carolina, State v. Kelleher says Article 1, Section 27 of our Constitution, where it says cruel or unusual punishment, as opposed to cruel and unusual punishment, actually kind of overrides what Jones says and says that there does have to be a specific finding of the trial judge. That the juvenile is one of those exceedingly rare children who cannot be rehabilitated. That is the decision that is in front of your honor. That is the requirement in order to sentence Austin Thompson to life without the possibility of parole. And so that is the decision that is in front of us. And the reason for that is because children are fundamentally different than adults. They are different. Austin is different from an adult. Austin is different from another child. Austin is different from a stereotypical mass shooter. Austin is different. And by pleading guilty, Austin will all automatically and always receive a sentence that is so much bigger than him. Dr. Sapia on the stand today said 15-year-olds can't conceive of being for or no red flags. He was described by them as a good kid, respectful, competitive, smart, and diligent. A peanut. He appeared to be universally liked by the adults who oversaw his growth and development. 3.875 GPA, had friends in his classes, didn't appear to be bullied, nothing that would be a red flag. And what I thought was interesting from Dr. Gibson, the subject matter expert who came in for the state. She said, her paper said, research has shown at least one bystander witnessed one or more concerning behaviors in 100% of the cases that she studied. 100%. Now, I didn't understand fully what this meant until I talked to her. And she was very clear that what this meant is that in 100% of the cases, there was someone who reported a concerning behavior before the event occurred. So this is not 100% of the time someone with a retrospective view goes, I think I might have seen something that I didn't realize at the time. This is actual reporting of concerns. 100%. We don't even have that retrospective concept here. Austin had no grievance, no cause, no extremism, no preoccupation, no escalating marination and violence. The state wants you to believe that this was very well planned and that he fits the mold of a typical mass shooter. I want to talk about why that is so comfortable. It is comfortable to put him in the shoes of a typical mass shooter. We live in a society where mass shootings happen all the time. Since this hearing started, there have been 7 mass shootings in this country. They happen all the time. In the 30-ish years since Columbine, we are seeing more and more and more. We live in a world in which we all recognize that we could be touched. We probably will in some way be touched by the violence caused by mass shooters. And nothing is being done systemically. This is not a political statement or a suggestion as to what could be done. But at this point, decades after this has ramped up, and we see it, and we see it, and we see it, and nothing is done, we're angry. All of us are angry. My son, my youngest child, was held until 6 o'clock on his very first day of kindergarten because there was an active shooter at UNC. We are angry we live in a world in which we know this could happen to us. But we have nowhere to put that anger other than in the mass shooters themselves, because nobody is doing anything systemically. Now, I am not saying that mass shooters are not to blame. I'm not saying that Austin Thompson isn't to blame. But I am saying that we focus our energy and attention on them in a way that makes us want to say that they fit this mold and they are like this and they always proceed in this way with these signs, because it makes us feel safe that while we might be touched by the violence of mass shooting, we aren't going to have a mass shooter in our family. Because what we still can't stand to think about is that we could be the Thompsons. We could end up in their position. We want to feel like we don't live in a world in which we could live the reality of the Thompsons. And so we're willing to do gymnastics to try and take little bits of cherry-picked information and cram Austin Thompson into the stereotypical mold. The problem is that the truth does not care about our feelings. The truth doesn't care about what makes us feel safe and secure, and the truth does not care if we believe it. It is. And the truth in this case is that Austin Thompson did not plan anything. He did not fit the stereotypical mold of a mass shooter. That was not him. Dr. Corvin, who has examined, I think he said, 20 mass shooters personally. I'm not sure there's a more qualified expert out there to talk about what mass shooters do and what they're like. Personal examination. He expected to see some of these stair steps to this type of event. He expected to see that. He did not. He started ruling things out. His expert, uncontroverted opinion, and I say that, and I think it's worth making the point that the state never presented an expert that examined Austin Thompson. They could have. They chose not to. And so his testimony is uncontroverted. Dr. Sapia's testimony, uncontroverted. We do not have dueling experts in this case. They attempted to undermine, but those experts are the only experts we have heard from who have looked at the specific findings in this case, who have looked at Austin Thompson. And Dr. Corvin, who regularly examines and contextualizes people who are in that stereotype of a mass shooter and still provides testimony, still provides reports, said that's not what happened here. So, let's talk about the phone. These are the state's categories from the report. These are the search categories that they wanted us to look at. This is what they want everybody to focus on. And I thought when Sergeant Pike testified, it was really interesting when I started asking him about other possible categories of searches. I wanted to know about some of this. He couldn't even give me general information. And he said I was only looking for the violent stuff. Guess what? For any of us, if we took our phone and we took our Google search history and we synthesized it down and we only looked at searches that had to do with one particular category, it would almost look like we were obsessed with that category. 30,000 searches in this particular database. 30,000 searches. And they ignore this many of them. They take out the ones that fit their theory, the theory they went in with, the theory that they wanted to prove. And they only look at those, and they isolate them away from their context, and they isolate them away from all other information. But there are so many other searches on this phone. I also thought that the web browsing activity was interesting, and I tried to talk to Sergeant Pike about that. Isn't it interesting that he hops? All of these searches are very quick dives. Whenever you see consecutive searches, there's seconds or maybe a minute between these searches. We don't see substantial depth in any of these searches, and I'm not just talking about the ones that the state's focusing on. You see this pattern across all of his web browsing. You see this pattern in everything that he looks at, whether it's video games, dinosaurs, celebrities, food, or violence. Very quick web browsing. And I think that that is a really interesting area to look at as well, because it is part of our context. It is part of what surrounds these searches. And this is the type of stuff that Dr. Corvin was talking about. He's saying, I'm not concerned about some amount of violent searches on a teenage boy's phone. There's a morbid curiosity. A lot of people look at some of this stuff. What I'm worried about is proportionality. How much time is being spent looking at this stuff? Is it becoming an obsession? Is it becoming something that is grossly escalating? Is it becoming something where somebody is losing focus on other areas of their life? Searches on a phone are always going to look bad if they are filtered down to only the things that fit the state's theory. And I have to say, I relate to this web browsing pattern of very quick web browsing. You know, we've heard Austin referred to over and over and over again as somebody who's curious and has a thirst for knowledge. And he certainly had an interest in criminal justice topics. And one of the categories on this video is TV shows. And they are exclusively, I believe, related to crime. He had an interest in criminal justice subject matter. And so we see those searches on his phone. When I'm watching a TV show, I will Google a bunch of stuff that I'm seeing come up, browse some stuff quickly, move on with my life. This is a familiar search pattern for a lot of people. And so the state's attempt to cram this evidence into that stereotypical mass shooter category just does not work. We are also missing a lot of things on his phone that we would expect to find from a child who is planning a mass shooting, like any actual plans. There is nothing here that indicates a plan. There's not map searches to find places to go. There's not, a packing list of what to put in this backpack. There's not drafts of a note to leave. There's not. These searches are this retrospective view. In light of what has happened, what can we find that looks like what we're talking about here? Of course they found stuff on his phone. For a child who Googles everything under the sun, how many teeth does a hyena have? That was on his phone, right? And so we see all of this curiosity come out in his browsing history. This is the context. Also, what is the context? Is that he is a child in a public school in the United States doing mass shooter drills during a year in which both the Uvalde and Buffalo shootings occurred. Uvalde was on the news daily. I'm sure I Googled a lot of stuff looking at the Uvalde. And the state also pulled out some stuff about police going into the woods. You know what also happened in the fall of that year? The Ned Bird situation here in Wake County. I probably had similar searches. What was going on there? So we see current events come into play in some of these searches as well. But what is notably absent is anything that shows any actual plan or design. No communication with anybody saying, hey, I'm thinking about this, or indicating that. Anything that says, wait till tomorrow, everything will change. Nothing like that. Nothing that I think the expert called leakage. We are seeing nothing like that. No manifesto. And certainly no concern about the environment. And so all of these things are missing from his phone. But what do we have on his phone? Way more searches about schoolwork than we ever saw about guns. Way more searches about video games than pretty much any other category of the state. Celebrities, food, jobs. And that's an interesting category. On his phone, regularly, every few months, he does a little bit of a dive into possible careers. How much does an anesthesiologist make? How many years of school do I have to go to? And we see this regularly throughout the course of those searches, over and over and over. Does that sound like a child who's planning a mass shooting? What does he need to know about possible careers? Oh, and so now we are going to talk about the red flag we did find. The only person who said that there was a red flag in this case was Dr. Nuruddin. A red flag on his genetic markers. A red flag for his ability to metabolize medication. And I want to be clear. Austin pled guilty to first-degree murder. This is not an excuse. It is not a justification. It is not an ask you to let him go home situation. It is an attempt to get to the truth in this matter. And the problem is, the state's theory, as convenient as it is, and as safe as it makes us feel, that the Austin Thompsons of the world are not in our own home, does not work. It does not fit. It doesn't even fit with the expert that they put on the stand. And so we have to figure out what happened. And we have to do it with somebody sitting next to me who does not remember, who can't tell us what he was feeling. And so this is what makes sense. The minocycline depersonalization is what starts to connect all of these things that don't make sense on the table together. When I work on my cases, I like to take my facts and spread them all out and try to figure out how they go together. How do they fit? And this felt like a mystery until we had this piece. So we've got the note that he left, which on its face seems nonsensical. It's internally inconsistent. A couple of different reasons given and no reason at all. Weird things that don't make sense to write if you're about to commit a mass shooting. He's clearly about to commit a mass shooting here. I am not alleging that he wasn't about to commit a mass shooting. That is what's happening here. But the words don't make sense. And in fact, the state spent a lot of time on this in their closing, talking about how you can read it multiple ways, right? And this is actually a debate we had over here. I was never bullied or anything. Is this, I was never bullied by dad? Or is this goodbye dad? I don't know. The state doesn't know. We don't know. It doesn't make sense. And I disagree with Mr. Latour that this looks like his homework. I did notice that the paper he put up was the 2021. If you compare it against the 2022 paper, it's pretty distinctly different. This sort of disjointed way of like skipping lines and like leaving stuff blank, that's weird. This letter is weird, and the content is weird. But I think this search, this series of searches that I asked Sergeant Pike about is interesting. I believe, and I've looked at several different databases, I believe this is the last search about mass shootings that we see on his phone. I might be wrong about that. There's several different databases and different iterations of downloads. But I think this is the last one. Which again, October 7th, if this is something that he's marinating in, feels like a long time before this mass shooting to not be looking at more of it. I would think if you knew that the 13th was the day, you'd be gearing up. But it starts, and again, you see this very quick web browsing, this is all within 2 minutes, with a Washington Post article about mass shooters. And then the question, why do some people hate society? If he hated society, why did he have to ask? He goes to a Quora on why people hate society, and then another Google search about it. And then we get down here, and as he's reading through some of the information, person killed people because they were destroying the planet. This is the last thing that we see in his phone about mass shootings before this incident occurs. You know, during this trial, I woke up from a dream where when I walked in the courtroom, I looked over at my co-counsel, Mr. Thomas here, and he was wearing one of my blazers. And it was a blazer I happened to pick up the other day, but I put back down. I didn't wear it. And in the dream, this seemed totally normal. And when I woke up, I was like, whoa, that was weird. That was a weird dream. And why was he wearing my blazer? And why was it that blazer? This was something that I had picked up, looked at, and put back down a few days before. That's what this looks like. This was fresh in his mind. This looks like dissociation. It looks like being in a dream. Pulling something random that you happen to see on the internet in 2 minutes of searches about a week before. I don't really have a reason because I'm not all here. And I got to put something on this piece of paper. And I read something about people who destroy the earth. That's what this seems like. This is what I'm saying about the pieces of the puzzle starting to make sense. And we look at his actions. And I'm not getting into definitions of zombies, but we have multiple statements that indicate an oddity to the way he was moving during this. Consistent statements. And I'm not saying that we don't see him jog at points, that we don't see him walk at points, that we don't see... And certainly, nobody's saying that this is automatism or anything like that. But we get these statements from different witnesses over the course of time. Odd behavior. And Dr. Corvin said, these are classic statements to describe somebody who is in a dissociative state. And then the video. Oh. I don't know why it's not playing. Well, it does not want to play. The video of him in that trailer park. I have watched that video so many times. It is bizarre. It is bizarre. I also think it's interesting that the state, they say several times he was interested in the notoriety, he was interested in being the best or the worst, depending on how you want to frame it, that he wanted that notoriety. But we see him go by multiple people and not shoot them. I think all mass shooters are typically seen as wanting to create a high number of casualties. But again, we're looking at bizarre behavior for that purported goal, right? His waving his arm is odd. He just kind of keeps gesticulating over here. And holding the gun, it's odd. I don't think there's another way to describe it. I'm baffled by it. And so these pieces, you put them together, and frankly, what this whole thing actually kind of looks like to me is what you see when you play a first-person shooter game. From the way that all of the ammo and guns were laid out, kind of like the cache of weapons that comes up in a video game, to the way he moves, and even to that statement, kind of like how the kids talk to each other on a video game. Warning you, warning, right? All of this looks like a first-person shooter game. And I think another way to say feeling like you're in a dream could be feeling like you're in a video game. None of this is meant to excuse his actions. He pled guilty. He did that by his choice. And you heard Dr. Corvin say it against counsel advice. This was Austin Thompson's choice. That's his choice, and he has pled guilty. And so we're not here to excuse anything. But we are here to explain how we got here. But everything about this case makes so much more sense when you get the piece of dissociation. How a kid who had a 3.8 GPA, college-bound, looking at careers, never a behavior problem, suddenly kills 5 people and ruins countless lives. How do we reconcile those two? This makes sense. Dr. Corvin says it is the most likely thing at this point, and the only thing he has left on the table. I know it is more comfortable to believe he's just evil. I know it feels safer to put him in that box and to say, he's just like everybody else who commits a mass shooting. But that is not the truth. However, even if Your Honor believes that he planned this, he hid it really well, and he just had this master plan, that doesn't end the inquiry. Because again, it's about whether or not he is permanently corrupt. And what did Dr. Corvin call him? Corrupt. And what did Dr. Corvin call him? He's now Austin 2.0. Austin 2.0. Because when he shot himself in the head, his personality fundamentally changed. And I understand that the state has issue with this because they say we're trying to have it both ways. It is actually both ways. Because personality is here that is permanently impacted. However, because he is young, the skills associated with the frontal lobe can continue to develop normally, and everybody who has tested him and interacted with him believe they are. But look, Judge, that right there is Austin 1.0. That is his brain on the floor of that barn. He left Austin 1.0 there. He woke up in the hospital. No memory of doing this, no reason why, but a fundamentally different human than he was before. Who is Austin 2.0? He's somebody that Dr. Sapia described as proud of his behavior status. He was excited to explain to her that he was gold status. Somebody who wants to understand and wants to learn. Somebody who has had remarkable improvement in his neurocognitive functioning. Great prognostic indicators. That's what she said. Great prognostic indicators. The chaplain said he's a kid who doesn't like to get credit. He's an overcomer. He is genuine and real. Principal Jones called him humble, curious, loving learning, courteous, humorous. He's a child who, despite a catastrophic brain injury, pushed himself to graduate while incarcerated, while recovering from this TBI, and while frankly having to deal with the trauma of having committed this crime and have no memory of it. And he did it a semester early. That's incredible. That is not a child who doesn't have the capacity to change. That is a child who is changing. That is a child who is showing every marker and every sign of being able to be rehabilitated. What an example he set for the other students at Cumberland. They watched him graduate. They celebrated with him. They saw somebody get their diploma. That's the example he will continue to be while he is incarcerated. That is Austin 2.0. The Austin who graduated. The Austin who chose to get baptized. Who chooses to engage with the religious services. Who has grown over the past 3 years. He has grown neurocognitively. He has grown psychologically. He has grown in his faith, and he has grown physically. I want to talk about the Miller factors briefly. I'm not going through each one. But the thing I think is remarkable about our Miller fixed statute, and the thing I really like about it, is that it doesn't tell us how to use these. The ultimate question is, can he potentially be rehabilitated? And we say, these are the areas to consider. It doesn't say, these are mitigating circumstances to be considered if, say, he has poor mental health. It says his mental health is something to consider in whether or not he can be rehabilitated. So for some of these, like intellectual capacity, he obviously had a high intellectual capacity at the time. He has minimally an average one now. I would argue to you, Your Honor, that that is a protective factor, something that will help him rehabilitate, something that will help him continue to gain from rehabilitative services. Mental health. He did not have mental health issues before. He has been through something traumatic and could probably benefit from mental health services now, but he does not have mental health diagnoses. The fact that he doesn't have mental health diagnoses is another protective factor for his rehabilitation. It is one less struggle he will have to work through. While I agree that he should avail himself of mental health services while in prison, and I suspect he will, Your Honor, that is due to circumstances and not underlying mental health. So these factors are not a one-size-fits-all approach. They are not, we look at them to see if they are poor and then say, well, they suffered from these things. That is one way for them to be used. Another way is to look at them as protection in his ability to be reformed and to be rehabilitated. I also want to take a minute to talk about parole. Parole is not some grand reward here. Parole is something that is a narrow chance. And I wanted to look at the reason somebody can be denied parole, and I highlighted number 2. His release at that time would unduly depreciate the seriousness of his crime or promote disrespect for the law. A parole board can look at him and say, we don't think you're a risk. We don't think you're a danger. But we think your crimes are bad enough that we're not going to let you be released. Having the possibility of parole is far from a guarantee. Far from a guarantee that he will ever get parole or that he'll get it in any certain amount of time. It is a crack in the door saying you have the possibility. We as a court system, we see that your youth intersected with this crime, and we see that your youth allows you to change and to grow, and we believe that it is possible that one day you will grow to the point that a parole board will seriously consider releasing you. It is a crack in the door, and that is all. This case, it's made me think a lot the past couple weeks. This has been a hard courtroom to be in for everybody who is here. It made me think back to starting in juvenile work. Very first time I was in juvenile court, I was an intern. I didn't make it through the session. I ran out, and I ran into the bathroom and I cried. Somebody had told a child in that courtroom that he wasn't wanted. I was so upset I almost withdrew from the juvenile clinic I was enrolled in for the next year. I decided that I was going to continue. But I thought, I'm just going to do it for this year. This is my way to get the experience that I want in law school. I remember each of the children I represented that year. I remember their struggles. I remember crying in more bathrooms. Children are so different. They are so profoundly different. They're different in every single way. And they're different from me. And they're different from each other. And I graduated law school and thought, I'm going into the adult work. But the juvenile work pulled me again, and again, and again. It has not gotten easier. And every time I finish a difficult case, every time I sit next to a terrified child in a courtroom, I think, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And I've sat next to a lot of terrified children. And when I got the call on this case, I had sworn it off again. I had just finished a case with a 10-year-old accused of homicide. But I decided, no, I can do this. I can do it. Because as hard as it is, there is nothing as rewarding as working with these kids, of seeing their growth and change, of watching them grow up before my eyes, and of believing in the very best possibilities for them. Austin Thompson will wake up on Saturday in prison. Austin Thompson will spend more time than he can conceive of in prison, no matter what the outcome of this hearing is. Austin Thompson will always be Austin Thompson. He is a genuine individual, and he will wake up, and he will learn the rules of the facility he's in, and he will read his Bible, and he might mouth a little, usually in a joking way, to somebody around him. And he will maintain his sense of self, no matter what. I know that Austin Thompson will contribute to the prison environment for however many days he is there. I also know that Austin is different from me because almost every case I've been involved in, the child I have sat next to has expressed or felt or exuded fear. And that's not what I get from Austin. There's a lot of emotion over here, but it's not fear, because he has fully and totally accepted whatever the outcome of this hearing is. And that is exactly what makes him redeemable. He made the choice to plead this to save the victims the pain, to save his family the pain. I have sat next to him this whole hearing, watching him grip his hands until they turn purple under the table, and at the most emotional testimony, hearing the jagged intake of his breath. Austin Thompson's life has value. And just like truth, that intrinsic human value is there whether you recognize it or not. I ask that you do, and I ask that you sentence him to a consolidated life with the possibility of parole sentence.
Thank you. All right. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to take this matter under advisement. We'll gather at 9:30 tomorrow morning. I anticipate I'll be in a position to enter judgment at that time. I doubt that I will have written findings, facts, and conclusions of law. I'll go ahead and ask you now, is there any, will you stipulate that I can enter such an order out of turn, out of session, after these matters conclude tomorrow, so we can go ahead and get that on the record?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. That being the case, we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, Your Honor, Superior Court be in recess till tomorrow morning, 09:30 hours. Remain seated and quiet. The Honorable Paul C. Ridgeway, President and presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good morning.
When Your Honor is ready, I have 2 housekeeping matters.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor, just 2 very brief housekeeping matters. We have put both parties' closing statements on a thumb drive to put into the record so that somebody following along with the closing statement can see what was being looked at and talked about. I have labeled it Defendant's Exhibit Closing, and I would like to hand that to the clerk.
All right.
The other very brief housekeeping matter, Your Honor, is you might have noticed I'm a little cautious about making sure the record is clear. I don't think it's necessary, but just to be clear, we believe that a sentence of life without parole would be unconstitutional as applied to Austin Thompson under the 8th Amendment and Article 1, Section 27 of the North Carolina Constitution.
So noted.
And if I may approach the clerk.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, good morning again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank all of you for your participation and professionalism throughout these proceedings. I particularly thank counsel for the informative and professional way in which each of the counsel have conducted themselves under these difficult circumstances. I also commend those of you who are in the gallery for your professionalism throughout these proceedings so that we can conduct these proceedings in a way that befits the gravity of the situation but also achieves the ends of justice. Before I get into the details of sentencing in this matter, I too also, like the state in its closing argument and the defense in its closing argument, like to simply just redirect the attention for a moment on the victims of this case. This is certainly an important day for them as well. These proceedings are important. They reflect the constitutional rights that the victims have the right to be present and to be heard at proceedings like this. And I want to just say briefly a bit that I learned about each one of the victims. What I learned about Lynn after 3 months in the hospital, life support, her mouth wired shut, buckshot fragment found in her body, 5 buckshot fragments found in her body, 1 remaining, parts of her internal organs removed. She, our first witness, sat on the witness stand and said that God has given her the grace to forgive the young man that shot her. Reflects a beautiful soul. Nicole, what struck me was she was loved so fiercely by her husband that the defendant's actions have broken him. He doesn't enjoy things like he used to. He feels socially awkward. He doesn't like to go anywhere because he feels guilty about having fun without his wife. Gabe, former U.S. Marine, Raleigh police officer, a really great husband and father. We heard a powerful statement from Jasmine about the impact this has had on her, and Layla, Gabe's daughter, knows her father only through photos, videos, and a cutout pillow with his image on it. Casey Clark, Raleigh Police Department for 10 years, a member of the Selective Enforcement Unit, the SWAT team. His entire life goal was to be on that unit. It was his dream. He was only able to live that dream for 3 years before, while protecting the citizens of our community, he was shot in what felt like a freight train going through his knee. He's not able to
continue in the law enforcement profession and still has a bullet in his leg. James Thompson, son of Elise and Alan Thompson, honor roll student, 4.12 GPA, saving money from his odd jobs for a car in college, all-around athlete, excelled in team sports, a good son, couldn't ask for anything better. Sue, a runner, marathoner, ultra-marathoner, mother of Max, Oliver, and Everett. Every day when her husband Tom wakes up, he realizes his wife is not there, lying beside him, and that makes that day hard. And he knows that that will be his experience every day for the rest of his life. Mary Beth Marshall. I really love Jenny's description of Mary Beth as the home entertainment system of their family. Singing loudly, off-key, silly jokes, and I really like this description. She had laughter that can only be described as what sunshine sounds like. We turn our attention now to the sentencing in this case. And I'll start with a brief statement of the law that governs the task of the court with respect to this sentencing hearing. There's a little disagreement about what the law actually is in the closing arguments. In 2025, the North Carolina Supreme Court in State v. Sims said, quote, "The inquiry is not whether a defendant is permanently incorrigible or irreparably corrupt, nor is it potential for redemption." End of quote. Both the United States and Supreme Courts hold that life without parole should be reserved for the rare juvenile offender whose crime reflects irreparable corruption. So the purpose of this hearing is to answer that question. Is Austin Thompson the rare juvenile defendant whose crime reflects irreparable corruption? When a juvenile, as Mr. Thompson was at the time of these offenses, has been convicted of first-degree murder on the theory of premeditation and deliberation, the sentencing court must conduct a sentencing hearing to determine whether a sentence of life without the possibility of parole is warranted. At this hearing, the defendant or defendant's counsel may submit mitigating circumstances to the court, including but not limited to the following factors: the age at the time of the offense, immaturity, ability to appreciate the risks and consequences of the conduct, intellectual capacity, prior record, mental health, familial or peer pressure exerted on the defendant, likelihood the defendant would benefit from rehabilitation and confinement, and any other mitigating factor or circumstances. A sentencing court is required to consider any mitigating factor presented, and its sentencing order shall include findings on the absence or presence of any mitigating factor and such other findings as the court deems appropriate. Our Supreme Court has explained that it is the adherence to the sentencing procedure, the consideration of the murderer's age, diminished culpability, and heightened capacity for change that helps ensure that life without parole sentences are imposed only in cases where the sentence is appropriate. Over the past 2 weeks, this court has done exactly that. We've conducted a sentencing hearing to determine whether life without parole is warranted. The court has received and carefully considered all mitigating circumstances presented. 39 witnesses have been called: experts, eyewitnesses, parents, teachers, law enforcement officers, detention officials, and victims. A frequent question throughout this hearing, and not at all surprisingly, has been the search for why these crimes were committed. That is an important question for many reasons, but the answer is not required by law. The motive of a person to commit horrible crimes is sometimes illuminated by circumstances of the crime, by the evidence, but sometimes the motive may never be known with certainty. Under the facts of this case, where the result of the self-inflicted traumatic brain injury, the evidence suggests that the defendant cannot remember why he did these things and has not articulated his motive to the experts who evaluated him. As such, the evidence that sheds light on the defendant's motivation, planning, and intentions must come exclusively from the written record and other circumstances that he left behind. His internet search histories, the notes he left after killing James, the notes secreted in the chapstick tube in defendant's room. The court finds that this evidence, namely the defendant's own written record, is reliable and probative in this inquiry. I will not at this time recite in detail each of the findings and conclusions that I ultimately will reduce to a written order in this case, but I do want to take the time to provide some context for the sentence that I will be imposing on Mr. Thompson and address some of the major issues that have been presented in this evidence. First, the court finds and concludes that defendant's criminal acts were the product of defendant's malice. The court begins by considering the evidence of defendant's criminal conduct, and in particular the factual circumstances of each of the 5 homicides which give rise to the possibility of a life without parole sentence. This is, of course, relevant in understanding whether the crimes committed reflect irreparable corruption, as is the mandate of the Supreme Court to this court. Each of the 5 homicides was perpetrated in a manner that reflected utter and callous disregard for human life. Defendant shot James in the head from a close distance, and then, despite his mortal wound, dragged James into the bathroom and mutilated him with over 57 stab wounds to the neck. Defendant then selected 2 weapons, a 9mm semi-automatic pistol and a shotgun capable of holding 5 shells at a time. For the shotgun, defendant chose double buckshot shells, each shell holding 8 or 9 pellets the size of 9mm slugs, ammunition designed to cause devastating damage. Defendant then dressed in camouflage, packed a survival bag, stockpiled over 100 rounds of shotgun shells and extra 9mm magazines, and exited his house. He immediately spotted Nicole and Lynn on the sidewalk walking their dogs. He ran towards them, ambushed them with multiple close-range shotgun blasts to their torso, head, and necks, and then he shot Nicole in the head with a 9mm pistol. He shot Sammy, her dog, with a pistol as well. Defendant then headed to the Greenway. Jogging through the neighborhood, he encountered Gabe, the Raleigh police officer, leaving his home to start his evening shift. He shot Gabe in the head and neck at close range with 3 shotgun blasts. He encountered a pistol. He shot Sammy, her dog, with a pistol as well. Defendant then headed to the Greenway. Jogging through the neighborhood, he encountered Gabe, the Raleigh police officer, leaving his home to start his evening shift. He shot Gabe in the head and neck at close range with 3 shotgun blasts. Continuing on to the Greenway, defendant encountered Mary Beth, and again, at close range, shot her with 2 shotgun blasts at close range to the head and neck. Finally, a bit further down the Greenway, defendant came upon Sue and shot her at close range in the head and upper torso 3 times with his shotgun. It is quite frankly hard to conceive of a greater display of pure malice than the conduct of the defendant in his indiscriminate targeting and brutal killing of 5 innocent homicide victims on October 13, 2022. Malice is one of the elements of first-degree murder. It is defined under our law as meaning not only hatred, ill will, or spite, as that is ordinarily understood. To be sure, that is malice. But it also means the condition of mind that prompts a person to intentionally inflict damage without just cause, excuse, or justification. And quite frankly, it's hard to conceive of a greater display of malice than what I've just described. Second, defendant's crime were the product of months of fantasizing, planning, and preparation, and not the product of transient immaturity, such as impulsivity, peer pressure, or poor decision-making abilities, and cannot be viewed as being significantly influenced by neurodevelopment differences of development of a 15-year-old as opposed to the brain of a fully mature adult. In this regard, the court finds that the internet search history is to be probative of the long-standing and persistent interest of the defendant in spree shootings, school shootings, mass murders, bomb attacks, assault weapons, and notorious mass murderers. For example, from July 20 to January 21st, the defendant repeatedly searched for information on Eric Rudolph, who committed bombings of abortion clinics in the 1996 Olympics. His searches sought information on Rudolph's hiding in the mountains, why he bombed, and how did he make his bombs, including searches for images of Rudolph's pipe bombs. From January 2020 to November 2021, defendant made many internet searches researching how to build bombs and explosives. Notes hidden in defendant's bedroom included rudimentary schematic drawings of homemade bombs of various designs, such as ones detonated by a tripwire or by a phone or upon opening a package, or a pipe bomb. He wrote detailed handwritten recipes for the manufacturers of explosives like ANFO and dynamite. For the 2 years leading up to just a few days before defendant's October 13, 2022 murders, defendant consistently conducted internet searches on mass shootings and school shootings, included searches for the fastest school shooting, the deadliest school shooting, the deadliest middle school shooting, all school shootings done with a pistol, and a list of school shootings that killed 10 people or more. In the 2 months immediately prior to the murders, defendant's searches became more prescient. During this 60-day time frame, defendants queried whether someone can talk if their voice box is cut out. Do most people scream after being stabbed in the neck? Can you hear someone shoot a .22 inside their home? How fast does a .22 have to go to penetrate a skull? On August 30, 2022, defendant searched humans destroying the planet. And on September 26, 2022, defendant also searched for mass shooters who hate humans. He queried, how much does 100 shotgun shells weigh? On October 1, 2022, he asked, how deadly is double-aught buckshot? And on the same day, do police go into the woods by themselves to pursue someone? This written evidence, namely the evidence of research and planning conducted by the defendant in the months and most notably immediately prior 60 days, is closely mirrored to the actions carried out by the defendant on October 13, 2022. After 7 months of researching Eric Rudolph, who was the mass murderer who committed acts of terror and evaded capture for many months by hiding in the woods, defendant, on October 13, packed a survival bag and headed into the deep woods after committing mass murder. After researching the lethality of double-aught buckshot, on October 13, defendant chose that as his instrument of murder. After researching the weight of 100 shotgun shells, on October 13, defendant packed approximately 100 shotgun shells to carry with him for his escape. After researching whether one could hear a .22 fired inside his house, on October 13, defendant shot his brother with a .22 inside their house. After researching whether someone could talk if their voice box is cut and whether a person screams when stabbed in the neck, on October 13, defendant stabbed his brother in the neck over 50 times and a reasonable inference from the evidence is that he attempted to cut James's voice box out. After researching mass shooters who hate humans and humans destroying the planet, on October 13, defendant wrote a note he left after murdering James saying defendant hated humans because they were destroying the planet. These facts reflect a defendant who for many months, and certainly several months prior to committing murder, fantasized, researched, and planned his criminal acts and his escape. On the day he committed the murders, he confirmed his sanity, his culpability, and his lack of regret in a written note. This lengthy period of premeditation and deliberation, when coupled with the pure malice displayed towards his random and innocent victims, are compelling findings that support the conclusion, or a conclusion, that Austin Thompson is one of those rare juvenile offenders whose crime reflect irreparable corruption. Third, the court finds that the defendant was an intelligent person with the ability to fully appreciate the consequences and risks of his actions, and did. The court finds that the defendant was an intelligent person with the ability to fully appreciate the consequences and risks of his actions, and did indeed appreciate those consequences. By all accounts, from defendant's parents, his teachers, defendant was highly intelligent and inquisitive person. He suffered no apparent mental health defects, no developmental disabilities, no health issues. A frequent research topic of defendant's internet queries related to consequences for various categories of criminal conduct: homicide, rape, bank robberies, assaults. Indeed, in the months prior to the murders, defendant specifically researched: can juveniles get life without parole? And how many years is a life sentence without parole? Defendant, after killing James, wrote a note. He says he shot James and stabbed him, and that James stopped breathing 10 or 15 minutes later. He wrote he killed James because he would get in the way. He said he was not bullied, that he was not mental, was sane when I did this, he was not suicidal, that he did not want to die, but that it was going to happen. He wrote he had no regrets. He tore a corner off the note and wrote, "James is dead, don't look inside," and placed it near the bathroom door with the spent .22 cartridge casing from the bullet James was shot with. This evidence, a manifesto of sorts, supports a finding that defendant clearly understood the risks associated with his planned course of conduct, including life imprisonment or his own death, and further felt it important to document the intentionality of his actions, his lack of regret, his motive, and to negate defenses such as insanity, suicidal ideations, bullying, and other factors which might be used to excuse his conduct. Fourth, the court finds that the evidence and the record before the court does not support the conclusion that defendant was experiencing a neuropsychiatric side effect of acne medication, minocycline, resulting in disassociation or confusion at the time these crimes were committed on October 13, 2022. The evidence establishes that for a year prior to October 13, 2022, defendant was prescribed minocycline, an antibiotic commonly used for the treatment of acne. Minocycline has been widely used and prescribed for over 50 years. Dr. Corvin, an expert accepted by the court in the field of forensic psychiatry, noted that an uncommonly observed side effect is an association of minocycline with a range of neuropsychiatric side effects, up to and including confusion and dissociation. He noted that defendant had no other known risk factors for such episodes, nor had he experienced any such symptoms previously. Dr. Corbin speculates that defendant's conduct and writing, coming from an otherwise more or less normal adolescent male, elevates concerns that his conduct may have been influenced by a medication-related side effect, such as dissociative symptoms. But Dr. Corbin Then added, unfortunately, given the severely limited data set available for consideration regarding his state of mind on the date of question, he, Dr. Corvin, is unable to offer an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Mr. Thompson was experiencing dissociative symptoms on the date in question. But these observations are offered for consideration to the trier of fact in the hope that they will be of assistance during the disposition of his charges. Dr. Nuruddin was also accepted by the court as an expert in forensic DNA and serology. He undertook to answer the question of whether defendant's ability to metabolize minocycline could have been altered by his genetic background and consequently increase his risk of experiencing side effects. Dr. Nuruddin explained that minocycline, like most drugs, is metabolized by subunits of the liver cytochrome P450 system. He further explained that specifically subunit CYP3A4 of the P350 cytochrome is involved in the metabolism of minocycline. He hypothesized, therefore, that perhaps defendant had a genetic deficiency in the CYP3A4 subunit that would impair his ability to metabolize minocycline, thereby making him more susceptible to its side effects. His experiment did not prove his hypothesis, but in fact proved the opposite. After extracting defendant's DNA and having it forensically analyzed, Dr. Nuruddin found the defendant had a normal CYP3A4 subunit and hence no scientific evidence of genetic inability to metabolize minocycline. Based upon that, Dr. Nuruddin could only speculate that perhaps further clinical and genomic studies in the future will shed light on whether any other features of defendant's DNA profile might increase his risk of minocycline side effects. The court also finds, based on the testimony of Dr. Corman and Dr. Nuruddin, that the risk of dissociation side effects from minocycline is infinitesimally rare. In the 55-year history of the widespread usage of the drug, only 2 cases are reported with any details in published studies, and perhaps 40 cases of depersonalization and derealization disorders associated with persons taking minocycline have been tallied without accompanying data on a website maintained by the World Health Organization. Dr. Nuruddin said that of the very few cases of dissociation reported, it is more prevalent in females and occurs within several days of starting to take minocycline. Moreover, neither expert was aware of any connection between dissociation attributed to minocycline and any violence, homicide, or criminal conduct. Finally, in evaluating expert opinions, the court, as the finder of fact, is not required to accept an expert witness's opinion to the exclusion of facts and circumstances disclosed by other testimony. The court must evaluate the reasons, if any, given for the opinion, whether the testimony is supported by facts that the court finds from the evidence, whether the opinion is reasonable, and whether it is consistent with other believable evidence in the case. Here the court finds and concludes that the theory that the defendant was overtaken by dissociation on October 13, 2022, at the time he committed the murders, is belied by other facts and circumstances established in this case, including the months of research, planning, and preparation conducted by the defendant, both before and after he was prescribed minocycline, the methodical and deliberate conduct displayed by the defendant before, during, and after the killings, the video footage of the defendants during the course of the rampage, and the written record of defendants' thoughts and actions. The court finds that the theory of minocycline-induced dissociation is not supported by the evidence and is rejected by the court. So, concluding, as I've noted earlier, these findings are not intended to be the final order of the court, nor have I attempted to speak to other mitigating circumstances considered by the court in making its judgment. The final order will contain details on each of these findings, as well as each of the other mitigating circumstances considered and weighed by the court in reaching these conclusions. And having carefully considered all of the evidence presented in this hearing, and carefully considered all of the mitigating circumstances offered by the defendant or otherwise found in the evidence, the court concludes that the answer to the issue before the court at this hearing is yes. Austin Thompson is the rare offender whose crime reflects irreparable corruption. And I shall now enter judgment accordingly. Mr. Thompson, I'll ask that you stand. First of all, let me ask, is there a stipulation that the defendant has a prior record level 1 based on no prior record?
Yes, Your Honor. If I've been approached, we have it written.
Yes. And let me just verify. I'll get to this. So. All right. Mr. Thompson, this time the court is going to enter judgments in this case. There will be several judgments entered. For the first-degree murder of James Thompson, I'm ordering you incarcerated for a term of life without the possibility of parole in the custody of the Department of Adult Corrections. That's an active sentence. For the murder of Nicole Connors, I'm ordering that you be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole in the custody of the Department of Corrections. That's an active sentence. It's consecutive to the judgment I just imposed. For the first-degree murder of Gabe Torres, I'm ordering you incarcerated in the custody of the Department of Adult Corrections for life without the possibility of parole. That's an active sentence. It's consecutive to the judgment entered immediately prior. For the first-degree murder of Mary Beth Marshall, I'm ordering you to the custody of the Department of Adult Corrections for a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. That judgment is consecutive to the previously entered judgment. And for the murder of Susan Carnatz, I'm ordering you the custody of the Department of Adult Corrections for a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. It's an active sentence consecutive to the judgment previously entered. For the attempted first-degree murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury, I'm Lynn Garner. I'm consolidating these offenses into a single judgment. And Mr. Latour, is that a B2 felony, the attempted first-degree murder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Ordering you incarcerated for a term of 157 months minimum, 201 months maximum in the custody of the Department of Adult Corrections. That judgment is consecutive to the judgments previously imposed. And finally, for the attempted first-degree murder, assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury, and assault on a law enforcement officer with a firearm, I'm consolidating those offenses into a single judgment. And this is for victim Casey Clark of 157 months minimum, 201 months maximum in the custody of the Department of Adult Corrections. And that judgment is consecutive to the previously entered judgments. And that, sir, is the judgment of the court.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense enters notice of appeal and requests that the appellate defender's office be appointed.
So noted. The appellate defender is appointed to represent the defendant in this point forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
If there's no further business for the court, we are adjourned. We are adjourned. Yes, sir.
All rise. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This Honorable Superior Court for the County of Wake now stands adjourned. Started off. God save the state in this Honorable Court.
Okay, everyone, we should be seeing everybody tomorrow for on these types of computer live streams for the trial that we're watching, and we'll put another secondary rerun trial for the breaks. All right, so thank you, Pash and Saw Girl. Have a good day or good night. See you all soon, and peace.